All right, let me test the audio again real quick. Whoa. Okay, that sounds good. Hopefully it's good on your end. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? Hope everybody's doing well. Just kind of getting settled here. It's there's been a lot of standby mode the last 24 hours or so. Yesterday, pretty much on standby mode all day. Storms, there was a lot of storms, but severe weather stayed fairly isolated. But I was on standby mode actually pretty late last night. But today, it's been a little different. The models have all kind of indicated storms developing here in the Texas Panhandle between about 4 to 6 o'clock. So we're right in the middle of that development window. And just in the last few minutes, we do have, it looks like a hint of some type of convection going up. We're basically just kind of watching some blips. So, but this may be the start of convection near Silverton, Texas. This has been a fascinating view all afternoon. Pretty common out here. You can see actually it's a kind of a double dry line setup. You can see one dry line here, and then the other more prominent dry line is back to the west. But within that, there is some variation. Basically, Amarillo, what does that say? Dew point of 53 over 70. It's in the 40s for dew points west of Amarillo, and then back here, this is some super dry air. It's in the single digits for dew points. Let's see. North of Portales, New Mexico, around the Clovis area, 6-degree dew point. Looks like a 9-degree dew point over here, east of Fort Sumner. So dew points drop off dramatically back here along the Texas and New Mexico border there. Any storms of fire will probably be right along or just ahead of this kind of secondary dew point. Here we have dew points pushing 50s to near 60 in the eastern Texas Panhandle. Thanks, Sarah. That's good to know. Yeah, I always check it, but then every now and then something goes weird between pre-checks and the actual stream. So it's always good to double check. Yeah, pretty classic dry line setup. The other thing is with the drier air, there's much higher temperatures over here near 80 around Clovis. It's about 70 in this area that we're kind of expecting storms. So very kind of interesting. It looks like this secondary dry line has wobbled a little bit towards the west. So that depends on how Amarillo goes. If this dry line clears you guys and is able to push further towards the west, then that opens up Amarillo for a little bit more action. And let's see. What else do we have? We do have an enhanced risk. The enhanced risk covers these areas here, mostly in western Oklahoma and then the Texas Panhandle. And it is an all hazards risk. And actually, I'm going to zoom out to cover a lot of this area. Slight risk covers southwest Kansas all the way into parts of West Texas. But over here we have our new conditional intensity by the Storm Prediction Center. So we do have a conditional intensity level of 1. That means there are possibilities of strong tornadoes in this area. So let me close that out. So we have basically they divorced the old hatching that used to go with a 10% risk minimum. They divorced the hatching from the 10%. We do have a small 10%. So this area in the old system could have been hatched, but it's a very small area. And as we've talked about in other streams, Mother Nature doesn't obey our man-made borders. So a very confined area to hatch. In this way, they've hatched a much wider area for a conditional risk of stronger tornadoes, but at a lower overall risk. So their conditional intensity hatching covers basically the entire 5% tornado risk. And that sounds low. A lot of people, sounds kind of low when you talk about a 5% risk, but it's 5% within 25 miles of any location within this area. So little more scope to it. But so we do have a conditional intensity level 1 for the 5 and 10% tornado risks. Pretty much centered around Altus, Oklahoma there for that highest tornado risk. And then getting into our wind risk, wind is going to extend well into the overnight. We have a wind risk all the way up into south central Kansas, past the Wichita area, and then also towards the I-35 corridor, including Oklahoma City, in the enhanced corridor for wind. And this area also sees the intensity hatching, which is also divorced from the higher probabilities. So we see the possibility, low possibility of some strong winds in like this area here where they wouldn't have had the hatching to go along with it earlier. So we see that. So we have a hatched tornado risk today, a hatched wind risk, and then the hail could be some very, very large hail today. We also have the conditional intensity guidance level 1 for large hail. And this is, I think, is a great look at the conditional intensity guidance. You can see it extends down here towards the Midland, Odessa area around Big Springs. That's for lower possibilities of storms. May not even get a lot of storms down here. There was one that tried to go up. I was watching a little bit ago south of Odessa, and it basically died. It's gone. So we may not even get storms down here. So it's a very low chance of storms. But if any do fire, they could be discrete, have pretty strong updrafts, and lead to large hail. The bigger chance of hail is obviously overlaid with this area, and you can see that matches really well with the enhanced risk. So in short, it's a hail-driven enhanced risk. Going back to the enhanced risk there. But we could get some isolated severe storms even up into parts of the Midwest. There was a couple severe storms earlier in West Virginia. Those are below severe limits for now, pushing into the Shenandoah Valley. Or no, that's I'm looking at a different reader. There's the storms that are pushing in the Shenandoah Valley. Those were the severe ones earlier. There's actually a new line of storms. It looks like behind it, those are kind of marginally severe through the middle West Virginia. There's a corridor of marginal risk out here. Primarily damaging wind threat, isolated damaging wind threat. There's only been, I think, one or two severe warnings out here. But those storms could get a little feisty, especially as they cross the crest of the Appalachians. While we're waiting on storms, double check. And actually, the camera above me here is out of Childress, Texas. I am noting more cloud coverage. So we may be starting to see a little bit of convective activity starting to go up. It's been pretty sunny there the last, since I got that camera kind of loaded up. You can see we do have cameras, a lot of cameras around. I even have cameras in western parts of northwest Arkansas, just in case later tonight, especially overnight, storms may get into this area. Could have some damaging winds still there. And then we do have Oklahoma traffic. This is at the Texas border looking west. You can see there are some areas here that, where is it? Big plane flying over. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. That sounds like a big plane. There's some clouds around that area. Actually, even some showers moved through that camera a little bit ago. So those aren't thunderstorms. That's just kind of some lighter showers. There are some thunderstorms real light around Woodward. Maybe a rumble of thunder up there, but those are not part of the enhanced risk. If anything, that's some of the warm and moist air kind of affecting into the cool air. But Oklahoma got that covered. And then also looking at Kansas, still pretty sunny up here. This is north of the Oklahoma Panhandle near Liberal, Kansas, right on the Oklahoma and Kansas border. Looking at pretty sunny conditions with some higher clouds up in that area. That's at the Cimarron River. And traffic is flowing very nicely up there. That's not a super populated area. That's on the, is that 60? No, that's not 60. I don't know what that road is. Actually labeled as the Yellow Brick Road. So that's on on a weather day like today, that works. All right, let's see what else. The Ohio Valley has gotten tons of rain the last about 48 hours. A lot of storms, rounds of storms. Not a lot of them have been severe, but there are a bunch of, you can see, river flood warnings and some regular flood warnings from basically southeast Missouri all the way through southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and southern Ohio. So quite a bit of flooding, especially it looks like southern Indiana has gotten really hard hit there. Almost all those rivers are being warned for flood warnings. So turn around, don't drown, especially any low water crossings. Those can be really dangerous. And there are more rounds of storms that are eventually going to impact that area. So, yeah, definitely turn around, don't drown. Looks like there's some more flood reports. State Route 56 flooded, numerous locations. That's in southern Ohio. Looks like a lot of southeast Ohio has a lot of reports from some of the storms that worked through those areas recently. So definitely turn around, don't drown. Pretty good flooding in Dallas last night. We were watching storms around the Dallas-Fort Worth area as we were kind of in that standby mode, like I mentioned. And hey, how's it going? Yeah, 3 months until hurricane season. And yeah, we'll be there pretty soon. It's finally starting to feel a little more like spring for a lot of places. There are some winter weather advisories. There's going to be a pretty good swath of snow tomorrow and then into Saturday across the northern plains. And then tomorrow morning, late tonight and tomorrow morning, I'm worried about the Boston area because it's going to be snow and freezing rain and sleet mixed in. Let me clear this out a little bit. It's a little confusing with all the graphics on, but so the purple is the winter weather advisories. They cover a lot of eastern New York, upstate New York, southern Vermont, southern New England, and much of Massachusetts, also northern Connecticut. If I put this into motion, most of this is going to fall basically over the next day or so. But from Boston and points north, Nashua, Manchester, Keene, those areas could get a few inches of snow, 2 to 4 inches of snow, and then some sleet and freezing rain also mixed in towards Lowell and Salem. It looks like right now the Massachusetts Turnpike is going to be a lot of the dividing line. And I can draw it kind of like that. That's basically the Massachusetts Turnpike. More snow, but also some freezing rain and sleet this way. Mostly a freezing rain and some sleet mixed in towards the areas like Connecticut, Rhode Island, areas around Hartford. But the problem is a lot of this is going to be overnight and then into the morning tomorrow. So I'm really worried about commutes for like Boston, Springfield, Hartford, Worcester, Mass, up towards Manchester, Keene, those areas, and even towards like Dover and southern parts of Maine, even south of Portland. May get a couple inches of snow there. That's kind of this. What? Okay, that's glitching out. I don't know what that is. This is like I don't know what's going on. Let me just clear that out. Okay, don't know what that was. Tomorrow, we're going to be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow is probably going to be one of our longer live streams since really last severe weather season. We have a enhanced risk tomorrow. I'm a little worried about this one because it's a little more populated. Nothing against anyone out here, Liberal, Amarillo, those type of areas. Well, honestly, today, if that dry line doesn't clear this area, Lubbock, Plainview, Amarillo shouldn't have too big of storms. It should be kind of eastern Texas Panhandle. As I said earlier, if that dry line can, if the warm air wins out and pushes that dry line a little west to Amarillo, Amarillo's are kind of right on that edge. But in general, no offense to anyone out here, there's not a lot of major cities in this enhanced risk area. And for the tornado risk, Altus, Oklahoma, I think is the largest city in the 10% hatch tornado risk today. Tomorrow, we have a lot bigger of a risk area that includes the more populated areas in eastern Kansas, including Kansas City, St. Joseph, Topeka, Lawrence, Emporia, Springfield, Joplin, down through northwest Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas, if you're not familiar with this area, it doesn't have one big city name, but there's a number of kind of mid-sized cities: Fayetteville, Bentonville, Springdale. It's a fairly large populated area, and then also areas like Tulsa under this enhanced risk tomorrow. The models haven't really pegged it very well. If the model's uptrend, there could even be, I think, a marginal risk in somewhere like this, extreme southwest Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, and northwest Arkansas. So we'll have to see. If the hail parameters come up a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a marginal risk kind of in this area here, because tomorrow could have a more widespread severe weather event. There's already a hatched 10% tornado risk. You can see there's actually a hatched in the new conditional hatching that the Storm Prediction Center has put out this week. There's now a large area of hatched tornado risk. So any of this hatched area, the Storm Prediction Center is thinking there could be a chance at EF2 strong tornadoes. The highest percentage or highest chance or probability of that would be in this 10%, but anywhere in this 5% or 2% could get a strong tornado. And it looks like it's being maybe updated right now. So we may get new data as this comes in today. Where'd that go? Yeah. Okay. Well, there goes that. Okay. They must be going there an update because it's they just blanked out on me. There's also a hatched area for wind and a hatched area for hail. If the probabilities come up in hail, and basically tornado, I think, is going to be the highest in this area where they have the 10%. The hail, I think, may be up in here, and then the wind kind of overspreads this whole area. But there's a potential here if the hail comes up a little bit, especially if there's a little bit bigger chance of hail that would extend down into the highest tornado risk area. That's somewhere there with the overlapping higher probabilities. That's where there could be a marginal risk. And we'll see. I don't know why. Every now and then it does that. So when they're loading new data. So there it goes. That was weird. Any of the radar, not just this one, are sometimes a little glitchy because all these radar products have had to add this conditional intensity information. So there may be some also back-end updates and going on with the with a lot of your radar products this week. But here's your tornado risk. So there's the hatched tornado 10% from Springfield, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, down through eastern Oklahoma. And then here's your wind risk. What I was saying, it's a little bit higher wind risk to the north. Again, if probabilities increase down here, that's where we could get maybe a marginal risk because that's new. The hail probabilities have come up quite a bit. So large hail already. If the wind risk comes up, there's a marginal risk, I think, is on the table for tomorrow. And then all that shoves to the east. And this is new. I'm just looking at it now. I think they've expanded some of the slight risks, especially across the southern plains and into the lower Mississippi Valley. So that's for Saturday. And then also up into the Ohio Valley. So finally, some areas that haven't had severe weather yet this season could get a little higher chance of severe weather. Pittsburgh, Morgantown, Charleston, West Virginia, Akron, Cleveland, Erie, up to Buffalo. We'll have to see. Day 4 could have some severe weather, but nothing listed by the Storm Prediction Center. Same for day 5. I think day 5 might be our quietest day on Monday. And then day 6, this was actually a day 7 outlook, but it's moved to day 6 since they put it out yesterday. Day 6 could have a pretty significant and widespread severe weather event too. We'll likely be live for Tuesday. Potentially, we could be live for the next 6 days if probabilities come up for Sunday and Monday. But that's kind of the overall look. Let's get back to radar here. And while we're covering everybody, troughing in the west means a lot of snow, which is some good measurable snowfall for the Intermountain West, the Central Rockies. This area really feeds the Colorado River Basin. So all of the drinking water for the Southern Colorado River Basin, Vegas, Phoenix, a lot of Arizona, California relies on snowpack that melts and flows down the Colorado River. So this is very good for snowpack. Some areas that haven't had a ton of snow and are below average for snowfall are going to get that in the west. That's a very quick look at everything. Let's get back to radar because Looking at my other radar product, we do, it looks like, have some more convective development that we're basically waiting on. Yes, we do have a lightning bolt, so that is a new thing there. Nothing yet on, there was a mesoscale discussion a little bit ago. I see that's been blanked out. It was like an 80% chance of a tornado watch in this area, so we're kind of waiting on the Storm Prediction Center to issue a watch. But the blips that we came live with, just ahead of the dry line, this is where you'd expect development here against these. There's dual dry lines, but especially this dry line here has finally formed a storm. So now we're just watching as this one goes up. This is near, where is this near? Silverton. So yeah, it's that little blip near Silverton. It's continuing to lift north, just a little bit east of north, but that's going to be west of Childress. We'll get some cameras out that way in a couple minutes as that gets up towards the I-40 corridor. That's a look out of Childress looking towards the west, and you can see there's more convective cloud development. I wouldn't call those thunderstorms yet, but there's definitely, it's cloudier than it was earlier. So this area is starting to clear out a little bit and get some convection. Let's take a look at this real quick. And where is this? Oh, okay. Let's go to here. So there is lightning. It's technically a thunderstorm, but non-severe at the moment. I want to get our data back here. Actually, let me make it easier for everyone to read, because the temperatures are one thing, but we're really looking at dew points here. And yeah, 53 dew point at Amarillo, 48 at Hereford, 45 near Cactus, and then you can see how it drops off past that secondary stronger dry line. 19 at Clovis, 13 at Dalhart. So pretty significant dry line where we can see that on the Amarillo and Lubbock radars. But let me get back to the Amarillo radar. That's the one I'm really looking at. But yes, you can see the secondary dry lines here. The one kind of drops temperature, or not temperatures, but dew points and humidity into the 40s. The second one drops temperatures into the teens and single digits for the humidity levels and dew points. So we're watching basically convective development right in this area. Looks like another blip going up. So these are potentially supercell thunderstorms. They could be supercell thunderstorms within a couple minutes from now. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Hold on a second. And again, we're going to keep tracking these. But let me check on a puppy issue. Okay. Puppies are good. Also getting some dinner set up while things are quiet, because there is a potential here that things could go up quickly. Let me actually show. I'm going to pull some models and get those so you have an idea of what we're looking at here. Why? Hold on a second. Let me get the model set up before I just bring it over to you. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon, good evening now. Kind of an interesting stream so far, just with nothing going on. But if you're just popping in, you may want to just rewind a couple minutes and just go through some of the overall general conditions that I just went over, and also some of the severe risk for tomorrow. So especially if you live in the Midwest and basically east of the I-35 corridor. All right, let's see here. Well, today will be interesting. This will be an interesting kind of a conditional risk. But here we go. So this is our HRRR model, basically the 4 o'clock hour run. And if you look here at the 4 o'clock hour, like I said earlier, there were some storms that went up. They were actually marginally severe south of Odessa and Midland, but they fizzled very quickly as they moved still south of Odessa. But you can see the initialized run here has those storms in here. It's always interesting that we could get some more storms to form down there, but this one really takes those storms that were going on presently at the time of the model run and really upscales those storms down there. So there is a potential for some isolated hailstorms down here. That chance could be a little lower since those storms are not doing anything right now. Yeah, there's no storms down there anymore. So that could be a fail point. We do see here some other storms initializing in this model between, let's see, that's 5 p.m., so just about 30 minutes ago, and 6 p.m. So within the next 30, 40 minutes, according to the HRRR, we should be seeing some pretty quick upscale development. If that does happen, there's the look at where the HRRR is. Let me do this. Let me do draw on this here. And so this area here where the HRRR is saying that there's a potential for supercells to go up within the next, let's say, hour here, extreme southwest Oklahoma, and then into that kind of southern Texas panhandle. That location actually is not that bad. There are, once again, a thunder shower there, a blip here, and a new blip right here. So that is a potential that we could get this development in the next hour. So live radar, HRRR model run. Continuing out, we can see this upscales these storms. Doesn't show them great, but also it takes some more storms upscaling into that Texas Panhandle area. And then as we get into that 9, 10 o'clock hour, a lot of this should kind of congeal into a cluster. That'll continue with a hail and damaging wind risk into the I-30 towards the I-35 corridor, with some tornado potential too. The highest tornado potential is basically right after these cells initialize, and they're discrete supercells, and that's why there is a the 10% basically hatched risk covers this area for tornadoes around that Altus area, because that's where these storms are likely to still be discrete supercells with an all hazards threat. And then from there, they kind of race off into northern parts of Oklahoma and into Kansas as a wind and hail risk overnight. And then eventually kind of fizzle by morning, close to the Oklahoma and clear out that drawing. Close to the Oklahoma Missouri and Kansas border there, kind of in southeast Kansas. So yeah, a lot of our action, if it does develop, is going to be within the next hour or so, at least starting, and then through about 10, 11, and then we can kind of see if they're downtrending. I'd say about between basically now and midnight are the kind of the prime spots, and then we may have residual severe weather, mostly probably a larger hail, but also a damaging wind risk. We'll have to see. Speaking of S-Teen Winds comment a little bit ago about hurricane season, it'd be interesting for hurricane season. Let me actually pull some stuff up for you. While we're waiting on blips to go up, let me pull up. Graphic. Gotta find a graphic that's available to use. Let's see. Quite what I needed. Scrolling through data, trying to find stuff real quick. This might be it. Okay, I think I found it. Not quite. Okay, here it is. See if that loads. Okay, this is from the National Weather Service. This is the El Nino and the Enzo phase forecast. It's a little complicated, but they're in 3-month increments. So FMA is February, March, April, and there it is. FMA is February, March, April. So that's the phase that we're in right now, or the time period that we're in right now. And basically, the higher on the bar chart, the more probability of the different phases. Blue is La Nina, the gray is neutral, and then the red is El Nino. Right now, we're in basically transitioning from La Nina into more of an El Nino pattern. La Nina is interesting because La Nina, there are some research that shows it enhances tropical activity in the Atlantic basin. El Nino, despite warmer waters in the Pacific, actually, there's the same research kind of shows that it reduces some tropical activity in the Atlantic. So as we transition from La Nina, this isn't as big now. When did they redo this? Maybe not be the latest data. It says mid-September 20. I'll have to try and find the new one. The new probabilities show more of a transition to El Nino, And if that transition to El Nino does occur, then there could be some less activity in the Atlantic basin. Although this is not the newest data. So I'll try and find it off screen here. But otherwise, yeah, that's a good point there, Sean, I think it is. Once again, we see our dual dry line set up, basically right through Amarillo. And then the other dry line is out towards Adrian and Hereford, Texas. Again, it's in the single digits. Some of the dew points here are as low as 1 to about 19. I think that's the highest dew point I've seen here is Clovis. Here it's about like 45 to 48 in dew points. And then out here it is pushing 55 to 60 dew points out east here. So yeah, that pretty tight dew point spread. And we are just getting a new tornado watch that is coming online. Okay. Before we get into that tornado watch, here is, okay, this was the mid-September kind of outlook. At that point, we were in a La Nina, and the expectation was to transition into more of a neutral phase with some higher chances of a El Nino kind of later in that period. This is the new forecast. This is the one I was looking for. January, we were in a La Nina. You can see 90% chance of there a La Nina. The February, March, April is now kind of a mid La Nina transitioning towards neutral. You can see the March, April, May, the NOAA expects 90% chance of neutral. That goes into April, May, June. So that could be interesting, favoring. I haven't. This is not my hurricane season video or anything. I got to go into deeper analysis for that. But if it stays in neutral early in the season, and we do get some warmer water temperatures like the Gulf has been in the last years, there could be a chance there at some early season activity like we've had in previous recent years in that, not April, but May, June kind of time frame. And even May, June, July, still in a neutral phase. But then you can see by July, or June, July, August, July, August, September, really by the heart of hurricane season into the early fall, you can see the NOAA is now forecasting transitioning from the neutral phase to an El Nino. And again, there is research that peer-reviewed research that shows that does cause some reductions in hurricane activity. Interesting thing because of where it's transitioning kind of in the early to even through towards the peak of hurricane season, is it going to affect this hurricane season, or could it affect next hurricane season? Depending on how quickly it transitions, could have higher influences. So if it goes like this, where it transitions kind of during the peak of hurricane season, then maybe hurricane season isn't as effective, versus if it ends up transitioning to El Nino earlier, then you have more of that time period where it's affected. So it's an interesting look there. All right, let's get back to present. And no severe storms are going on right now. So thanks for all those tuning in, just listening to kind of doing some now casting with this dry line, just a little early for the dry line setup. This is usually more of a later spring event out in this part of the country, so we're kind of here early. But watching where that dry line sets up and all that good stuff. But we do have a new tornado watch. It covers parts of the Texas Panhandle and then western Oklahoma. Let's get into this. And you'll see also the counties down below me. The counties scrolling there. So if you live in this area, or if you have friends and family that live in this area, text them, let them know there's a tornado watch for their area. And then also send them the link for the live stream here. The more people we get liking and sharing, the more the algorithm pushes us out. And this is, can be for people in this area, life-saving information that gets put out. Let's see. Trying to get details on this new tornado watch. Here it is here. There's about 250,000 people that are in this tornado watch. 227 schools, 29 hospitals. Covers towns like Woodward, Watonga, Weatherford, Anadarko, Hobart, Altus, Elk City in Oklahoma, Childress, Floydada, Pampa, and Canadian Texas. It is east of Amarillo. Looks like the information hasn't loaded up on it yet, but it is going to be for a few tornadoes are likely, scattered hail up to tennis ball size hail, and likely, oh boy, likely tennis ball size hail, and then scattered gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. This is a decently high-end watch, it appears. That's from 5:45 p.m. Central Time to midnight. Wow. So they've extended this actually a decent amount of time. I do see some new storms going up in this watch area too, so that's interesting. But dinner is here. All right, just in time for the tornado watch. So I'm gonna get this dinner done before we get into potentially some big storms. Yeah, few tornadoes are. I'm getting the information from the National Weather Service with more text. Few tornadoes are likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 2.5 inches in diameter likely. That's the tennis ball size. Thunderstorms are expected to intensify rapidly this evening in an increasingly moist and unstable air mass. Supercells capable of very large hail, a few tornadoes are the main concerns. And then it goes into the details for the tornado watch. So that is our tornado watch until midnight. Okay, let's do a little bit of a radar tour and just kind of check on some things. Yes, okay, that's what I was thinking. Those storms are new storms. One going up here south of Woodward, moving to the northeast. The other one should be out of the strongest activity. This one's probably just going to lift to the north. It could be more of an elevated storm. I think we shouldn't have a risk of this storm producing a tornado yet. Watch this one near Woodward, but it's especially these storms here that are in the southern and western portions of this watch area. These are the storms that the models have really hinted in on going up very quickly. They haven't yet. They've actually just been kind of maintaining themselves. So let's see. We do see there Childress. some clouds. There it goes. So yeah, it has gotten a little cloudier, and actually we're kind of looking towards that. There may be a rain shaft developing right there. That is actually looking at, I think, that blip. No lightning with it yet, but basically just under the signage, that right there, that's a little bit of a rain shaft, and that would be this. Geez, where's my mouse? There it goes. That camera is looking towards this little blip, so that that'll move past our camera. It's not doing much, not even lightning with that one. That's near Turkey, Texas. So Turkey, Texas, and then the other cell. Now, this is interesting. It's a very small cell. It's had a couple bolts of lightning, but it does have a little bit of this sickle cell shape. It's nothing major, but that shows that there is some shear in this cell. So yeah, there's nothing picking up on radar that shows any kind of rotation or anything, but this shape is indicative of some shear here as this column is rising. And we can see it's kind of being blown off a little bit on the top side. There is some shear at the different levels of the atmosphere. You can see this is kind of that forward flank, and then it kind of arcs back a little bit. So it's interesting. It just shows that possibly the models are right. There is a little bit of shear affecting this. That shear is needed because it creates the updraft and it tilts the updraft. When you tilt the updraft, you get warm and moist inflow, and then it also tilts the forward flank, and the rain and hail falls away from the updraft. So the cool air that's falling with the rain and hail does not contaminate the updraft. So we'll see if this can build that. It's the one cell that right now has maybe the most potential on radar. Just looking at now they all could, but at least right now it's the most organized of these little blips. The other one that again I think we're watching also is this cell. A couple blips in here, but this cell has a decent amount of lightning with it near Shattuck, Oklahoma, and Arnett, Oklahoma. That also indicates generally the amount of lightning there coming up indicates it's a strengthening system and pretty electrical little storm. So that's going to be a very small storm, but a loud one for Shattuck, Gage, Fargo, and areas up towards Woodward. Had the fire warning 2 weeks ago for the Woodward area. Parts of Woodward burned, not the downtown, but we were following that on social media. And I thought about doing a live stream, but it's very hard to track the fire on the live stream without having everybody on the ground kind of tracking it. But parts of kind of the southwest area of Woodward was had some areas that got fire damage. It didn't make it into downtown Woodward, but the southwest side had some structure and fire interacting with each other, which is never good. But so this area does need the rain, just not maybe the high-end severe weather. Again, watching that Amarillo area, 70 over 53. And you can see the wind is now out of the southeast. So that is a little different than what we saw earlier. Yeah, the leading edge of that dry line is basically just over or just west of downtown Amarillo. And it looks like the station is on the east side. So east side of Amarillo, maybe a little bit more of a chance of storms. West of Amarillo, out here in the drier air, no chance. Don't think we have a camera up there in Woodward, but let me look real quick. No. Cameras in that part of Oklahoma are a little sparse. Here's a look at the Oklahoma state line. And now that I'm seeing this is what I thought. This says west, but this is actually looking east because there's the Oklahoma sign. That's the welcome to Oklahoma sign, but I can also tell we're looking to the east because of the longer shadows. We're looking actually towards kind of those on I-40 here. We're looking kind of towards those areas of convection that are working to the east side of our watch area, but not directly at them. And yeah, our Texas camera, that is looking at that blip. Again, that blip is kind of right on the edge of our screen. It's moving to the north pretty quickly. This cell, not even cell, but this blip, shower near Turkey, Texas, is working quickly off to the northeast. The last radar scan there that just came in, it does not look as healthy. This one is still a little bit healthier, lifting a little more northeast. So areas like Groom, keep an eye on that one. Groom up towards Hardwick, and maybe towards Pampa, Texas, maybe, if that lifts up, continuing towards you guys. Otherwise, not much. Let's see. Let's go back. I just want to see if anything has changed with that new tornado watch. That tornado watch basically covers the entire enhanced area and fully encompasses the area of 10% hatched. Yeah, I don't see any other changes. Other than, again, if that dry line kind of holds right here, that significantly reduces the western edge of the outlook. But yeah, technically Amarillo, you're in the slight risk, which I would say is correct for especially downtown Amarillo and points east. The expectation maybe is that this warmer air is going to continue to push this dry line a little bit further to the west, which it has been consistently shifting. You can kind of see here, the dry line is here. Yeah, when we started, it was kind of right here on the radar screen. So it is moving west-northwest, the dry line. The more solid dry line that separates 40s from dew points in the teens and single digits is really not moving that much. That one's pretty solid, kind of right there. Sorry, shifted a little bit. That one's pretty solidly not moving that much. So that really cuts down any severe weather out here. If there's anything new here. This did get expanded today, the 10% tornado risk for tomorrow. And the wind risk has also gotten shifted to the north and east a lot more. Also the hail risk. Now a hatched hail risk all the way up into southern Wisconsin. Much of Iowa is now in the hatched hail risk. Even a little sliver of Minnesota. Yeah, the slight risk, I think, has also gotten shifted just a little bit more towards the north and east, too. So we could get some severe storms up in Wisconsin and northern parts of Iowa that have not had severe weather yet this season. See if that dew point changes much as that dry line crosses that area. All right, yeah, staying on blip watch. I'm going to be right here. I'm on the screen, or I'm on the computer here, but I'm just going to eat my dinner that just showed up and continue watching these cameras too. And yeah, we're waiting on storm development essentially. Okay, dinner's going well. It's delicious. I do want to point out some very exciting things happening here on our live stream. This is the one time I'm very confident about taking dinner and not missing anything. But I'm right here anyway. But on our Childress camera, the first blip that we watched pass our camera has fizzled significantly as it's coming up towards the lake view. But guys, we have another blip that down again where we saw the last one approaching Turkey, Texas. This next blip is also looks like appearing on our camera. The camera near Childress kind of looks this way, so well, it could be this one, depending on how. I don't know exactly how much it looks to the north, but okay, it's either this blip or it's probably that blip. There's a secondary blip on radar. That's that blip right there. So we have a live camera confirming that there is a blip in progress. And that would be that one right there. That's also moving to the northeast. Yeah, that first blip has fizzled. Number 1. And this is blip number 2. It looks like there might be a new blip number 3, though. That should also cross this camera perspective. So we may be able to capture 3 consecutive blips from this camera. But in all seriousness, if any of these actually go up, this is a great camera perspective. So, geez, my mouse keeps getting lost today. Why is that? There it goes. The biggest blip that we were watching that actually had some lightning with it is also looking not as great. So, yeah, something here is still not functioning in the atmosphere to get explosive storm development. We do have a new blip north of Childress. That's basically just to the northwest of Hollis to keep our eye on. And then now our biggest blip or biggest thunder shower is still this one that's come up past Shattuck and now through Gage. And it looks like we'll go just west of the Woodward, Oklahoma area. Keep an eye on this one that's actually had, I think, the most consistent amount of lightning with it. So it is actually a thunderstorm versus maybe a thunder shower. This one had maybe 1 or 2 little lightning bolts, but it's fizzled. Otherwise, while we're getting dinner here, I was looking at the biggest storms in the country right now are probably in this area near Punta Gorda, and then just offshore of the Tampa Bay area. There's a marine warning now for this area off of Tampa, and there it goes too. But those are still the strongest storms in the country right now. Across the Florida Peninsula, I do want to check. There were some stronger storms. Not really strong anymore, but there is a line of storms across southern parts of Pennsylvania and then into northeast parts of West Virginia. So keep an eye on those. Maybe some localized flash flooding. And there is more rain ongoing in the Ohio Valley too. So keep an eye on the flash flood threat localized there in the Ohio Valley. I think this is one of the first times we can get the entire tornado watch on screen, and I'm zoomed in pretty far. Obviously, it's possible if I go out to like the national view, but I'm actually zoomed in pretty far and can get this whole tornado watch in the screen. And yeah, there is that blip above me there. Past the one of the most Texas scenes stereotypically that I've seen. There's like an old oil well, and then there's some clouds and convective development, and the view there looks amazing all the way out to the horizon line. But yes, that is blip number 2 crossing our camera perspective. This one is one to watch near Wellington, north of Hollis, right on the Oklahoma-Texas state line, because it is upscaling decently fast. It wasn't much just a few scans ago. It now has at least a decent amount of precip. No lightning yet in that core, but that's one to watch. All right, I'm going to finish up this dinner, get rid of my stuff here, and then we'll continue on. But again, we're kind of on blip watch right now. What I'll do when I come back with dinner, if nothing else is going on, we'll look at the models for tomorrow. We already looked at the outlook when the stream started and went over the outlook. I'll take a look at the models and we can see what they're showing for tomorrow too. Okay. Dinner was good. I even had time to clean up after dinner, so that's great. And still watching here. So we have blip number 2 is crossing our camera perspective now. And then we do have another blip that should be in our camera view pretty quickly there too. So that's blip number 2, and then blip number 3 is back here. We do see that some of these blips are surviving a little more than those original blips. So that may be the signs that this environment is being a little bit more conducive for convective development. So watching these cells here, I guess a fourth, also kind of in this area. Not even thunderstorms yet, but they're showing a little bit of a decent upscaling. One's just north of Childress. And then the other one is not doing as good. It's kind of starting to struggle a little bit. The lightning has come down. And this cell has shrunk in size as it's crossed west of Woodward up towards Fort Supply. So, yeah, it's only 60 degrees up there, so a little bit cooler of an environment, a little less conducive of thunderstorm development, or at least surface-based storms. It could be a little elevated. But it's these ones down here. It's at Childress, basically right near our camera. It is 72 over 60. And that is conducive enough for some severe weather. So, and we're seeing interesting. The last wind there was out of the east, but could just be a brief thing because we are seeing mostly here. These are out of the southeast. So that should be this warm and moist air mass kind of riding up against the dry line. Which should be, yeah, still kind of over the Amarillo area. And we can see that the drier air is also warmer. It's near 80 in Clovis and also Hereford, Texas. But it's also only a 48-degree dew point. And then Clovis, it's only 19 for the dew point. So very dry. It gets very dry quickly towards the New Mexico and Texas border here. And those dry lines are still showing up. The main dry line is this one here that separates upper 40s dew points from single digits to teens. The secondary dry line is just crossing the Amarillo area. That one's had more movement. It's shifted towards the west northwest. This one's kind of stayed pretty much over the same area, but this one has shifted a little bit. 70 over 53 at Amarillo. You can see on the, like visually, you can actually see the clouds are moving pretty quickly to the north from this camera perspective. This is actually a pretty nice camera perspective because this oil derrick here, you can kind of use as a reference point, or the sunset, the setting sun out here. But if you kind of just keep your eye focused here, you can literally see the clouds moving past and behind that shot. We did have a little thunder shower try to go up near Odessa. And actually went special weather statement for it. It briefly looks like had a hail core. Just a little bit there near West Odessa. That is fizzled. So not wind gusts, actually it looks like, and then some small hail. As that's fizzling, that's where there may be some gusty winds in that cell. Are some other storms out there, some loud storms near Santa Ana and Brownwood, Texas. Let's actually we'll go on a little bit of a radar tour since things are fairly quiet at the moment. Dallas got a lot of heavy rain yesterday. Things are okay over you guys right now. May get some more storms into the Dallas-Fort Worth area later tonight. And then areas like, let's see, just looking at Oklahoma and Missouri, a lot of flood warnings for the rivers, but less precip right now. Most of that is south of the Ohio River at the moment. And then there are some pretty good storms into parts of the Appalachians right now. Harrisburg, Chambersburg, down towards Martinsburg and Cumberland, and then back down the Alleghenies. And let's switch perspectives for a second. There are some winter precip readings starting to show. Let's take a look at temperatures. Okay, yeah. So we're starting to get into the areas where the freezing rain and sleet and snow are potentially, as this shield of precip kind of works into the areas here in the Northeast. It's close to freezing, if not some spots below freezing in southern parts of New Hampshire. So keep an eye on that one up towards Vermont to Rutland, Vermont at 31, and areas like Glens Falls, New York, 32. So we could be starting to see some freezing precip take over there into the Northeast. So again, there's winter weather advisories cover this area, upstate New York, now actually down into parts of Northeast Pennsylvania, and then across Connecticut and much of Massachusetts, because temperatures are going to crash a little bit tonight. Freezing rain, sleet, and especially north of Boston, north of the Massachusetts Turnpike, could get in this area kind of 2 to 4 inches of snow. The freezing rain is obviously the biggest issue, and that's going to be I think a travel nightmare tomorrow for rush hour. Otherwise, we're on blip watch, watching several attempts of a storm, and this is actually, I think it looks like the best attempt at one right now. The cell is coming up over that area near Turkey, Texas, and this will, as I said earlier, our camera is kind of looking like this. It is just starting to enter our camera perspective. It's going to be off to the left of our camera over here, just past that telephone pole. Our first blip or second blip has left the screen. That would be like this blip right in here, but this one is the one that's going to be crossing our camera perspective here in the next couple minutes. So looking at that convective development, you can start to see the signs of it going up. Those are storms to watch. Let's see. This was always a little bit of a conditional day to see if we get severe weather. If we do, it has the potential to go fairly big. This one today is kind of a boom or bust day. We're either going to have a really busy stream with potentially some significant severe weather, or it's going to be blip watch for a little bit and then call it a night. Tomorrow is a much more widespread day. There's still some question marks on tomorrow's intensity, but tomorrow we're going to have storms. It just depends if the ones that, the most conditional ones would be the ones that would be, have the highest severe potential in kind of eastern Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, western Arkansas sort of thing. I think especially up towards Kansas City, Emporia, Topeka, and then up kind of in the Missouri Valley, the lower Missouri Valley, I think you're going to have storms up there, pretty much certain. But if we get stuff to fire further south along the dry line, that's where, again, we're watching more of a conditional but potentially potent severe threat. I'm loading up the model to see if much has changed. Okay, let's go back to the model. I kind of promised you guys that a little bit ago. Okay. Don't know why that took a second to load, but there it is. So this is our model HRRR. This was the last longer run of the HRRR, the 18Z run, a little bit ago, a couple hours ago. But it gives us a decent perspective. We can see here what's going on now. 18Z brings some supercells up into this area here, and that would be at 6 p.m. So in this hour is where the HRRR, at least on the 18Z run, says we go from blips to supercells. So we'll see if that verifies. Could get a few storms down there by Midland and Big Spring. And then we watch this whole thing kind of organize. After about 9 or 10 is when, if we do get these storms and supercells to develop, they may kind of congeal into a cluster or a couple clusters. That would extend, especially a wind and hail risk, but also maybe an embedded tornado or two still towards the I-35 corridor. And then those weaken by morning. It's about 6 a.m. here, but what's left of that is kind of crossing Kansas and Missouri border. And then going into tomorrow, we may get a morning batch of storms that kind of reinvigorates. Models have been kind of mixed on showing this or not the last 24 hours or so. Get the draw tool up. But this batch of storms here, models have been kind of mixed on showing not a severe batch of storms, but just a morning batch. Some have placed it kind of over here towards Bentonville, Fayetteville. So somewhere kind of in this area where Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas meet may get a batch of non-severe morning storms. But then it's when we get into the afternoon, and this run starts to get convective development around 1 to 2 p.m. You can see across southern parts of Oklahoma. These would be conditionally an all hazards threat. But also we do have to watch up here, northern and northeast parts of Kansas, and then up into the Missouri Valley. There potentially could be some more storms. Some of those could be elevated hailstorms, but a couple of those could also be supercells, especially into Kansas tomorrow. Yeah, and even that one shows some development back towards Russell, Kansas. But some of this could be an all hazards threat too. But especially I think up here, we're looking at hail and damaging winds. In this area, at least tomorrow afternoon and into the early evening. And then again, anything that develops down here, this could be, so we could have kind of a dual setup. The Storm Prediction Center right now has kind of a whole blob of enhanced risk, but we could have more of a focus point, say from Kansas City and points north, kind of in this area. There's a potential that some places don't get anything, especially in eastern Kansas, and then we could have a secondary all hazards threat tomorrow in kind of that area, especially eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, southwest parts of Missouri. It's by about 5 p.m. And then this particular run kind of upscales more of a wind threat, but also hail threat. Could be some clusters of embedded supercells. And then we also start to see a little bit of convection along the actual cold front. And then kind of a potential here where all hazards could be going on still in this model in that 7 to 9 p.m. kind of hour range. Eventually by about then, about 9 p.m., start to see maybe less of a supercell threat and more of a clusters of storms. but these clusters still could have some embedded all hazards threat as well. But then watching for another kind of blast of severe weather along the cold front. That would work east overnight and into the early morning hours, 1, 2 p.m., 2 a.m. sort of hours. And then kind of continuing to congeal into a line as we get into the 5, 6 a.m. sort of time frame. More of a wind threat if there is any ongoing severe weather. But potentially down here, there could be a little bit more of an all hazards threat, even all night. Again, this is just one model run, but it shows you kind of what the idea is and why things aren't 100% certain yet. Again, I think we're gonna have storms tomorrow. We're gonna have severe storms. I think this area from northeast Kansas and then up towards the Kansas City area, southern and southwestern parts of Iowa, and then southeast parts of Nebraska. That's probably a little more certain that we're going to get some storms in here, and some of those could be severe. These are the little bit more of a question mark, but if they go big. And like today, they have a little bit of an environment where they could stay more discrete, and those would bring an all hazards threat if they stay discrete like that for longer. Could extend down into the Arklatex too. Okay, and then I want to jump to our newest 23Z run of the HRRR and see how it kind of takes these storms. So it's developing storms basically where we're watching right now. And there is that blip. That's the storm. Just west of us here, that's the base. A little bit of a tail cloud. And that is the severe thunderstorm. That is it right there. Let's see. So it takes those up from where we are right now at Childress, Texas, up towards Hollis. Continues to kind of upscale those. This model, this particular run, wants to put more of that storm action into the Oklahoma side of the watch. So we'll keep an eye on that, but you still could get a supercell up here towards Clarendon and Memphis, Texas. And some hailstorms all the way up towards Alva and Woodward. This is by 9 o'clock. And then those lift into Kansas. This particular run is interesting. It doesn't push storms towards the east. It kind of keeps them going north-northeast. So it doesn't push the stronger storms into Oklahoma City like some of the models did earlier. And yeah, we could get an isolated hailstorm too down here, Midland towards Lubbock. Okay. Finally, we have severe weather. And it's the one that's on our screen right now. Quarter size hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. This is for Memphis, Caprock Canyon, Bryce, Lakeview, Plaska. Oh, sorry, that's just the watch until midnight. The warning, let's see, I thought that was listing me stuff right now, but they redid some of the headings there. No, this does say that. Those are the... Okay, that's the time is glitching. Those are the correct locations. Time is glitching. It's until 7:30 p.m. in the central time zone. And this is for Hall and Briscoe counties. And we're watching that here. We're at our camera is positioned at Childress, Texas, and it's looking towards that storm. So we're looking at basically straight ahead of us is this section of the storm right in here. And then we see a little bit of a flanking line starting to form kind of on this side, but not much. But the core of the storm kind of in this area where I'm putting the little X's is also showing on just to the right of this oil well, kind of just straight ahead of the highway, below the sign and to the right of the oil well. That's the core of this storm, right behind my little pause button there. And you can see the base of the storm. And then you got a little bit of a flanking line, and then you can see a little bit of an overshooting top starting to form on this side. Here's the back of the updraft. Yeah, there is a little bit of an anvil developing on the backside. You can see the anvil is really brightly lit by the setting sun. That yellow color and the orange colors there, kind of the feathering out there. That's the anvil. And yeah, the back of the updraft is right about where the oil well is. Just behind the oil well, you can see a pretty sharp column there. That's the updraft. So down here is the updraft base. And yeah, you can see the rain core from about that oil well to just straight ahead of the highway. That is that core of the storm. That I'm circling right here on the radar. Cool. We have live meteorology in progress. Hopefully what everybody came for. But, you know, it is really cool to see it on radar and then also see it on the camera. And yeah, that anvil's starting to flare out. It's a very small storm, has a decent structure to it, nothing tornadic yet. Interesting thing, it's very small scale. This is a very small storm. Lightning starting to show up on it. We might start to see lightning here on our camera, which would be awesome too. But it is a tiny little supercell. It even has a little bit of V-notching. It has a little bit of this rear flank and flanking line. It's very hard to see on the radar, but there's a little bit of a flanking line down here. This is the core of the storm we're watching. And then there is a little bit of another core and possibly a left split. Left splits generally don't produce tornadoes, but they can produce big hail. If it does, the main storm that we're following could sometimes turn a little more towards the right, and the left split could go more towards the north, and again, continue to produce big hail. But it does look like this top of the part of the storm could be left splitting, in which case we get something like that with two storms. Moving northeast at 45. So that's probably right. It's a beautiful little storm, especially with the anvil being accentuated by the setting sun. The updraft is just right beside the highway sign. You can see this pretty straight line in the cloud right in here. That's part of the updraft. And then it starts to fan out up above that. And then there's the flanking line. The core of the storm is basically straight ahead of the highway underneath the sign. I'm not going to leave that too long, but we do have beautiful setting sun. This is out of the Cimarron River crossing on Kansas Highway 27, just south of Liberal, Kansas, on the Kansas and Oklahoma border. Beautiful setting sun there. But yeah, back to our storm. Look at that. It's a storm, and it's on our camera. There are some elevated storms in areas like Arapahoe up towards Tologa in Oklahoma. None of those are severe. And then we're watching some of these other blips, potentially for storm development around Wellington and Hollis, and then up south of Texola. on the Oklahoma Panhandle and or the Texas Panhandle Oklahoma state line. But one severe cell, and it does appear to be like it's left splitting. So there's a bit of a hail core right here. It's funny because it looks like a bigger storm, but this is actually really small. Sometimes we see big supercells left split, but this is only like 13 miles wide. But yeah, it's got a little V notching. It has a little bit of a flanking line, a little bit of a hook. That's where the updraft is. That's looking straight ahead of us. Just right, basically along and up from that sign. The left side of the sign, you can see the updraft. And then you can see the anvil fanning out above and behind it. That's a great storm. It's a great little textbook mini supercell. And that's what it is. It's a mini supercell, which also means that there's a shear environment here going on. So it does have an environment conducive of severe weather. And yeah, we'll see if this little left split can kind of hang on. That would bring potentially some hail to the north. Not a ton of lightning on it, but it'll be interesting to see if we can see any lightning on the camera. We just get a new radar scan and definitely left splitting. Let's get it in the camera there. This part of the storm with some hail is headed off to the north. Well, mainly the storm is headed to the northeast. And yeah, there's a little bit of a shear environment here. You can see the forward flank. And then this is the flanking line. You can barely see it on the radar. But those clouds that are trailing it, this is that area near Caprock Canyon. This is the flanking line. So inflow, it's coming in here. A little bit of an outflow. That creates basically a little convergence zone, and that's why we're getting some flanking line forming. So your updraft is like right in here. And then your hail core and heavy core develops just past that because it's a tilted updraft in a sheared environment. Beautiful little storm. So drawing it up a little bit on the corner of your screen, there's your updraft, and then kind of fans out from there. But then cool air comes down on the forward flank and the hail core. And with the tilted updraft, it keeps the inflow a little bit clean and uncontaminated of that cool air. So once again, severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Caprock Canyon, moving northeast at 45. That is Hall and Briscoe counties in the panhandle of Texas. Also, welcome to Oklahoma. Here's your speeding ticket. Looks like there's a silver vehicle just hanging out right at the Oklahoma state line. Ready to get those Texans that are flying in at 80 miles an hour and people are slamming on the brakes. Oh boy. Yeah, still a beautiful view of that storm. And then Kansas Drive has a awesome sunset view. This is just southwest of Liberal, Kansas. Ooh. Is he going to get someone? He just pulled out pretty fast there. People were slamming on those brakes as they hit the state line of Oklahoma. So we're starting to get the updraft is still on the just kind of on the right side of that highway sign. It's just about there, but we can really see that anvil fanning out. And then we're getting a better look at the forward flank. Still, the core would be straight ahead of the highway as this is crossing our camera position from Drive, Texas. But that's looking from Childress towards the west-northwest. Curious how far we're looking here. About actually looking about 30 miles or so. It's so spacious out here. You can really see a pretty good distance. We do have a couple other stronger storms, those storms that are north of Arapahoe in Oklahoma. Special weather statement for those. Some gusty winds. This one has a little bit of a interesting little area on the southern flank of that one near Butler, Oklahoma. So keep an eye on that cell. A little bit of a cluster there. Some damaging wind if those continue. And this one also has a hail core coming up. If these can kind of organize a little bit, there may be two kind of trying to be little supercells in here. So that's a little bit of a cluster of storms or two supercells we have to watch. But those may be more conducive of making a multi-cell cluster that brings, severe weather and hail and damaging winds would be likely the primary threat there, with maybe an embedded tornado threat. Yeah, that's a bit of a camera no man's land, but keep an eye on these cells coming towards Taloga and Putnam. A little bit of gusty winds, a little bit of rotation. This cell is the more intriguing one coming towards Putnam, and it is going to get the severe warning. Quarter size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. That is for, yeah, the cell located near 8 miles southwest of Putnam, moving northeast at 40. Taloga, Sealing, Putnam, northwestern Canton Lake, UMAC are in that warning polygon. And there it is right there, or sorry, down below me, is the new warning there. Custer and Dewey counties. I do think both of those do have a little bit of a hail core. The one is marginally severe. The northern one, the southern one is the more severe cell. So I agree how they have the warning listed for kind of that lead cell, but you may, like in Taloga, get a strong to marginally severe storm before that severe warn cell technically gets your way. And then we're watching this cell in Texas near Lakeview. And we had a little bit of a left split. The left split doesn't look as healthy as it did a scan or two ago. And then we're still kind of watching this cell. A little bit of a flanking line. We can see that flanking line on our camera position. May even have a storm going up on the flanking line. So see if that can organize. But there, you can see the anvil really spreading out. So it's a small cell, but it goes up a decent amount. Let's take a look at that too. Yeah, not showing up yet too much. Something's going on with that beam height. Let's see. There's a better view of it. Maybe too close. Yeah, that anvil is up at about 43 to 45,000 feet. And then those storms that are to the west, well west of Oklahoma City, but these ones are, let's get a good, they're in that same kind of range, about 45,000 feet. Yeah, beautiful storm. So once again, our newest warning, Oklahoma, Custer, and Dewey counties. Quarter size hail, that's 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then this one was for Hall. That's right again. Briscoe and Hall counties. Or they trimmed Hall. It's now just, oh yeah, it is Hall. Hall and Briscoe counties. Although I think there's only like a sliver of Hall County. It's basically almost all Briscoe County. Hailstorm there crossing the Rio Grande and Valverde County north of Del Rio. Keep an eye on that cell. Could have some pretty punchy hail. Has a special weather statement on it. They have also issued a special weather statement for those storms that are north of Brownwood in central Texas. Again, we could get an isolated severe storm down into other parts of Texas. And yeah, the marginal risk goes all the way down to that area near Del Rio. there is an isolated chance of a hailstorm all the way down there. But the main area of weather that we're really paying attention to is the area with the slight risk that extends up to Emporia, Kansas, and down to about Snyder, Texas. The hatched area for tornadic development with a small area of 10% hatched tornadic development around Altus and Childress. Our wind risk extends all the way up into Kansas. And then this is both of these storms are in the big hail risk with a hatched 30%. And then not done there, we have an enhanced risk tomorrow. A wide area of severe weather possible from all the way north of Madison and Milwaukee, all the way through about 2/3 of Iowa, much of Missouri, and then an enhanced risk from the Red River all the way up to the lower Missouri Valley, St. Joseph, and northern Missouri. Tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, all potentially a factor tomorrow. And then also some more hails potentially down here near Abilene and down towards San Angelo. Tomorrow's a pretty good day for a lot of the country to see some type of convective action. And then from there, not done yet, Saturday, slight risk in Texas and then through the Arklatex into the Mississippi Valley and then also up into parts of the upper Ohio Valley into areas like Pittsburgh, Erie, Buffalo, Cleveland, and down into West Virginia with a wider marginal risk. This looks like more of a late summer or a late spring kind of setup, how we get. We don't generally get a lot of severe weather out along the dry line this early in the season. And we're not done there. If you started the stream with us, I've said it before, you may get a risk day 4 or 5, but those are that would be Sunday and Monday. Those are the days that look the least likely of severe weather. But then day 6 already has a wide area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. So another significant trough ejection could be another significant severe weather maker on Tuesday. And again, we're tracking the threat for severe weather right now. If it goes, it goes. Right now, it's kind of staying marginally severe, but there's a potential for rapid intensification of these storms. Both of them have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They are flagging that left split now with some hail, so that could continue to intensify. Left splits generally don't produce tornadoes, but we're in a favorable environment, so we'll see. But that one, hail core is definitely coming up on that cell. And it's starting to get dark enough where we may see some lightning coming out of this storm. Still beautiful. The anvil is illuminated by the setting sun up on the top side of that. You can see the anvil spreading out. And then let me draw on the side here what we're looking at. So basically our camera position, is kind of seeing all of this. We're seeing, and the anvil is kind of being illuminated. The bottom edge of it is being illuminated by the setting sun. That's why you have the oranges and the kind of the feathered look to it, but that's being illuminated there. And then we have the flanking line clouds, basically from that oil derrick and then to the left. And then the core of the storm, you could see it's still behind this, behind that sign is the updraft, but the updraft and then the core of the storm is to the east of there. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. And that's at like 45,000 feet. Nothing too concerning yet, but the updraft does show a little bit of rotation. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation now showing up in that updraft. It is a severe thunderstorm. It is a mini supercell, so it will have a rotating updraft. It's not particularly punchy right now. We don't see the bright reds and bright greens, but that's the location where we would see a rotating updraft, and that is right on that flanking line. Kind of comes out from there. Oh, we are seeing development on that flanking line too. If these supercells are going to go, I think now and probably the next hour or so is when they're going to do it. Seeing storms come up along the Texas and Oklahoma state line. We'll watch those storms back to the southwest on that flanking line too, towards west of Turkey, south of Silverton. I feel like this area had a big tornado. If you know in the chat, post it, but I feel like I remember talking about Silverton and Turkey maybe a year or two ago. I feel like they had a big tornado out here. I think it stayed away from the town. It may have been up in this canyon area. There's really rugged land up here. That sounds right. And there's not a lot of roads. There's kind of a road like right in here. And a road here to Turkey. And then this road also goes to Turkey. Turkey, Texas right here. Silverton. If I remember right, the tornado was like over here. And chasers couldn't get a good view of it. Because the chasers were all basically confined to this road. And then the road around Silverton. And like that area. So which is like, for a lot of chasers, they want to be closer to that. And this is like 10 or 12 miles away. So yeah, some rotation on this. Not a tornado possible. It's not imminently tornadic, but it is an organizing supercell. Check on our other cells. These are near Taloga and Putnam with mostly a hail and some wind threat. This one has a little broader rotation south of Putnam. And that's where the largest hail would be, is this area west of Putnam. Let me change the color. This area west of Putnam where you see the purple colors, that's indicating the larger hailstorm or the larger hail core. Looks like that's passing just to the west of Putnam. So if you're in this area, let's see, East Road 770, that area is going to get pounded pretty good. And then up towards Taloga, keep an eye on that towards Taloga. And then, oh, there's a lightning. I believe I just saw behind the sign, we had a little in-cloud lightning. But our camera at the Oklahoma state line also just had a lightning flash. This is looking east into Oklahoma at Texola on I-40, looking towards a cell that's going up near Eric in Oklahoma. There's also more storms to the south. I believe I just also saw some lightning flash there. Those are going to be crossing our, yeah, we're getting some lightning flashes on this camera. This little cluster, there's two cells here. They're going to be crossing our camera position in Oklahoma. Those have come up a little bit. They're moving north of Hollis. Yeah, look at that. It just got darker as those cells are closing in. Switched it into night mode. And the last of the setting sun on our Texas camera, and then also a Kansas Drive camera had a really nice sunset. Not much going on up there yet. That's near Liberal, Kansas. Probably too far north and west, but it gives us an idea of the environment. If storms continue, I can move the camera a little bit towards the east and probably eventually will towards the Wichita area. So still a severe thunderstorm warning for another 14 minutes. That's for Hall County, Texas. And then the other one is north central Custer County and I believe it's also Dewey County. Yeah, central Dewey, north central Custer in western Oklahoma. See if we catch any more lightning on this storm before it kind of moves out of our camera perspective. And then we can see down the flanking line, this is the new shower that's going up, or new thunder shower. See, its anvil is not quite as developed as the anvil of the storm that we're mainly watching, but that is the next one down the line kind of thing. But that little flanking line kind of rides out here, and it's, I believe, looking at that storm. This one here. So that is going to be the cloud and cell that's behind the oil well. Still kind of amazing. We're dealing with a fairly localized severe event right now. I can be pretty zoomed in and get the whole tornado watch in the shot. Oh, there's pretty much the best lightning we've seen yet there out of that cell. As it's getting a little darker, we're able to see the lightning more. But I think the lightning has also come up a little bit on that cell. It is severe warned. Looks like the hail cores are coming up on this cell near Texola. A little bit of a radar hole out there. They are going to issue a special weather statement out of Amarillo for some of that gusty winds and penny-sized hail. This is a National Weather Service boundary, the Texas and Oklahoma state line. So we'll see if the Norman office flags those similarly. Not a lot of wind in that yet, but there is a little bit showing. The cell has slowed down a little bit. Still 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Now only moving at 25 towards the Lakeview area, Memphis, and then up towards Clarendon is that left split. Keep an eye on that cell too. And still seeing pretty strong storms, a cluster of stronger storms near Taloga, and then also just north of Putnam with a pretty strong cell, little hail core. Lightning has come up quite a bit in that cell, as that's going to come up towards Taloga. Oh yeah, there's a pretty good flash of lightning there too. And then this is our camera at the Oklahoma state line at Texas, looking east. It's about to get hammered pretty good by this little 2-cell cluster of storms. It's at Texola, looking east. So it's about to get broadsided. It's still dry there, but the lightning has picked up on this camera. And it's actually gotten so dark that it switched into night mode. That's still a beautiful shot with the fading sun. And they are going to similarly flag the special weather statement for these cells coming towards Texola. 40-mile-an-hour wind and almost 1-inch hail, so it's very close to being a severe warned storm. One-inch hail is the hail threshold, so if we get a report out of those, then they would probably flag this. There is a rotation picking up a little bit in this cell, so keeping an eye on this. This is a supercell, quarter-size hail. The hail core has come up just a little bit in this too in the last scan or two, coming towards Lakeview. Yeah, that shows where the updraft is. There is a rotating mesocyclone now, looks like developing, and that's probably indicative of the uptick in lightning that we're also seeing with this cell. And we can also check and see if the echo top has come up. Yeah, so earlier we were pushing about 43,000 feet. Now we're up to 46,000 feet. So this anvil and this storm continues to rise. A lot of lightning. This is a heavily electrical storm south of Tologa. Between Tologa and Putnam, that is a loud storm. And lightning, although it's not technically a severe hazard, a frequent lightning like that, you do want to be inside, away from windows. Make sure you're not in a bathtub or on your landline phone, if anyone has that still. Doing dishes, those sort of things. You want to not be doing that. It's about to rock our camera at Texola. Might do that for now. We can keep an eye on our Texas storm as it kind of drifts away from that camera perspective, but keeping an eye on that flanking line, and then we'll see if we get any good view of this storm that comes across our camera position here. You know, that's a marginally severe storm. It's very close to being severe warned with 40-mile-an-hour winds and almost 1-inch hail. At least nickel-sized hail. It's a pretty good storm near the Olmsted Reservoir north of Del Rio. Keep an eye on that cell. Could have some larger hail too. And then some general non-severe thunderstorms that have been punchy at times in central Texas. Not a lot of wind, nothing really showing up on rotation or hail, but some lightning there and some heavy rains. Those haven't moved a ton. Those are still kind of north of Brownwood, so also some localized flash flooding could be an issue. Still watching kind of that broad area where the mesocyclone is, but the hail core has come up on that cell a little bit. At least the reflectivity has come up. So this is still a strengthening storm. That's basically over Lakeview, Texas right now. Lakeview, Memphis, and then up towards Headley. And then the roads are dry right now, but this camera position is about to get into the rain. And I think we're starting to see the rain. There's also some bugs too, but I think that's starting to be rain. One last view, they're now going into night mode of the Cimarron River at Liberal, Kansas, there at the Kansas and Oklahoma state line. I'll probably switch that camera because that camera's going to get so dark. Now that the sun is set. Still seeing a lot of lightning on the, especially out of the core of that storm. It's basically on the right side of the screen. Watching our Oklahoma camera there. Okay, just as we were talking about this storm, the hail core was coming up, and the rotation is still showing in here. They have rewarned this storm for ping pong ball size hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter hail. This is the largest hail that we've seen today. And so this is becoming a little bit more of a destructive severe thunderstorm. The one that we've been watching for, I don't know, probably like almost an hour? Maybe at least about 30 minutes or so on the camera here out of Childress, Texas. But ping pong ball size hail, and then also tornado possible tag now. So they are noting that same rotation that we've been following for a few minutes now. Yeah, rotation has kind of picked up. Actually, the first area is kind of backed off a little bit, but there's kind of a new, maybe the hint that this is a cyclic supercell, that the original rotation is actually kind of lifted away, and new area of rotation, Farm to Market Road 1041, approaching Lakeview. That area is coming up a little bit. Let me put this into motion. You'll see what I'm saying. See how this first area of rotation kind of lifted to the north and is weakened? The new area here has stayed on the southern flank. That's definitely rain. That's not bugs on the Oklahoma camera there. This is the cell in the Oklahoma camera. To your right, that is the cell that has nickel-sized hail, so it's going to be hard to tell if that's hail or heavy rain. You kind of have to wait for the car lights to see if there's any hail in there. So this is a bigger problem here. Lakeview, Memphis. If you're in this area here in Hall County, you need to get ready to take your tornado. Oh, wow, that has really picked up. That's not fun. Yeah, cars are, it looks like, pulling off the road there. There's probably some hail in that one. That's a nasty storm. That's pretty close to getting a severe warning. I'm pretty sure. I was pretty sure of that a little bit ago, but see the hail and the rain blowing sideways. Let's take a look at those cells right here at Texola. The cell to its south is also a pretty nasty cell. And then let's go up to our cell here near Eric and Taloga, Putnam. That one's just kind of maintaining itself. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail core is just south of Taloga. I'm trying to watch those car lights and see if there's indications of hail. I think you can see a little bit bouncing off the highway when the car lights hit it, right? But could just be also big raindrops. Staying broad, that's a good thing for Lakeview. But this cell is also slowed down a little bit. May also start to get some interference from these cells to the south. We're seeing those kind of go up too. And they are going to warn this storm. $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Severe thunderstorms 3 miles northeast of Texola and 11 miles northwest of Vinson, moving northeast at 35. So that is for those cells. But I'd also say the one that's a couple miles south of Texola is also severe. Just seeing it on the camera, I knew it was a severe warned cell by just looking at it on the camera and looking at how the rain and hail was blowing across the camera perspective. So very nice to see that the warning corresponds with what we're seeing on the cameras. That's why they're so good for us to kind of visually see what's going on. So if you're just joining us, no tornado warnings yet. We haven't had any today. There are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, kind of multiple cells within those, but 1 severe warned cell, tornado possible, and ping pong ball sized hail near Memphis, Texas. The 2 severe cells west of Sayre and near the Texoma area, which is our camera there onto the right. That got pounded pretty good. And then there's 2 cells that are severe near Tologa. One is kind of north of the warning. This is more of a marginally severe cell, but then the one over Tologa is the severe warned cell. Both of these could have quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, though. The Amarillo office is going to warn the storm as it's coming up towards them. This is for Collinsworth and Donnelly counties in the Texas Panhandle. Yeah, the cell right now is being warned out of the Lubbock office. And that rotation we were looking at has come down a little bit. Yeah, so kind of still 3 clusters of storms, 4 warnings. But this one's really for this cell that's going to work into the other warning area. And then, yeah, that cell south of Tologa, and then kind of 2 cells west of Sayre. Despite it getting dark, you can see the anvil in the cell. Let's put this away. Do some live editing there. Let me pull this one up so you can see it a little better. You can see that now the anvil in the light, you can see the anvil of the second storm. That is the storm that's not severe warned right now, but those storms are coming up. This would be near Antelope Flats and South Bryce. That's the anvil of that storm. Our camera there out of Childress is looking towards those storms now. So yeah, our Childress camera looking that way. That's the anvil that you're seeing. And then the other severe warned cells kind of moving off to the right of our screen. And then, yeah, we'll stay with that camera at the state line of Oklahoma and Texas because it's about to get hammered again. Still rain and maybe some small hail over the camera right now, but the next cell I think is even the stronger of the two for $half size hail is coming towards it too. So it may just skirt the camera, but kind of hail core number 1 and then hail core number 2. And Eric, if you got $half size hail a few minutes ago, you're about to get more $half size hail. Yeah, it's still in here, that rotation, but still kind of holding its own near Lakeview, County Road G, County Road H. This is... yeah, still Hall County Road H, and Hall County Road G. That's basically where that area of rotation is. It's still very broad. Coming up towards Eli, it may kind of split the difference between Lakeview, small community there of Lakeview, and then the larger Texas community there of Memphis. This may try and go between the two. It's interesting to note that Amarillo office does not have the tornado possible tag. Actually, there are two different warnings for ping pong ball size hail and a tornado possible, and then just a standard severe thunderstorm warning. It's interesting to see how offices kind of manage the same storm, but two different ways. And I know I've said it before, but you will see there's different flood warnings around, especially in the Ohio Valley. So if you're watching from the Ohio Valley, or if you have friends and family that are out there, definitely turn around, don't drown, and seek higher ground if you need to. I'm not trying to minimize other activity that's going on, but we're really localized for severe weather. Some stronger storms coming into the mid-Atlantic right now. Heavy rain also for southeast Pennsylvania, and then down into the Shenandoah Valley. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as they head towards the DC area. A couple tree down reports, but then earlier that complex of storms dropped a lot of rain. You can see a bunch of flood reports out of southeast parts of Ohio, and then a bunch of flood warnings stretch across the Ohio Valley and into the Ozarks. Tornado watch goes until 12 midnight in the central time zone. No tornado warnings yet. One tornado possible tag near Memphis in Texas. Couple severe cells with $half size hail near Sayre. And then a strong thunderstorm near Taloga. Quarter size hail, maybe $half size up there too. And look for that second cell. We should see the precip pick back up in a couple minutes here on that camera. Taking a look at a couple things off screen, just looking at a couple other radar products they have. Some of the other radar products are kind of corroborating that there could be ping pong ball size hail in that storm just north of Lakeview. And also checking the rotation in that too. There is still rotation in there near that area just to the east of Lakeview. And also checking rotation has come up a little bit. Yeah, there is still rotation in this cell near Tologa too that we got to keep our eye on. But at least quarters, half dollar size hail, I think is also a potential in a couple of those cells there. Or that one cell, but a couple hail cores near Tologa could have up to half dollar size hail based on some of the stuff I'm looking at on my other radar products. But that cell is uptrended as well. They're both upscaling severe thunderstorms. Not a lot of rotation in those cells on the Oklahoma border. Still watching this. It's kind of shifted a little bit towards the east, so it may be trying to make a little bit of a rightward push, which would indicate that it is still a strengthening supercell. Then the hail cores come up on that second cell. If we get any lightning flashes, we'll take a look at it, but that would be the cell that's just straight to the west of this. Oops, sorry, of that camera. So keep an eye on that cell near Childress. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets its own severe warning. Hey, look at that. They've upped this to half dollar size hail, which I was seeing on my other radar product. Yeah, and that confirms that. A couple different hail cores in there, but the one near Tologa and just south of Sealing are the main producers of the larger hail. And yeah, you can see that in the correlation coefficient too. Kind of this blob here correlates with those higher values. It's a nasty storm. If you're out ahead of this, you definitely want to be inside and away from windows. A lot of lightning. Sealing. And then we get into some Cheyenne Valley, Togo, Orion, and Botto. Also Fonda. That's for Dewey and major counties in northwest Oklahoma. It's moving northeast at 30. Yeah, no other communities in that warning polygon that I missed there, so that's a good sign. If this holds together, watch out around Cleo Springs. Cleo Springs is another decently sized community out here in western Oklahoma. Yeah, I would say all these cells that are severe warned right now potentially could have the half dollar sized hail near Memphis, west of Sayre, and then around Tologa. Hall, Roger Mills, Donnelly, and Dewey counties. Still the 4 warnings. And just got a hail report out at the Eric, 9 miles southwest of Eric in Beckham County. Train spotter reported 1-inch hail. There are chasers and spotters out here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more hail reports coming in. And there's some lightning in that cell that's also piquing my interest west of Lakeview now. This cell has come up. Nothing rotating there, but this cell is probably getting close to being severe warned in this area west of Lakeview. You can see the hail cores come up on that one. The biggest hail in this other cell is just west of Memphis, Texas, as well as kind of that broad rotation just southwest of Memphis, Texas. This is where we have our mesocyclone trying to develop. It's very meager right now, but that is definitely a nasty little supercell, a little mini supercell that we've been tracking for quite a while now. Yeah, still seeing that kind of in here just south and west of Memphis, Texas. And Amarillo has re-upped their warning for the ping pong ball sized hail to correlate that with the Lubbock side of the warning. And let's take a look. And there's this cell again. The lightning has come up in that other cell that we're watching out of Childress. And then the precip is starting to fall again on this camera. Let's take a look at it. Actually, it looks like most of the precip is going to miss this camera. This cell is a little bit shifted to the east. The areas around Eric and then up towards Hext. H-E-X-T. Hext. That one has potentially some quarters to $half size hail. As well as this cell near Sweetwater. And then that would have come up towards Cheyenne if that holds together. Again, these are also strong cells near Sealing and Taloga, lifting generally Waynoka, south of Waynoka. Some wind, broad rotation in that cell near Taloga. It's mostly a hail producer right now. And the strongest part of the hail may skip Sealing. It's just in this area, going to the northeast. Sealing may get lucky there. Probably got some hail earlier though with this cell near Waynoka. And that would be going up towards Alva, Oklahoma. So keep an eye on that one. The more severe warned part of the cell is coming towards Cleo Springs. So keep an eye in those two areas. You're not under warning yet, but you do have those severe warned cells to your southwest. Interesting. The rain isn't falling on this camera as much at the Oklahoma position, but the wind has picked up a little bit. And they are going to... Not a ton of action tonight on the... it's not a widespread severe event tonight, but the Weather Service is making me look really nice because I called the $half size hail and then they re-upped the warning for that. And then I just talked about Alva not being in the warning yet, but watch out for it. And they have now added the warning for that cell. Also likely $half size hail coming towards Alva. Make it over towards Cherokee too. And then we're getting a good picture of this because we're towards that radar at Cherokee. moving north at 50 miles an hour. That's the cell south of Winoka. And that is also going to be for eastern Woods and northwestern Alfalfa counties. If you have friends and family in the Oklahoma City metro, this is all far west of the Oklahoma City metro right now. There's a potential severe storms work into the I-35 corridor later this evening, but none of those are threatening the I-35 corridor right now. See some of those winter storm warnings and everything west of Denver. 6 to 14 inches of snow, 40-mile-an-hour winds. And I do want to check, make sure there's no winter storm warnings. This area is getting some wintry precip already. We noted that earlier before the severe weather. It's going to be a rough commute, I think, for the areas around Boston, Hartford, and then southern parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. Getting close to freezing here on northern Massachusetts and then up into Vermont and New Hampshire. So we're starting to see some wintry precip starting to mix in. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, all possible in the Northeast. One inch hail report out of Lakeview, just about a half hour ago by a storm chaser. Not just a storm spotter, but a storm chaser. I was in Hall County. And again, south of Lakeview. Again, these cells west and south of Lakeview are also coming up. A couple hail cores in those. Bit of rotation showing on this cell near Eric. That would be the one just east of our camera position, where we're seeing some wind also on this camera now. And then a couple cells with $half size hail. Rotation is also picking up on this cell that we noted earlier, and it's starting to have more of that look to it. It's starting to kind of hook around a little bit. Keep an eye on it. It's not imminently tornadic, but rotation has definitely picked up on that cell. That one also could have more than $half size hail. In this area right in here, Indian Road, and also just south of Sealing, or southeast of Sealing. And yeah, they're going to warn those cells that are west of Lakeview for quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think that's a good idea. The one core has kind of come down a little bit, but that second cell has come up. And they're very small cells, but they're punchy. If you're in those storms, you're going to know it, even if the storm is brief itself. And we saw that on that camera near the state line earlier with this cell. It didn't last long, but that was a notable, you could tell on camera, that was a severe thunderstorm. I thought I saw that earlier. They added a couple counties into the tornado watch. Those areas around Alfalfa and Wood counties. So that would be Alva, Carmen, Cherokee, and Helena in Oklahoma. The original watch cut off at that county line there. and was all of this area here. So they've added those 2 counties just in case with that, especially with that cell coming up towards that area. I think that's a good idea. And yeah, this one has a mesocyclone that's starting to stay broad. It's still broad, but it is coming up a little bit. We have our radar out of the Cherokee area, so we're looking at inflow winds in this blue and green color, and then outflow winds in that red color. Still broad, but a little bit of rotation in here. And we can see that on the reflectivity, there's a little bit of an inflow notch trying to form. It's still kind of messy, but just a cell to keep our eye on. Otherwise, most of the other cells right now are basically all hail producers. With $half size hail potentially in those ping pongs north of the Memphis area. This one just kind of came through the Memphis area, Memphis, Texas. A little bit bigger community, so we'll see if we get any hail reports, as that hail core looks like it basically came right over that town. "50 to 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some small hail, and that cell coming towards Clarendon. Ping pongs, but still potentially in that cell near Memphis. And then quarter-size hail, quarter to $half size near Antelope Flats. That's for Hall and Briscoe counties again. That little storm that was a special weather statement earlier, Penwell, Texas, has a 1-inch hail report from earlier too. And a lot of non-severe storms, but they've hung out around Punta Gorda, Florida. Broadcast media relayed video of approximately 3 to 6 inches of water on US Highway 41. So keep an eye. It's a localized flash flooding, especially along the western side of the Florida peninsula. Those storms have kind of just hung out there. Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out on the sea breeze front and not making a lot of forward progress. So keep an eye on some localized flash flooding. Also, a couple stronger storms up into areas around Junction City, north of McPherson and Hillsborough, south of Manhattan. These are all elevated storms, but could get some hail out of those. Those are in a marginal risk area, north of where we're expecting any of the big severe weather. The slight risk does cover Wichita up to Emporia, Kansas. Some of the models showed some of these cells eventually clustering and then sliding up that way, so we'll see if that happens. Oh, there is a, you can see the cloud to ground strike lightning there on that Oklahoma transportation camera. It's kind of just on the horizon, like up in this area. Couple different mesoscale discussions, it looks like, are ongoing. Showers, thunderstorms become more numerous. Hourly rainfall amounts could be 2.5 inches, with localized totals up to 4. So some widely isolated flash flooding is a potential with these cells. Tornado watch. This is from a little over an hour ago when we were kind of waiting for those storms to really get going. And they noted that in the mesoscale discussion that the storms were developing but struggling to establish themselves in eastern Texas Panhandle. Capping and some weak synoptic forcing is the main reason. So we were talking about that earlier, that something just wasn't clicking. They were trying to go up, but they just weren't. Guidance and radar observations continues to just suggest a couple of these supercells could become better established over the next couple hours. Still saying potentially up to some large hail 3 inches in diameter, and then the low level jet kicks in, and kind of around this time, around 8 o'clock in the evening. So could be supportive of a tornado threat into the early overnight hours. So it's what we were saying when we came online, that tornado threat was mostly early, and after about 8 or 9, or probably now about 9 or 10, we'll kind of see how that tornado threat goes. We also have a potential for a watch. This would be for northeastern parts of Oklahoma, or north, I don't know what that is, north central parts of Oklahoma, and then up into central Kansas. Potentially about 40% chance of a watch being issued. Large hail, isolated tornado. And yeah, it's mostly watching those northern Oklahoma storms and seeing if they get up into Kansas. So some interesting discussions going on. They are going to warn that storm up by Manhattan, Kansas for small hail, quarter-size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, not a lot of wind on that one. That's at Milford Lake. And also Milford, the town of Milford is right there. Fort Riley up towards Bala, Leonardville, and Tuttle Creek Lake. I don't like leaving them on all the time. I think they cause a distraction, and some people probably get confused by them. So to simplify stuff, I'll just turn those mesoscale discussions off. But essentially, those are kind of like precursors of the watches, or also kind of analyzing ongoing watches and ongoing severe weather, like the mesoscale discussion analyzing the watch that they issued earlier for tornadoes. I haven't had any tornado warnings yet, but as the mesoscale discussion noted, the later development of the severe weather could increase the tornado threat later into the evening a little bit than what the models originally showed. This run is rotating. It's kind of messy. I think it's kind of contaminated a little bit, but there is rotation in here. This would be just north and east of Fonda. Actually, it's going to get a tornado warning. It's a little messy. It's a little cluttered, but I think it's tight enough. I would agree with that one. Tornado warning, and then $half size hail is still potential there. It could have more than $half size hail. One of the radar products I was looking at earlier that noted the upscaling hail before the Weather Service warned it, also showing about 2-inch diameter hail. And on the latest scan, that area has become a little less messy too. Wow. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. A little better. Yeah, let me look at this other product. 580 Road East. That's where their rotation's coming up on right now. And that's going to be lifting off at, take a look at what if they've adjusted the speed at all, 30 miles an hour. So 30 miles an hour. Clio Springs, we talked about Clio Springs earlier. You guys are now in the tornado warning. So you got to go lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This area is not a stranger to tornadoes. So hopefully you have that tornado action plan ready to go. But if you're maybe new to the area, something like that, you want to go to that lowest level into your room. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's your best option. If you don't have a basement, no problem. Just make sure you go to that interior lowest level on the first floor. Typically, it's like maybe a hall closet or a bathroom, something like that, where you're away from windows. Cheyenne, Strong City, up west of Camargo. Pretty rugged terrain there west of Camargo, but that area continues the $50 size hail. Hail core should miss Cheyenne. And then this cell also has $50 between Eric and Sayre. Little bit of rotation in that one. We'll keep an eye on that one. What else do we have going on? Ping pong ball size hail. I just want to check these other cells and we'll get back to the tornado warning. Rotation has come down on that cell. Ping pong ball size hail, though, still potential. I think all these cells in here have quarters to $50 size hail at least. Even the ones that aren't necessarily under the warnings. Looks like the ping pong ball size hailstorm has come down a little bit. But I think generally all those are severe warned cells, essentially. Thank you, National Weather Service. They're making me look real good. Everything I've called, they've literally done in about a minute or two after I've said something. So it's one of those nights. There's not a ton of storms, so I guess we're all looking at the same stuff. But this is why, thank you for the viewers that we have right now. This is why you need to pick cautiously who your online weather person is, because some people are just throwing stuff randomly out there. I know if I'm basically shooting 100% on these calls that are literally getting confirmed by the National Weather Service a minute or two later, I know I'm in the right zone. And then hopefully you guys know that this is a serious broadcast and not just weather infotainment. Even though when it is lighter, we do have fun and stuff here too. The chat's been kind of quiet tonight, but $50 size hail coming towards that Elk City area. They've adjusted the warning polygon for that cell. It's moving a little bit more easterly. Let's get back to our tornado warning here. First, Alva, Oklahoma. Not a big wind threat. Let me look and just double check. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of wind in that cell coming towards Alva, but at least a big hail core. It's probably just southeast of town. Yeah, it might pass just east of town. That's a pretty big hail core coming towards Capron and Byron. And then this cell, this is the cell that was the upscaling supercell that we've tracked for quite a while. Tornado vortex signature on it briefly there. Could have up to 2.5 inch diameter hail. Yeah, it's come up a little bit. It's tightened up. It's a little less messy now, but winds going away from the radar and then towards the radar. So that's your mesocyclone. That's your area there. Inflow notch has cleared out a little bit. It was a messier inflow notch a little bit ago too. But yeah, that's a little better organized than it was. See, when we were seeing it earlier, it didn't have a fully cleared out inflow notch. You can kind of see it starting to develop that hook, but it took a minute or two. And yeah, now it's much better organized. Pretty good hail core. Again, potentially some 2-inch diameter hail in there. And then this is your inflow. Warm, moist air coming in pretty much unimpeded. A little bit of cool air on the rear flank. That helps to kind of surge and funnel the inflow. It has a ton of lightning in it. This has been one of our stronger cells all day for a little while now. So not surprised it has a tornado warning now. And again, that's coming up towards Clio Springs. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Cedar Springs, Dane and Botto are in the tornado warning right now. The area around Botto, it's going to be just about 2 miles to your east. And the very nice thing out here in rural and agriculture Oklahoma is these are basically mile block grids. So it's very easy. I don't have to do a lot of measurement to see how far things are away from each other, just because a lot of things are laid out basically in the square mile grids. So there's Botto. This is 1, 2 miles to the east. And I just can double check that. Yeah, well now it's moved a little bit, but it's now about 3.4 miles to the east. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, that's spot on mile grids. This is actually decently tight now. Yeah, that one is it's a messy CC. That's gonna be hard. There's a lot of hail contamination in here, and it's a pretty tight little hook. It's gonna be hard to see on correlation coefficient. But that one is pretty nasty cell. That's for Woods County. Yeah, I'm getting on my other radar product, I am seeing a tornado vortex signature notice again. So that's the radar telling me that this is a tight area of rotation. We also need to get a dump of hail reports in here, literally and figurative. Lakeview, 1.25 inches. So that verified there, that hail report. And then we did get a 2-inch diameter hail report from that Lakeview area earlier. So that's that cell that's being warned for ping pong ball size hail. Looks like that verified. National Weather Service offices have done really good tonight. That hail in the ping pong ball size hailstorm has come down, I think, a little bit because there's now kind of a cluster of storms. And as I said earlier, they're all severe warned. They're all probably $half size hail kind of range. Maybe a ping pong ball or two. And then very quickly, $half coming towards Strong City, north of Cheyenne. And that'll stay in some very rural country out here. But west of Camargo, if you live west of Camargo, $half size hail. And then coming towards Elk City and Sayre, that's a pretty nasty cell. Little bit of rotation, but nothing imminently tornadic on that one. Sayre over to Elk City. Make sure you're away from windows there. And then, yeah, this is a really messy little hook in here, but it's at Danefield Road and East 540 Road. Coming up towards 530 Road and then 520, 510. Waiting on another scan. This could be on the ground. There is a deeper CC value in here at 540 Road. It could be some hail that got tossed into this little hook from the RFD. That can sometimes happen. Sometimes hail can get tossed in here. But it's a really messy velocity scan, but let me look at storm relative, see if that clears it up a little bit. I think right in here at 540 Road, we have winds going towards the radar pretty good, decently going away from the radar. Now it's not showing the CC drop as much, but we had a really significant drop of CC there for a minute. Wouldn't be surprised if that's on the ground. That's at Danefield Road and East 540. Yeah, it was tighter, just the last scan behind it. It loosened up just on this latest scan. But right in here, that correlates to this really low CC value. So low correlation. I think it might have touched down right in there at 540 Road and Danefield Road. That's for Major and Woods counties. Clio Springs, you need to be in your safe spot. North and west of Fairview, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe spot. And Fairview, if I was in Fairview, I'd be ready to go just in case this, know where your safe spot is. Here's Fairview. The warning polygon is about a mile or two to the west of Fairview. So if I zoom in, this is basically the community of Fairview. And then 1 mile and 2 miles. So yeah, it's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles to your north and west. It's close enough. If I lived in Fairview, I'd be ready to go if I needed to, because this thing has been tracking to the northeast, but if it continues to strengthen, these can sometimes pull towards the east a little bit. If it makes more of an eastern push, it gets Fairview into it a little more. Got another scan, so let's take a look at this again. It's very close. I don't know if it's on the ground anymore. There's a lot of hail contamination in this. But if it is, it's in here, right here at 520 Road. Still just a radar indicator. I think we saw a touchdown there. Pretty confident we saw a touchdown there, at least briefly. They've extended up towards Medicine Lodge, ping pong ball size hail. This is a precursor. This is a new Dodge City office. So the state line here, just in case this, and it's being warned for quarters. It's probably got $half size. I think it's kind of between those two, ping pong and quarter size hail. Kiowa, Hazleton, Sharon, east of Medicine Lodge. Keep an eye on that cell. Just quarters north of Manhattan. That's not doing much there. And then back here, $half size hail. Near Sayre, $half size hail coming towards Elk City. And then north of Strong City, west of Camargo. And just got a hail report in there confirming that. Train spotter in Rogers Mills County. Actually more than $half size. Almost 2-inch diameter hail just north and west of Strong City. We also have considerable threat for golf ball sized hail in the cell near Wellington. This is that cell that was warned for ping pongs earlier. Good news is the wind has come down a little bit. These are not 70 or 80 mile an hour wind makers, at least right now. They're mostly just large hailstorms right now. Wind-driven hail can do damage very similar to a tornado. So right now, if it's just falling straight down, it's going to bash some cars up, do some roof damage. But roofs can take a little more sometimes than siding. If it's wind-driven and then being blown, 80 mile an hour sideways, that's where it can shred sidings apart, break windows, and get some really extensive damage that sometimes looks like tornado damage, but tornado damage is a little more scattered and chaotic. This one, if you basically just have a side of the house and it just gets, pelted with hail, it just looks like the one side of the house might be shredded apart. There's a couple examples of that a few years ago in North Carolina, I think it was, that had a really big hailstorm with wind-driven baseball-sized hail. And it looks like basically how you would think that looks. It looks like baseball pitchers just stood beside a house and threw baseballs at it. I think this is still potentially on the ground in here. There's this little stinger and this little ball, and that's where the tightest circulation is, and there's still a correlation coefficient value that's low correlated. These blue colors indicate the low correlated values. It can be really hard to pick out. Some of the blue color shows up as clear air, so this is all clear air down here. So if you're looking at this radar thinking, what is he looking at? It's all of this. This is clear air. Clear air wraps around this hook a little bit, so that's clear air. And then these speckled blues, greens is low correlated values. This is all the hail core in here. But where that little stinger is, there should be a precip. It should look like this area, kind of purpley color, but it doesn't. It has this blue color in it. So there's a low correlated value in there, and it's right there where there should be precip, or at least showing on the radar product as precip. And it's been a couple times it's been lower, and then it's kind of, see, like now it's not quite as for certain, but it may be in here, right in here at County Road 510 and north to 2450. And it's nighttime, so it's harder to see these. Basically, the spotter would have to just try and see it in the light. Very well could be on the ground. At least if it's not on the ground right now, it could be intermittently on the ground. I'm going to see here if we have a... This is camera no man's land, unfortunately, up by Fairview. But it's coming up towards Orienta, is at the 412 and 60. So this is Highway 60 north of Fairview. And then 412 comes in here from Cheyenne Valley. So anywhere along there from Cheyenne Valley, Orienta, Clio Springs. Those are the communities that are next in line in Major County, Oklahoma. And the warning goes out a little bit to Woods County as well. That's north of Clio Springs. Yeah, there's the river in here. This is Woods County, or part of Woods County is under the warning, so it'd be far southeastern Woods County, and then this is all Major County in here. Hard to write with the cursor thing. But yeah, that's your county block. This is a big, messy, windy mesocyclone around this too. A little more than I would expect. May have lifted again. I'm not seeing those deeper correlation coefficients losses in here. So this may have lifted back up. It almost looks like this occluded a little bit. There may be a new meso. It's going to try and refocus here. I think it's probably the most, yeah, it's definitely the most organized supercell we've had yet. Even though this one has considerable threat for the golf ball size hail. $50. I'm just checking the hail, making sure we're not missing anything big. Couple stronger storms up by Kansas to watch too. Yeah, taking a look at my cameras, making sure they're all good. 1 tornado warning, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple of those are in Kansas, and then the rest are in Oklahoma and Texas. Just making sure we're not missing anything here at about 8:30, close to 8:30 at night in the central time zone. Oh, see a little bit on the horizon when that lightning showed up. You could see a little bit of a shelf, kind of the reverse shelf cloud, the base of that storm over here near Sayre. This is our most impressive supercell here so far of the day. A little bit of a thunder shower gone up to the east of Fairview. That's actually going to get pulled into the mesocyclone Probably not big enough to disrupt it too much. If there's a tornado, it's going to be tucked in here. Ooh, that could be on the ground again. A little lower CC value. East 500 road and 2460 road. Could be on the ground again. I'm surprised we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes out of this. I think it's dropped at least twice intermittently. If it's not on the ground, it's very close to being on the ground again. It has a really pronounced inflow notch. It's a little large right now, but what it's going to do is likely cycle. Rear flank downdraft is going to refocus back around, tighten up the inflow region just a little bit. So right now it's a little bit of a shear line. But as that tries to wrap a little bit, that rear flank, that'll tighten up the circulation right in this area here on the interface between the rear flank that comes out like this. And then essentially that's your inflow region. And that'll tighten back up. And it's actually doing that while we're talking on radar. You can see here this inflow region kind of funnels in a little bit tighter now. We're getting more of a club, more of that kind of stinger hook again. And that's could be on the ground. It's hard to say. Still a little CC lowering in here. That could just be some hail or something else in here. It's a windy mezzo, so there could be some twigs and stuff. I can't say that's on the ground right now, but that's the area we'd be looking at. Now that's even better organized. If that starts to drop in correlation value, then it's really a better look if to be able to radar confirm it. Earlier was a little messy to be able to radar confirm, and it was only one scan at a time, and then it looked a little less or a little more correlated, and then it would kind of lower correlation value again a scan or two later. So I don't think it's been a long track, but I think it's probably been intermittently on a couple times there, may have briefly touched down. However, this could be getting better organized to produce a stronger and maybe longer lived tornado just by the look of everything on the reflectivity and the velocity. And yeah, the hail is starting to it's starting to get the hail away from the core of the storm and the updraft. This is what we were talking about earlier, where the updraft now is really isolated from the hail. The hail core, the rain-cooled air is out here on the forward flank and all out here. This is all warm, uncontaminated inflow. And that's what this supercell needs, is the warm, uncontaminated inflow. A little bit of that rear flank to help funnel it. That's very close to producing a tornado if it's not already. And next scan, sometimes we start to see the reflectivity and the velocity before we get because it needs to get the debris up to the height of the radar. I would guess maybe the next scan or two, we start to see that correlation value drop, because that is a classic supercell look. Forward flank fanning out, big hail in here towards Clio Springs, and a stinger of a hook echo, just probably, let's see, about 5 miles west of Fairview. Again, Fairview, not in the tornado warning, but if you live west and north of town, you got to be in your safe spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, about 5 miles west of Fairview and about 2 miles north. So about 6 miles northwest of Fairview. That might be the most impressive, at least on radar looking supercell that we've had yet this year. That's the kind of supercell that is. Wow. That one may be very close to producing again. I'm surprised we're not seeing that correlation coefficient lowering. If you know anyone in this area, Woods and Major County in Oklahoma. Yeah, if you know anyone out ahead of this storm around Clio Springs, even up towards Aleen, and I'd watch the storm if I was out in Helena. This is a nasty storm. The good news is it has a really tight stinger on this reflectivity. On the velocity, it's actually broadened to just a little bit. So that's one good thing. It may tighten back up though, and if it does tighten back up, it's going to produce a tornado. And the other bad thing, it's coming towards Orienta. Come on, drawing tool. Orienta's here. Clio Springs and West Clio. You guys are basically center line for this. So tornado safe space now, if you haven't already. Woods and Major County in Oklahoma. And this was at still just a radar indicated. Golf ball size hail is also possible with this storm. It's moving northeast at 25. And yeah, they're talking about it here. People near and west of Orienta should take cover now with an exclamation point. We were warning those communities a little bit ago, but let me just put this out at about, actually, I'm going to do 30. It was at 30 earlier, or 35 earlier. And I just want to give people as much time as they can. I put it out for the Hook Echo. All right, let's just redraw this real quick. About 15 minutes to Clio Springs. So Clio Springs about 15 minutes. West Clio 14. 10 minutes to Orienta. Orienta, you need to be in your safe space right now. Tornado shelter, basement are your best options. If you don't have a basement or a storm shelter, get to that lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab a blanket, pillows. If you have a mattress, get in that. Bathroom is a really great option, especially if the bathroom is interior and doesn't have windows. Get in the bathtub, lay down in the bathtub, put a blanket, pillows, or a mattress over you, and it's time to ride it out there in Orienta. If you live in a mobile home out here, you need to get to a sturdy, permanent structure. Mobile homes are not safe for any tornado. Even the lowest EF0 tornadoes have fatally harmed people in mobile homes. So, yeah, mobile home, you're not safe in any tornado. North and west at Clio Springs, you got golf ball size hail that's going to be coming up towards Aleen and Helena. I want to double check. We've also had a severe thunderstorm watch issued for Kansas, for parts of south central Kansas, including the Wichita metro. Strong, marginally severe storms in north central Kansas. These are mostly just isolated hail producers. And then our big boy storms are down here. That storm near Leedy is fading. That's a good sign. Still $0.50 near Elk City. I do want to check these other storms because there's in tornadic environments. Still a little bit of rotation, but that cell has kind of maintained itself near Elk City. And then ping pong ball sized hail has been reported several times in these cells near Wellington and down towards Headley and Memphis and Lakeview. Still kind of ongoing. Cluster these cells. A little bit of rotation in the cell near Headley. And a little bit in the cell north of Wellington, but they're behaving themselves for now. The Headley one may have been kind of taken over this cluster a little bit. This looks like the most healthy storm in this cluster of 3 hail-producing storms. So keep an eye on those. A couple other storms, but non-severe. So right now, this is kind of our the main focus here. I'm going to continue to focus in on. But if you're under a severe warning in any of these other areas, definitely take your be in a sturdy structure. I am looking at this camera. You may be able to see in the corner, pretty good shelf and a little bit of a lowering where there is that circulation I can see from this Thayer storm. As there is a little bit of a lowering in circulation in that. It's north of Sayre. So keep an eye on that we see on radar, but I can also see it literally on the camera. So keep an eye on that lowering as well. And good news, I guess good and bad news, the lightning has come up in that cell. It is likely a strengthening cell with the amount of lightning that's coming up in. And it's in a similar environment as the Fairview cell that's gone pretty much into beast mode. So yeah, that is like a textbook supercell. Like if you pull up a supercell on a search, that is like a textbook supercell. Forward flank, fanning out this way. It's actually probably visible. It probably has a rain-free base down in here. It's decoupled itself from the hail core that's up in this area. It's got a really wide forward flank fanning out. Maybe a little bit of a left split trying to pull away this cell here. Could produce large hail. And then this hook echo comes all the way around, channeling the inflow with the RFD on the backside. Fairview may get some of that RFD, so you may get some damaging winds down by Fairview, and especially just north of Fairview. They're going to extend out the tornado warning through some of those communities that we just mentioned earlier. Aline, I think I'm saying that right, or A-Line, and then Helena and Goltree. Yeah, Goltree. Those are all in Oklahoma there. So anywhere up there, what else? McWillie and Aline or A-Line, you're going to get the big hail first, and then you're going to get the tornadic part of the storm. And what I want to do again is kind of draw out basically from the leading edge of the tornadic part of the storm. So continuing off to the north and west, or north and east, Orienta, it's down to about 5 minutes or less. Clio Springs, 10 minutes. As well as West Clio, about 9 to 10 minutes. Carwile, about half hour. And then if it does hold together, McWillie and Helena, about 30 to 35 minutes. That's a bigger community out here. Lightning has also come up a little bit. I can see, not that one. And not that one. In our cells here in Texas, I can still see the lightning on those cells. Those areas there, Goltree, Helena, and Aline or Aline are on Oklahoma 45. That's McWillie is in there. And then Oklahoma 8 goes down to Clio Springs. So for anywhere in there, this is Oklahoma 8, Highway 8. This is Highway 45, Oklahoma Highway 45, and then east of Cleo Springs and kind of across that Orienta area. This is US Highway 412. If you live anywhere in those areas, you need to go to your tornado safe space. And if you know someone that lives in those areas, I would also give them a call or text, let them know about this tornadic supercell coming their way. They're going to hear it. I mean, because there's a lot of lightning with this, they're going to hear the thunderstorm, but let them know there's a tornado producing severe thunderstorm closing in on their location. Maybe easier to see what I was talking about earlier if I draw this out a little bit. There's your mesocyclone rotation right in here. And then that's the area we'd be looking for a deep correlation drop. Not seeing any. There could be, but it's hard to tell. There is a little deeper drop now. This is all basically clear air contamination. And then down to the south. However, I'm interested in this newest scan, came in at a little bit lower correlation value again. And it may be lower because there's just not a lot of rain in this hook right now. It's hard to say. Could be something on there. It could just be that it is clear air. But East 440 Road coming up to 2530 Road. This is going to be, let's see, about 1, 2, 3, about 5 miles or so southwest of Cleo Springs. Yeah, about 4.6 miles south of Cleo Springs. It's closing in on you now. Ooh, I like the new little updates. Little updates are great. The little... Ooh. It also tells me here, it tells me 4.7 miles. Also the degree, 236 degrees. And then, yeah, it also tells it up here, 4.7 miles, 236 degrees. So that's cool. That's the only tornadic producing a supercell going on at the moment. Again, I'm watching a couple of these other cells too. They're all in the tornado watch right now. They've also extended the ping pong ball size hail through Roger Mills, Custer, and Beckham counties in western Oklahoma. That is ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. That's the cell by Elk City. Also one with a little bit of broad rotation. I'm watching that cell very closely as it's coming up towards Butler, Hammond, and areas south of Putnam. Putnam area got hit pretty hard earlier. That Putnam Taloga, that was the start of this supercell. So some of this area, Putnam Taloga ceiling, may have gotten hail earlier, and you may be in line for another hail producing thunderstorm in a little while. Elsewhere, light to moderate freezing rain is expected and starting in the Northeast. So keeping an eye on some of that wintry weather. And then a new severe thunderstorm watch. We can kind of cover both of those. Very small watch area, but basically south central Kansas. This goes until 4 a.m. So areas around the Wichita, it's going to be an overnight severe threat for you. Hutchinson, Newton, El Dorado, Kingman, Wellington, Winfield, and the Wichita metro, as well as down towards Anthony and just east of Medicine Lodge. Those are the communities that are affected by this watch area. again, till 4 a.m. Friday morning. The primary threats: scattered large hail, isolated very large hail. Some of that could be 2 inches in diameter are likely. Scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour are likely, and a tornado or two. So this tornadic environment does extend up into the Wichita area. Not quite as prominently, but a tornado or two could still be on the table with those cells right there. Wow. We're seeing quite a bit at night. Actually, it's a little busier than I expected it to be, and maybe slightly busier than some of the models indicated. But we do have at least, I think, decent model verification. I'm watching this little supercell kind of in here with this cluster of storms. It's like the lead cell that was our first severe warned storm of the day. That one is decreasing in intensity. It's down to quarter size hail. I don't even think it has 60 mile an hour wind. Let's see. Lightning has come up in we're still watching the lightning out of that Sayre area. But this cell here, $half size hail, this could organize into another supercell. It already is a supercell, but the rotation is broad, but there is some in here near McKnight in Texas. So keep an eye on this one, County Road U, coming towards County Road S and towards Quail. Just keep an eye on this one. It's kind of two storms, but there's basically a little supercell and then this cell to the south. Let's see if it can kind of organize a little more. It's going to have a little bit of a tough time with those cells kind of all around each other, but if it can organize and kind of locate and centralize, that storm has potential too. This thing right now, still radar indicated tornado warning. It's staying a little bit broad and messy right now. Let me look at our quad radar. Could have over 2-inch diameter hail. It's being warned for ping pongs. It may have more than ping pongs in it. Just by the look of it, especially coming towards this area south of A-line. A pretty good hail core right in here, but especially in here, County Road, East 380 Road. That is some big hail right in there. And I'm seeing it on correlation coefficient and a couple of our other radar products on my other product. So yeah, there could be some really big hail right in here. That's going to generally lift towards Helena, so be very cautious of that one. Very broad but strong mesocyclone. We have winds going towards the radar, winds coming away from the radar here. Again, it's kind of broad and messy at the moment right now. It's, I think, trying to reorganize. It's actually occluding a little bit. It's getting pulled. You can see if I put this into motion again, this little hook is getting pulled back up into the storm. Yeah. It was kind of tracking along like this, and then it's actually pulled just a little bit more northerly, which may spare Clio Springs. It's too close to call. Clio Springs, and especially West Clio, you need to be in your safe spot. Not just from the tornadic part of the storm, but this is some really gusty winds in here. Yeah, there could be in this mesocyclone some 80, 90 mile an hour winds, regardless of a tornado. There's some 80 mile an hour outbound winds and inbound winds. If it's not on the ground, this is a beefy mesocyclone. And what it'll try and do is a cyclic supercell. As this gets occluded into this parent storm, eventually this mesocyclone will weaken. But generally what happens is the RFD kind of wraps back around, pulls a little of this back down towards it, towards the southern flanking line, and then kind of a new area will focus in. And yeah, it's lifting, it's occluding to the north a little bit. So as this sweeps away, what'll happen is a new area will kind of focus out. And generally, this first area kind of pull towards the north. Generally, the new area would localize further south and east in a traditional moving supercell like this. So somewhere generally kind of between Clio Springs and Helena, that would be where that new area would localize if it does. This is still a nasty supercell though. And still could be intermittently on the ground. There are some few lower values in here. There could also be just some twigs and debris getting kicked up by that 70, 80 mile an hour wind around the mesocyclone. The other thing is we're closing in on the radar site, so we're getting actually a really good view of this. We're about 30 miles away from the radar site, but it's pretty good terrain out here to get the beam out that way. This may try and tighten up before it occludes fully too. So keep an eye on this just north of Clio Springs, maybe a mile to 2 miles north of Clio Springs, 400 road and 2560 road. That's going to lift up towards 390 road, 380 road. And keep an eye on this too if you're in that A line. Oh yeah, it's trying to tighten back up. Just north of Clio Springs. You really need to be in your safe spot if you're in that Clio Springs area. Orienta still in the warning, but this is just past you guys. Still stay in your safe place a few more minutes. Let this thing get by you. It looks like it might have passed Orienta by maybe a mile or so. Here's the little community of Orienta. And then, so that's 1 mile, 2 miles. Yeah, it was about a mile and a half away as it passed just to the north and west of Orienta. And it may have luckily just did the same at Clio Springs, but probably even closer. West Clio would have been underneath this mesocyclone. Yeah, West Clio. Luckily, I don't think it was on the ground, but very close to being. Still some damaging winds likely through Clio Springs. Still seeing some 70, 80 mile an hour winds in that hook there. Ping pong ball size hail potentially there coming up towards Hammond, Butler, Foss Reservoir, and areas south of Leedy. Keeping an eye on those cells. And then also, yeah, this cell is starting to kind of focus in a little bit. This is that cell near McKnight. Keeping an eye on rotation, picking up near McKnight, coming towards Quail, Texas. Actually, both of those cells have some rotation on this north of Memphis, Texas. Keep an eye on those if you're in the Wellington area. Beyond that, golf ball size hail, considerable threat for those kind of cluster of cells right there. Well, this is picked up. If you've been following since we started the stream, thank you. It was a little bit quiet there for a little while, but still a fairly small area, fairly localized area of severe weather today. But the models did kind of indicate and were fairly consistent on showing that if the storms developed, there would be a chance at some beefy ones. And I think we are seeing that kind of 3 clusters of supercells right now One's not even a cluster, it's just a supercell. And then the other one is kind of just on its own now too. And then the cluster of storms back here. So we'll see what happens. The models had these kind of congealing into more of a multi-cell cluster and then advancing eastward with more of a wind and hail threat. If they stay separate, they do have a chance at more of an all hazards threat. There are some strong to severe thunderstorms around Manhattan and up towards closing in on the Topeka area. A $0.5 size hail near Wamego, Kansas, St. Mary's, Bellevue, and Emmett. Some of these cells could produce quarters to $0.5 size hail. And then this is one of those left splits, I believe it was. This left split is a hail producing left split, as they tend to be. $0.5 size hail, Zenda and Kingman in Kansas. That is Kingman County. And then right now, this warning didn't really materialize. There's not $0.5 size hail coming towards Burlington right now. This is all kind of on the southern side of this warning. And this may be close to producing again. Ooh. Very close to producing again, I think. East 380 Road. That's the county line. Car Willie. And County Line Road here at East 380 Road. That's going to go off into Woods County, I believe. Or Alfalfa County, sorry. So Alfalfa County, you guys are up next. Ping pong ball size hail. Potentially a little larger than that. And then the tornadic potential down here at East 380 Road, right on the county line. Showing a decently clear CC right now, though, so I don't believe it's on the ground yet or right now. I do feel pretty good at confidence that we did have some intermittent touchdowns. A couple of them, not that long, but very briefly. It's like something like that, kind of north and west of Fairview. When that CC dropped pretty clearly for just a scan or so. This cell has come up a little bit around Ringwood, a little small hail. That'll eventually get incorporated into this larger supercell, but so at its current track, and I'm kind of giving it a broad track and drawing it out around that mesocyclone. Helena about 20 minutes, and then Jet about 38 minutes. That's to the tornadic part of the storm. Before that, you're going to get a lot of hail, and that's coming into a much wider area. In about 5 to 6 minutes for Helena, you may get into some of that larger hail, and about 23 minutes to Jet. So yeah, it's going to hammer a lot of people, which is always the problem with a supercell like this. The tornado that we've been focusing in on, if there is a tornado, is in this mile or two little mesocyclone down in this area. The hail core is in this area. All that purple color that you see is hail, and some of that is sizable, significant hail. So the square mileage that's impacted by this hailstorm is, yeah, it's like 9 miles. It's about 9 miles in diameter and or long, and it's roughly about 3.5 miles wide. So It's a pretty beefy hail core, where this little mesocyclone is only like 1.5 miles wide. So, and that's not even the tornado. That's just the mesocyclone that we can see on the reflectivity, the little ball feature. If there's a tornado, it's even smaller in this little area. I don't think it is right now. Yeah, here we're getting a clear look at this little hook. This is all clear air in here. And here's the little stinger. This is clear air out here. So if there was a tornado, we'd be looking in this area to see if there was a correlation coefficient drop, and we're not seeing that drop in correlation values right now. I'm decently confident now that it's not on the ground, but that being a clearer picture that it's not on the ground is also, again, kind of making me really pretty confident that we had at least a few intermittent touchdowns. This is all well north and west still of the Oklahoma City metro. If you're new to the area and wondering what's going on, this is about 90 miles north and west of Oklahoma City. So not any concern for the Oklahoma City metro, at least right now. The other big storm that we're watching out towards Cheyenne and Elk City is also over 100 miles away. So yeah, in Oklahoma City, you're okay right now. Still in camera no man's land out here near Helena. But that is a rapidly rotating mesocyclone. You can see winds going away from the radar, winds going towards the radar. And yeah, the interface between those is right there. Wow. Nasty supercell. We'll see what happens. This cell has upscaled the cell north of Ringwood. It's going to get pulled into the parent supercell. That may temporarily break up the strong mesocyclone. The other thing it can sometimes do is enhance the mesocyclone. So we may get a tornado out of this, depending on how the entry of this little cell coming into the picture happens. Let's see here. Yeah, it's kind of riding to the and they're somewhat kind of parallel to each other, but it's closing in on it. This one's moving pretty steady north and east. This one's moving a little bit more north, northeast. So they're going to catch, it's going to catch it, but this has a hail core of its own now too. It's probably marginally severe on its own. Tennis ball size hail and a tornado warning now for the storm to the south. This is out of Amarillo. And this is that area around Memphis, 7 miles north of Memphis, moving northeast at 25. Hazard is multiple tornadoes and tennis ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation. Quail is the only noted area. And this is for Collingsworth and Donnelly counties. And if I remember right, I believe it's because, yeah, there's actually a couple areas of rotation in here. There's one up here. There's kind of one right in here. Not particularly, this one's a little tighter near County Road R and the Quail area. And then this one's a little bit more broad at County Road 40. And yeah, considerable threat for tennis ball size hail. So that is a nasty cell. There's also 2 pockets of bigger hail in here. The one approaching Quail and then the other one near Marilla. in Texas. Those are really nasty cells. I like our Childress cam, but let's see if there's any camera up towards that way. All right, this is a little bit north. This is where are we? We're at 287. I think around the Clarendon area. Or Headley. Yeah, we're between Clarendon and Headley. We're like right in this area here. So we're looking towards those tornado warned storms. Now an observed tornado. I like how we've been following that tornadic storm in Oklahoma for like over an hour. And I thought it was on the ground. And then all of a sudden these have gone tornado warned. And now there's one on the ground right away. Damaging tornado, storm chaser, video confirmed tornado. Ooh. And tennis ball size hail, confirmed tornado located near Quail or 13 miles northwest of Wellington, moving northeast at 30. So this is a observed tornado. Storm chasers found it, and it's storm chaser confirmed tornado out of, where was this again? This is Collinsworth County. And it's this area right in here, County Road R and County Road Q. And that's likely going to be the tornado right in here. Well, it may have lifted, but either way, it's in this area just north of Quail, north and west of Quail. County Road Q, County Road R. Still watching the broader circulation to the south. These were other cells we talked about watching earlier, but yeah, circulation is going to be in there, moving north and east. Should be north of Wellington, but Wellington, keep an eye on that storm to your south. And this was also 30, right? Yeah. Look at that. Consistent with the other cell. Here is this circulation at 30. I don't think we're going to get too many communities out here. Samnerwood, Marilla, Lawley, or Ludi, and Aberdeen all need to be in your tornado safe space. North of Wellington. Also in that area near Quail. So 3 tornado warned storms. This one is also a considerable threat for golf ball size hail. Let's go back to this cell. Ooh, it's a little messy again. And yeah, this is starting to get interrupted by that cell that's coming into, we're having a cell merger here. So we'll see how this hangs on. But right now, that's good news for the tornadic circulation. It's broader, but still pretty strong. If it's in here, it's going to be near McWillie or just south of McWillie. And I don't think it's on the ground. We can see the hail core. It's pretty extensive hail core. Covering that whole area is extensive hail. And that's lifted across McWillie and Helena. There's also now pretty good hail core in that cell that's merging in near Goldtree. So both of those are severe hail cores. And yeah, this mesocyclone is fully occluded right now. It's not fully yet, but it's still kind of tucked up in here. I want to watch for this area to kind of pull back out on the rear flank and see if it can start to focus a new area. If it does, it'd be probably south of Helena coming up towards you guys. So keeping an eye on that one. Ooh, you know how I said sometimes a cell merger can do weird things, and sometimes it might have a one last spin before it kind of gets have to be replaced. This may be really close to producing a tornado too, just south of McWillie, about a mile south of McWillie. I don't know why that road doesn't have a name on it, but East 343 Road and McWillie Road. East 343 and McWillie Road, and then it's going to be at 260 or 2620 Road. That is likely a tornado or very close to it if it isn't producing already. I don't see anything on the CC, but that has quickly tightened back up just south of McWillie. And again, we're seeing, let's see, 64, and seeing like 100-mile-an-hour gate to gate right there. Watch in the next scan and see if that correlation coefficient drops. The lightning you're seeing is from the Texas storms, and that correlation coefficient just dropped big, didn't it? That's a tornado likely on the ground right here at, again, 2620 Road, just south and east of McWillie. This is your tornadic circulation right here. It's not super deep correlation value, but that is a tornado on the ground. That is a tight tornado vortex signature. Yep, on radar, tornado vortex signature there. These are winds going towards the radar. These are winds going away from the radar. They're very pronounced, touching each other here. And it's a very tight, small area. And that correlates with this lower CC value that we just didn't have in the last scan. So that is a tornado in progress just south and east of McWillie, Oklahoma. It's going to be coming up towards Helena and approaching areas like 30 or 0320 Road, 0310 Road, just west and south of Helena. That is tornado on the ground. And I can see that there's no hail in this part of the storm. This is the mesocyclone, and the hail is all very organized away from this. It's a little V-notch too. Hail down here also by Goldtree, so keep an eye on that. Goldtree getting hit with some hail, but that is a tight signature. We'll see if it drops again on the next scan. Want to go back to the other tornado storms. Considerable threat, tennis ball size hail coming towards Shamrock, Texola. Oh, that's coming towards our camera again too. And then observed tornado with tennis ball size hail. This was a storm chaser reported tornado. And there's a couple different circulations it's being warned for. There's a circulation now south and west of Quail. I don't see anything there that's indicating a big hail core just north of Quail. And then the other circulation looks a little broader now. It'd be in here near Marilla or just east of Marilla. Yeah, on or just east of Marilla. And still being warned as observed, but I want to check the tag on it right now. 9:45 at 9:07, it was confirmed located near Quail. That was the damaging storm chaser reported tornado. And may not have access to post that, but or to share it here, but let me see if I can pull it up and put it on. We'll put it on our social media. All right, let me try and find that. It looks like our... Yeah, our other storm should be observed too. Let's go back to this. I don't know if that one's on the ground. Still treat that like it is though. The one up here, surprised it still doesn't have a confirmed tag, but this is on the ground. Oh boy, that is on the ground near McWillie and approaching between McWillie and Helena. McWillie is down here in the corner of your screen. This is McWillie, and then Helena is the much bigger community over here. This is past just south of McWillie. And it's still lifting to the north. It's surprised it's not observed, but that is a nasty circulation. That is 69 to 67. That's a decent tornado now, because we're also closing in on the radar site too. We're pretty close to the radar, but there's your correlation coefficient drop. Just north and now about 1.5 miles to the northeast of McWillie. That is a nasty, nasty correlation coefficient drop. Oh my. Okay. So when we said earlier it was intermittently on the ground, when I saw that correlation coefficient drop, there are media is out there, not just storm chasers, but local broadcast media has footage of a large wedge-like tornado northwest of Fairview. So where we saw the correlation drop earlier, and I was saying it was likely on the ground, it was for sure on the ground. Very clearly. Not sure why. Norman is usually pros at this. I'm not sure why it has not gone confirmed. This should have been confirmed probably a while ago. And this should be confirmed now. This is a full CC drop, a deep CC drop. This is an ongoing large damaging tornado on the ground about 2.5 miles west of Helena. And this is what we were saying earlier, when the cell mergers happen, cell mergers can do some crazy things. Yeah, it's about 2.3 miles west of Helena, Oklahoma. This is coming up towards, let's see, let's get some, luckily there's not a lot of big communities up here, but this is coming towards, wow. It's in beast mode again, guys. No distinct communities, but if you live north of Helena, up along Coach Ray Trout Memorial Highway, you got to go to your safe spot. And if you're in Helena, I would stay there too. This is a large tornado on the ground at East 320 Road and 2630 Road. That is a large tornado with a deep CC drop. Okay, there's some photos of the one near Quail, kind of wrapped in the rain. Still haven't found the video of that. Okay, this has gone PDS now. This is now a PDS warning. So we were just talking about this, but this is now a PDS tornado warning for Alfalfa County. That means particularly dangerous situation. This is an observed tornado, confirmed large and extremely dangerous near Helena, moving northeast at 25. Again, life-threatening situation. Radar confirmed tornado. Should have been confirmed a while ago. And obviously should have been confirmed when we saw it radar confirmed earlier. It was clearly also at the same time as being radar confirmed by us, also confirmed by broadcast media. So yeah, little communication error there. Not going to criticize them too hard, but maybe a little bit when it's the only tornado warning in your forecast area. So don't know what's going on there. But anyway, back to this. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado north and east of McWillie, north and west of Helena. It's moving up towards 310 road, 2650 road, and then it'll approach here a more major highway. Yeah, it's let's see, tornado vortex danger. The hail has come down just a little bit on this cell. That's maybe one good thing. The hail has come down a little bit. It also is getting close to the radar site, so we may be losing a little bit of some of the hail frequency. Not in the tornado warning yet, but Jet. You guys need to pay attention to this cell in the Jet, Oklahoma area. It's about 20 minutes to Jet, and I'm kind of giving you as much warning as possible by putting it out on the leading edge of this big circulation. And good news is here, they're going to extend that through Jet. This is going to be an extended PDS tornado warning through southern Alfalfa County until 10:15. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Helena, moving northeast at 20. They slowed it down a little bit. A Jet and Great Salt Plains Lake Park. Radar confirmed tornado. This has had a couple different tornadoes with it. We were able to radar confirm one earlier, and broadcast media has also showed a large tornado earlier. That was north and west of Fairview. That's the same area that I said it probably intermittently touched down, and it looks like it did at least once, if not 2 or 3 times there. And it may have been on the ground the whole time based on the look of that tornado. Yeah, still ongoing here. This is a classic correlation coefficient drop. It's an isolated CC value. It's in here in the mesocyclone, funneling inflow in here. It's got a really well-pronounced rear flank, really damaging winds on the rear flank, and that inflow is just funneling into this storm. It has fairly successfully, it looks like, incorporated that little mini cell that'll also have some hail in it near Nash. But so it's been able to incorporate that cell with it and cleared out its inflow. So now it has access to that uncontaminated inflow again. And we're getting a really good look at this really close to the radar site too. Hopping back down, if we do have the other observed tornado warning. I don't know if this one is still on the ground. Let's see when it was. Yeah, it's still located near Quail. This one was a storm chaser video, but there's looks like been some pictures of it as well. If it's in here, it's in kind of this rain and hail bear's cage area. So it's going to be hard to visually see. There's also another air of rotation to the south that is also kind of messy, but considerable threats for tennis ball size hail as well. And we're also seeing those storms are approaching areas like Texola and Shamrock with tennis ball size hail. All right, there's a look out of Shamrock. It's already raining there pretty good, but this is one of the larger communities out here. and it's the tornadic chance is most likely lower than Shamrock. There's actually a couple areas of circulation that this cell was originally kind of warned for. It's hard to say if any of those are on the ground at the moment. In fact, the best one that has probably the best chance of producing anytime soon is going to be the southern one that has a little bit, again, access to some uncontaminated inflow. It's trying to organize a little better and getting a little bit more of a notch feature in here. These are kind of two cells that have somewhat merged together, but essentially that's like the first cell, and this is your southern cell. This one has, I think, the better chance of being a little bit longer track of a tornado producer. Again, there's still kind of weak rotation in this first cell, but it's kind of messy. If this can clear out a little bit, then that has a chance at also, becoming a little bit more of a prominent tornado producer. Either way, tornado or not, these are considerable threat for tennis ball size hail, and it's at least one tornado touchdown fairly recently. Trying to wait. Yeah, it's still based on 907. It's 930 now. I doubt that one's still on the ground, just based on what we're seeing on the radar and the velocity scans, and there's no correlation coefficient picking up on that one. This one is the PDS observe tag. Finally got observed and PDS warned. It's passing just north of Helena. It's about 1 to 1.5 miles north of Helena. Yeah, 1.6 miles north of Helena, and very lucky for that community. It's now going to be up here along, let me find that road. That is Highway 58, Oklahoma Highway 58, where it makes a little jog north of Helena. That is right in here where it kind of turns. That's where that tornado is crossing the Highway 58. Yeah, just near that curve, right in there. It's going to be coming up towards 029 road. Yeah, still observed, still considerable threat. Let's see, what do we have in here? 100 mile an hour inbound and 53 outbound. It's probably not quite that strong because we are still ways away from the radar. We're at 13 miles away from the radar, and I want to see how high off the ground we're looking at this. That'll help me kind of focus in on see how far we are from this. Ooh, not that far. We're only looking up about 600 feet. So this could still be a pretty strong tornado. And it's moving here at 290 road. A little bit messier now, but it may have weakened just a little bit. A still observed tornado. It's coming towards Jet, Oklahoma. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Jet, Oklahoma. Tornado safe space now. That's going to be Jet and US Highway 64. If you live up here, this is Oklahoma Highway 58. And then this is US Highway 64 that comes across Jet. Jet, Oklahoma is right here. So if you live anywhere in those areas where US Highway 64 and Oklahoma Highway 58 intersect, and then anywhere around Jet, Oklahoma, tornado safe space now, particularly dangerous situation. That is a PDS tornado warning. That is for a particularly dangerous, large and extremely dangerous tornado. We've seen it doing debris, or we've seen debris getting picked up on radar, pretty significant amount at times. So it's doing damage out here. And one thing that's scary is this is fairly rural farmland and seeing a lot of debris. This is not like Mississippi or Alabama, where even a small, weak tornado can pick up a lot of debris, twigs and trees, and and those kind of things. This is, you know, some of this is just rural farmland, and we've seen some pretty sizable debris signature, which means this is likely a damaging tornado. Very likely. Continuing the PDS tornado warning. What are they doing with it? They're extending it out. Not in time, or not in distance, but also in time. So they're extending it out another 43 minutes. Confirmed, radar confirmed tornado. PDS, damaging tornado. Life-threatening situation. 4 miles northeast of Helena. Moving northeast at 25. Let's get another track on this. Yeah, and here it was crossing just past Helena. Just went about a mile north of Helena. There it is right here. Just about a mile north of Helena. Still in here. A little bit messier now, but it's in here. Yeah, it's still in here, but it has weakened some. It's broadened and weakened a little bit. But this is in here at it's at just east of 58. It's at 2680 road. And also just coming up towards 2060 road. None of these roads have names in here. They're all just named for their grid. Okay, let's get this pulled out a little bit. On its current track, it's headed very close to the radar. But about 8 minutes, 5 to 8 minutes for Jet, Oklahoma. Maybe in your safe space there. And then up towards the Great Salt Lake State Park, the Salt Plains National Wildlife Refuge, Vinning, Nescatunga, I think that's how you say that, around the radar site. And also, if I lived near Nash, especially west of Nash, Oklahoma, I would also be considered in my safe space. Again, there's Jet, Oklahoma. Here's Nash, outside of the warning polygon by about 3 miles. Close enough for a dangerous tornado like that that's doing damage, and a large tornado that's in progress. Close enough where I would definitely take my tornado safety precautions there. They've rightfully extended the tornado watch again, kind of secretly and quietly. Sometimes we don't get the news for it, but like they did earlier where they added the 2 counties, they've added now the counties around Enid and Medford and Pond Creek. None of the other cells in Oklahoma, though, right now are tornadic. And actually, right now, none of the other cells in Oklahoma are severe. There are some strong storms that have gone up near Fairview. Couple areas that had the tornadoes earlier, near Clio Springs. Some of these are little mini supercells. They have shear in them. Again, you can see kind of the sickle shape to them. So they're in a pretty highly sheared environment. A few little hail cores in there. Not severe at the moment. The hail core has come down near Butler and Leedy. Not severe anymore. And then you can see above me, that camera is out of Shamrock. The lightning has really picked up there. Considerable threat for tennis ball size hail. I think a lot of that is south of Shamrock. There is also a couple circulations in here. The one on the southern flank, I think, is the strongest right now. They all could be producing tornadoes at any time, but there's at least 3 circulations in here. So if you live especially south of Shamrock, this has gone back to radar indicated, although this area is picking up in intensity again. County Road L5 and County Road N. This is continuing a tornado warning for areas around Samnerwood and south of Shamrock in Collinsworth County, Texas. That also includes areas just to the west of Aberdeen, Texas. If you're in that area, Samnerwood and Aberdeen, tornado safety precautions. Go to your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Again, it's kind of hard to see because there's actually a couple little circulations in here. So this we're kind of like a merger of two supercells. They all are producing hail. And yeah, there's been 2-inch hail reported with this cell. So it's a nasty cell and cluster of storms that's capable of producing tornadoes and large hail and damaging winds. Look at the winds blowing across the highway. I feel like those winds have picked up in intensity too. This is I-40 at Shamrock. And yeah, that's pretty nasty. Same perspective or different perspective. This is at the state line. This is looking east, away from those storms, but rain is just starting to pick up there at Texola on the state line. So we'll see this condition kind of go downhill. But back in the Texas side, that is near constant lightning, heavy rain, and then south of Shamrock especially is going to be where there's some pretty beefy hail, up to tennis ball sized hail. And yeah, rotation is picking up in that southern circulation. Okay, back to right now. Also, Wichita, some storms are going up there. A little bit of hail still in this cell near Yoder, and some strong storms north and west of Kansas City. Those have backed off in intensity. So really, we're still kind of focused in a pretty small area. But again, we expected that coverage would not be widespread for severe weather tonight, but that the few storms that were severe could be these all-hazard significant threats. And I think that has verified not just having a couple tornadoes, but we've had, I think, at least with this cell, some significant tornadoes, a couple significant tornadoes. Still on the ground, likely in here. It has weakened. That is one good thing. We're very close to the radar site, and only seeing up about 400 or 500 feet. It's south and east of Jet right now. Yeah, this is jogged a little bit more towards the right. So Nash, I would go to my tornado safe space. Talked about Nash earlier. Yeah, it has, wow, look at that. It has pulled more towards the right over the last little bit. Because for a while, how this warning polygon goes. Just lose the radar? There it goes. How this warning polygon goes, it was looking like it was going to come basically beeline, center line to Jet, and then up probably just south of the radar. And you can see how far this warning polygon goes way up here. Now, it has come north of Helena and pulled a little bit more towards the right. It is weakening, but it is still on the ground likely in this little area right there. It's not as big as it was earlier. But if that is center line, that's going to be center line towards Nash. I would probably put a new warning out like this just to cover that area. So, and I want to do that right now. I want to see Nash about 10 to 12 minutes. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. If you're anywhere Nash, and especially west of Nash, Oklahoma, that includes areas like Dewey Road, 230 Road, 2770 Road. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, it is still in here. It's messy because there's actually new storms that have come up to the south of it. So it's a little bit messier than it was. We're also very close to the radar site, but there it is right here at 260th Road. Yeah, very, very tight circulation now. Has backed off some. Still seeing about 80 mile an hour inbound winds, but only about 40 to 50 mile an hour, or 30, 45. Yeah, right. This is the tornado right here, 45 to 51. So it's about a 100 mile an hour tornado. And that's it right there. Yeah, that's it right there. There's your debris signature. We are looking up about, let me get a new estimate of how far we're looking from this storm. Again, we are looking into the storm. Yeah, this is really close to the radar site, so we're getting a great view of this. It's only about 300 feet high that our radar beam is shooting, so yeah, and there's some messy, crazy stuff that could happen here because this circulation is about to get nudged by the cell to the south. So hang on to your pants here because this could get a little weird. This is going to be a cell merger, unlike the first cell merger that I think did enhance this tornado because it produced a tornado fairly quickly after that cell merger. That cell merger was on the forward flank. This cell merger is going to impact the mesocyclone. So this cell that's coming up from the south is going to hit this mesocyclone. We'll see what this does, but this is a tornado still on the ground right in here. Looks like it's re-strengthened a little bit too. The larger mesocyclone is this area here. Jet, stay in your safe place, but this is past to your south and east. Jet, Oklahoma, right here. Nash, you need to go to your safe space. You're not in the warning polygon, but Nash, I would go to my safe space. It's moving more easterly. It is 1, 2, 3, about 4 miles west of Nash. And there's your tornado right here. Larger mesocyclone. And then within that, this is the tornado. The larger mesocyclone could be producing damaging winds in excess of 60 to 80 miles an hour. The tornado itself is about a 100-mile-an-hour tornado and slightly weakening. It's picked up a little bit again, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's right in there. Yep, it's in here, right in here at County Road, 250th Road, East 250th. This little ball. Now we'll see what happens because this is about to get bounced around by this storm to the south. But wow, that is these can be weird when there's these little cell mergers. And we're going to get a new scan in and see what it does. We're also super close to the radar site. 9:45 in the central time zone. Let's see. They've extended that tornado warning to the south. South and east of Shamrock, up towards Texola. So our camera right here at Texola. Where's that? There it is right here. Getting hit pretty hard with the rain and wind. It's going to go downhill from here. It is going to go downhill a lot. As that is just kind of the appetizer to what's coming. Heavy rain, wind, and potentially tennis ball size hail is in this corridor coming up from Texola, south of Shamrock. That's going to be a nasty cell. Broad circulation near Ludi and Aberdeen along Farm to Market Road 1439 and areas just south and east of Samnerwood in Texas. Tornado warning continues there. Considerable threat. They've extended it another 45 minutes. And that's for Wheeler and Collinsworth County. Southeastern Wheeler, northeastern Collinsworth. 12 miles south of Shamrock, moving northeast at 35. So there's a couple areas of circulation on here, but if that continues to move kind of east-northeast, Texola in about 39 minutes, Eric at about 49 minutes, and the Texas Panhandle, Aberdeen in about 10. So to still 2 tornadic supercells. A couple good news to pass on. Plainview, Matador, Paducah, Childress, they've crossed the, canceled the tornado watch for you guys. So all that area earlier, and basically from Memphis and points south, they've canceled that tornado watch. Good news here, yes, they've observed this and extended it through Nash. Should have did that maybe a minute or two earlier. This is really close to the radar site. It's picked up in intensity again, but there is a debris signature in here. It's at East 20 or 230th Street. It is 1, 2, or sorry, 1, 2, about 3 miles west of Nash. The one good thing is that cell merger has nudged it a little bit more northerly in the last. It was going more east. It's now pulled a little bit more northeast. But that is a nasty circulation. This could be a bad tornado. Unfortunately. Ooh. Really close to the radar too. Only about 4.5 miles from the radar site. And seeing a gate to gate that's pretty strong. $80 on the outbound, 109 on the inbound, but it's probably not quite that strong. Still 200 feet up is still a decent amount, but it's probably at least a significant tornado. Here it is right here. Ellis Road and 230th. Ellis and 230th. That cell merger has looks like it kicked it a little bit into higher gear again. Observed PDS, dangerous tornado, extremely large and dangerous tornado, just 4 miles north west of Nash, moving north or northeast at 30. Again, damaging tornado. Weather spotter confirmed, so we've finally confirmed it with the weather spotters, but it's also in here with the debris signature that we're seeing too. Next in line. Oh, wow, it's gotten bigger again. It's definitely re-strengthened. I don't think it ever lifted fully, but that cell merger has really ramped it into high gear again. It's moving a little bit more north and east. Grady Road, Ellis Road. You guys need to be in your tornado safe spaces. Up towards Hawley, Gilbert. Nash, Hawley, Gilbert. And then let's see if there's any other communities in here. Greer, Hawley Road, Grant Road, Harmon Road, whatever county it's going into now names their roads. So that's nice to see. Where are we? We're in Grant County, southwestern Grant County. Just on the edge of this warning, Pond Creek. Keep an eye on this cell. Right now, that tornadic storm is probably going to go north of Pond Creek, but you're right on the edge of the warning polygon. I would keep an eye on this one. This is just a crazy look. The supercell itself is sitting over the radar site. Pretty close to the radar site, so we're not seeing the full picture of this. This debris signature is probably deeper than it looks. It's about a mile wide debris signature. That doesn't mean it's a mile wide tornado, except it's not. We're not looking up the whole way though, so this could be kind of it's at least 1,300 yards wide by about 1,500 yards. It could be that size almost. I was going to say, normally we're looking at it and it kind of funnels up, so it's a little wider at the top than narrow at the bottom, but this is really close, like 100 feet up. It's passing basically just next to the radar site. Yeah, the beam height is about 200 feet. Wow. It's going to hug kind of the northern side of this warning polygon, it appears like, at least right now. So let's get a track back on this. Look at that. This is just crazy. We're so close to, it's sitting over the radar site. So we can see kind of the spiral of the supercell. It's a really intense supercell. You can see how it spirals in here. This is inflow coming in here. That's the tornado right in here. Hail is pounding this area just north of the radar site. And that's your tornado right in here with a deep debris signature. Wow. That is a crazy look. Hawley, 9 minutes. Gilbert, 18. If you live anywhere in here, Gilbert, Hawley, and north of Nash, Oklahoma, tornado safe spot, PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, a storm shelter, that's your best option. But if not, okay. Updated that a little bit. They've added the PDS tag north towards Walika. Weather spotter confirmed tornado, northwestern Grant County. So basically, if you're in Grant County, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado 4 miles north of Nash. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. This is just a minute ago, and we can see it on radar. So it's not a secret here. Yeah, it's kind of weirdly it's a cell merger. It's kind of pulled now back to the north. It's almost lifting right around the radar site. Yeah, it's still in here too. It's like less than a mile or so from the radar site. Near Grady Road and Grant Road. It's coming up on Grant Road and Grady Road. The other thing now is it's with the cell merger that's just occurred at this cell. It's wrapped in rain. It's not just hanging out. It's not that little bee stinger kind of look. It is going to be wrapped in rain. So don't try and go look for this. There are professional storm spotters out here looking at it, and it's probably even hard to see for them now. It's about 2.9 miles from the radar site at Vance Air Force Base is the radar here. And we're looking out 2.9 miles. It's only 100 feet off the radar, off the ground that we're looking at this. It has weakened a little bit here. So 62, 69. It's broadened and weakened a little bit, but wow. It's in here, but it's in the rain. We can really see this storm. Here's your tornado. Here is a lot of what I've been talking about. This is your RFD surging out. Crazy look. Look how there's actually spiral bands of this RFD. We're so close to the radar site. Tornadoes in here. These are inflow winds. That's just incredible. We've seen some tornadoes on live streams that have gotten close to the radar site. I don't know if we've seen any this close, like less than about 2 miles, but also I don't know if we've seen any this intense also get this close to the radar site. This is really well structured, like crazy structure on it. The tornado is likely still in here. I see a tight couplet right here. That's likely the tornado still in progress. Yeah, there is debris picking up in here. We're so close to the radar site, the debris gets, the correlation coefficient gets weird, but it's in the rain. It's wrapped in the rain. But here's your inflow winds wrapping in like this. The RFD has surged out. This is RFD. There's actually another surge of RFD. There's bands in here. And then this wraps in. But yeah, this is your inflow winds in here. There can sometimes be little gust nados on the edge of this RFD. But the tornado's tucked back here where the RFD and the inflow winds converge. Wow. Oh boy. This is essentially like a low pressure center and almost like the trailing cold front. This kind of wraps around here. And essentially this is like a warm front that wraps this way along the forward flank. So those kind of localized boundaries wrap that inflow in. And that's what I've said before and tried to explain on drawing it out. But the RFD surge is an important component to wrap and funnel that inflow winds. And we're seeing that here. Look at that. That is a crazy look. And that is not just one surge of RFD. That is bands of RFD surge. I haven't seen a radar presentation like that. That is... That is really crazy looking. WxCast, you need to be in your safe space. WxCast, Sand Creek, Gilbert, Holly are next in line for this tornadic circulation. It still looks like it's in here. It still looks like it's on the ground. Confirmed PDS tornado. It's about 2 miles west of Holly. Holly, yeah, about 2 to 5 minutes tops. And then about 10 to 14 minutes towards Gilbert and Sand Creek. WxCast, about 24 minutes. So WxCast 24, Gilbert 14, Holly now, and Sand Creek. I'm just going to turn this just a little bit. Thought I got it in there, but let me just, I think Sand Creek, I think it's going to go probably to your south, but it's been a little bit erratic the last couple minutes. So I want to get everybody in here. Sand Creek, about 12 minutes. So yeah, kind of what I was saying, Gilbert, 10 to 14. Same for Sand Creek. And then WxCast, about 24 minutes. Wow. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions. The other thing I want to watch is as this whole system kind of incorporates, there's the trailing cell, what's left of it, down by Nash with some severe weather, ping pong ball size hail, and a tornado possible tag. I like how they're doing that one. This one is still wrapped up in here near Greer Road and Harmon Road. It's almost circulated around the radar site. Yeah, it's still in here. Incredible. Greer Road, Harmon Road, coming up towards Holly. Need to be in your tornado safe space there. But watch this whole system try to reorganize. It may try to reorganize. If it tries to reorganize a new mesocyclone, it may be down along the kind of RFD / shear line that the old cell has merged with. In which case it would probably try and produce a new tornado in somewhat of a corridor like this. Jefferson, Medford, Deer Creek, somewhere kind of along that line. Again, nothing imminent, but just kind of, if you're in that area, you need to pay attention to that cell, because that could be the new tornadic circulation. This is just a crazy look. You may never see something like this again. We're so close to the radar site with what was likely, it's weakened some since then, but was likely a strong plus tornado, potentially up in that kind of more violent rating of a tornado. And we are seeing how there's spiraling bands of RFD that have focused this inflow. Here is potentially one of those little gust nados that's on the leading edge of the RFD. We're so close to the radar site. We're seeing stuff at like 100 feet high. So we're seeing some very, very small details to this circulation, which is incredible. It's very dangerous for people that are here. And yeah, we are seeing a radar indicator. They've dropped the confirm tag. It's hard to say if it's fully dropped, but I think it has. But that is just an incredible cell. Severe warning storm, quarter size hail, maybe a little more for Helena, Carmen, back towards Lambert, Cherokee, and back up towards the radar site, Jet. You're going to get another pretty significant cell there. And then I do want to go back to our cell here. Tornado possible tag for Eric and Sayre in western Oklahoma. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. It's come down a little bit from the tennis ball size hail. And then there's a couple different circulations in here. There's still actually kind of 3 circulations in this multi-cell complex. The southern one, there's the middle one, and then there's a weaker third one. I don't think any of those are on the ground right now. I still think that southern one is the best one to look at for a tornado near County Road G. That's the one that has a little bit more uncontaminated inflow. It can kind of wrap that RFD like we saw over the radar site of the other cell. And yeah, if it is in here, it's right in there. It's kind of tricky to say. We're a little farther from the radar site. There's also some hail in here. But that could be close to producing if it hasn't already. And this cell has produced tornadoes before. Rain is really picking up on that camera, closing in on Sayre. So this is the other side of the Texas border here. So we can see it 2 different ways, basically. This one is facing east, so it's a little bit faced away from this storm. This one, I believe, is facing west. It's hard to tell. Really hard to tell. I saw something. Hold on in here. Hard to say what's back there. Probably a hail core. Yeah, you can almost make out the hail core, I think, in that cell on the one camera. Ooh, it's hard to tell. There's something maybe back here. This could be tightening back up and close to producing again, too. Weird. That's a nasty supercell. Keep an eye on that one. Texola up to Sayre. That one could have an extended supercell life to it, too. Otherwise, those cells in northern Oklahoma, north of Enid, and up towards Jet, and in those areas, Nash, those are severe and tornadic. And then the cells to the west of Sayre are the only tornadic cells in Texas right now. They've also trimmed more of the watch area. So areas like Pampa, just east of Amarillo, you guys are all good. Down towards Childress, you're all good. There's nothing else going on in Texas right now. And I don't believe we have any other severe storms Yeah, they're all in our same area here. There is a severe warning storm producing some quarter-size hail east of Hutchinson and Mound Ridge. There's been some strong to severe storms in Kansas tonight, but these are not tornado-producing storms tonight in Kansas. Some stronger storms crossing the Missouri River into far northwest parts of Missouri, up towards St. Joseph, Rock Point. A couple of those have been warned at times as they lifted through Manhattan, but those are okay. We still have basically western Oklahoma is the center of the severe weather for the next couple hours. And these storms are basically in that enhanced area. Actually, the storm that produced probably the strongest tornadoes of the day and probably the strongest tornadoes of the year so far has been in kind of this corridor. Although when it started to produce, I think it dropped at least 2 tornadoes, or it intermittently dropped. It was technically, it looks like, in that enhanced area. So, but it's actually moving into a slightly less favorable tornadic environment. Otherwise, we have the hatched 5% risk covers that area up into the Enid area and just west of Oklahoma City. We still have the 10% hatched area, Wellington, Childress, Quanah, and then over towards Altus. Remarkably, that area has been actually fairly quiet. Most of the storms have gone to the north and west of there. Wellington, I think, got a little bit of severe weather, or especially north and west of Wellington. Childress, most of those storms all passed to your west. And Quanah and Altus haven't had anything. So it'll be interesting to see if anything happens in that little 10% area. The wind risk extends into parts of Kansas. So those areas that are seeing the gusty winds and small hail between Hutchinson and Newton, that could continue through the night. Some significant gusts are possible, including some 70, 75 mile an hour gusts. The hail, the biggest hail is likely in this area here, where those storms that are on the Texas-Oklahoma line are basically right on in the middle of the largest hail potential, where we've seen warnings for tennis ball size hail. We've seen some 2-inch hail reports. Haven't seen any official hail reports of the tennis ball size hail, so we'll see if we get some of those in. But we could get some big hail kind of anywhere in that area from basically Wichita all the way down into Texas, although I think it's becoming a little less of a threat down towards Midland and Big Spring. But really anywhere where these storms are from that Texas-Oklahoma state line up towards Wichita could get some pretty big hail. And I want to see if there's any changes yet. Probably not any changes. We'll see if we might probably still be on when the 11 o'clock outlook comes out. Let's see. I think it's like 11:30 Central Time. Let me double check that. New mesoscale discussion. Severe threat will continue through that weather watch. Primary threats, large hail and a tornado or two. Enhanced corridors of severe weather in the short term are basically those 2 supercells and areas just to the east of those. Tornado, potentially some decently high tornadoes still potentially possible here the next little bit. Hail up to 80, or hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter, wind up to 80. And I want to see. Yeah, we may still be on for the next outlook. Tennis ball size hail is back up on the picture here for those areas around Sweetwater and just to the southwest of there. Tornado potential is in here. It's localizing a little better than it did earlier. It's on the southern flank of this. Ooh, there could be a tornado in progress here. It's hard to say, but that is, let's see if it moves. That could be a tornado. We'll see if it advances to where the newest radar scan is. Yeah, this could be close to producing again. Pretty good winds going away from the radar, winds going towards the radar on this newest scan. Ooh, I don't know. It could be producing a tornado. I can't fully say that is because it's a little bit further from the radar site. But, and there's hail in here, so it's kind of messy. But that is, that's a dangerous cell. And basically it's at our camera. Actually, both of our cameras are in this. We have a camera like right here, County Road 26, and then right at the state line. And you can see the lightning is pretty intense, but the camera at the state line has really picked up these winds. Okay, let's leave that one for a second. I do want to go back up to our cell up here. It's doing what I thought it would do. Yep, look at that. Told you, not to sound cocky, but old circulation still could produce tornadoes. So keep in your tornado safe space up towards Walika. But this circulation is headed to the north. The newest circulation from this cell merger, as its supercell has had to reorganize. It's reorganizing on its southern flank with a new mesocyclone. Right now it's broad. It's right kind of at the old tornado warning. I don't even know if it's technically being warned for it, but it's broad right now. Again, if it starts to tighten back up, the best chance of a tornado would be this area, Jefferson, Medford, Deer Creek, that kind of corridor in there. So not ready to call a tornado warning yet. Medford, Jefferson, Deer Creek, though, if you live in this area or have friends in this area, you want to start thinking of your tornado safety precautions. This storm has produced at least a couple significant tornadoes. It appears like, based on radar and based on the visuals and based on the debris signatures, it could easily reorganize and produce another pretty significant tornado. So Medford, Jefferson, Deer Creek, up towards Renfro, you want to pay attention to this storm, not in a warning yet, but that is quickly starting to reorganize. They've extended the tornado warning into Oklahoma for Texola and Eric. I think that's a good call. There's still kind of a couple circulations. There's one that's a broader circulation up here north of Texola, but the southern one is starting to really take over and localize. Still radar indicated tennis ball size hail potentially in there. And waiting on another radar scan, we'll see what this kind of looks like here. And it's still kind of messy. It's still hard to tell what that actually is. If there's tennis balls, they may be headed for this camera because this hail core is right here. Our camera is literally at the state line. It is looking east, but I may have to pull this up a little tighter. That camera is likely not going to see the tornadic part of that storm because it's going to be in the hail core. All right, popping up to here. I know we're bouncing around a little bit. Again, it's trying to localize again. We have inflow winds, outflow winds. Ooh, just started to localize more. The latest scan, Greer Holly Road needs to start taking tornado safety precautions again for this new area of circulation. Oh, and it may be on... it's close to being on the ground again, too. 16... 17... 16... it's starting to tighten up. We've had a little bit of an RFD surge. It's trying to localize inflow winds again. And the circulation is starting to pick up again. So we have inflow winds, outflow winds. It's going to ride along Greer-Hawley Road. Now we're starting to get to the point where probably Medford, north of Jefferson, need to start kind of thinking of where you're going to go. Medford over here, Jefferson down here, Clyde also just out of the warning polygon. Clyde, I would also start to consider your tornado safety precautions. The old circulation has continued to weaken as it's coming up towards Willika. But yes, you can see this hook and the new RFD surge. This will be the new forward flank. They're going to rewarn it, it looks like, and cut it down. But this is the interface here where the new circulation is developing. Radar indicated $half size hail. Yeah, we'll see on the next scan if that's intensified again. That's about 1 to about 3 miles south of Gilbert. And Gilbert, you're in that warning polygon. Yeah, there it is. Hawley Road, Greer-Hawley Road. I think we're close to producing another tornado here. At Greer-Hawley Road. We're still really close to the radar site too. So we're seeing the broader meso. And then within that, there's a tighter circulation in there too. At Greer and Hawley Road. Wow. Not a lot of storms, but the models were, looks like correct, and the weather service was correct that not a lot of storms, but they'd be powerful ones. Okay, 2 circulations still in this cell. They're still somewhat broad. The southern one is the stronger of the circulations. The southern one also has the large hail associated with it. Potentially tennis ball to at least golf ball size hail. And we're seeing that hammer our camera. This is at Texoma. And I do see some hail on the highway too. So I'm surprised anyone's driving through this. I doubt that we're seeing tennis balls. But there is hail definitely mixed into that. Texola has gotten a couple different hailstorms. And we'll see if we get a wind direction change, because this camera is also really close to the circulation. So right now we have winds coming from the south. With that checks out with our position with wind going away from the radar. We will have to see if this circulation passes, if we start to get the reversal, if we get winds going towards the radar. Very close to this. Back up to our other storm. Likely very close to producing another tornado. If it isn't already, 40 mile an hour, 83. And we're pretty close to the, still pretty close to the radar site. So we're seeing really good, or really strong winds in here. Let me take a look and see what we have on this one. It is starting to move away from the radar, so we're going to be a little bit higher up. It's about 11 miles east of the radar beam, so we're looking up about 500-600 feet. There's the wind shift on this camera. Wow, that's cool. There's still hail, I think, coming straight down on this camera, but if you look at the rain is now blowing from left to right, and there is big hail on there. That probably is closing in on the golf ball size hail, because this is on a pretty tall pole, and I can see hail on the roadways. New tornado on the ground at Harmon Road and coming up towards Harper Road. Yep, check that out. Moving northeast. Gonna be a new tornado on the ground there. That is near Gilbert. Yep, observed, PDS warning. New tornado on the ground. Right here at Greer and or Harmon and Harper Road. 51 inbound, 98 outbound, 140 or 150 mile an hour winds at 600 feet or so. This could be another significant tornado, folks. Again, we're up a little bit in height from the beam, but we're seeing 100 mile an hour outbounds and 51. Seeing about 150 mile an hour winds at about 500 feet. So that's, again, not going to fully reach the ground. That's not going to be like an EF5 tornado. But if a significant portion of that is reaching the ground, it's probably in the significant range. I don't usually do like much pre-rating, but we're pretty close to the radar site. But it's probably a good EF2 solid tornado. That's if we get damage that shows it, but I think we're going to see some clear debris signature. Harper Road, Haskell Road, and Harmon Road, all anywhere in that area in Grant County, east and southeast of Gilbert need to be in your tornado safe space. And then, yes, if I lived in Medford, I would be in my tornado safe space. Another significant tornado on the ground. Significant tornado on the ground. That is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. The next signature is going to be, and look at this, we're so close to the radar site again. Debris signature, RFD surge. Here's your interface with the forward flank, and it's funneled a bunch of inflow in here. Really close to the radar site again. Textbook, strong, significant tornado, very close to the radar site. And we're seeing the textbook signatures of that RFD surge coming out of this. Debris signature shows up on the correlation coefficient, but also on the reflectivity. So a bit of a debris ball in here. And there is your debris signature on the correlation coefficient. This shows us non-meteorological targets versus meteorological ones. Very clear debris signature showing up. Again, that's Grant County, about 1.5 miles east of Gilbert, Oklahoma. This is moving northeast at 30. Let me double check the warning. Yes, 30 miles an hour. Particularly dangerous situation. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level, interior room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And I do want to call out a couple cities here. Let's get this north and east. Medford, about 19 minutes. If this holds together, Medford, Oklahoma, 19 minutes. And then let's reposition this a little bit and get up towards Clyde, Oklahoma, about 12 minutes to Clyde, Oklahoma. If I was in Clyde, even though you're not in the warning yet, I would take my tornado safe space if I was in Clyde. That's lowest level, interior room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement, storm shelter are the best option. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, get to that hall closet or bathroom that doesn't have any windows. Put pillows, blankets, a mattress above you, and get tucked into that bathtub and ride it on out. It's generally headed towards the Clyde area. It may lift, could pull to the north. It could continue more towards the right, so we don't know yet. But anywhere in this area, I would say Medford over to Clyde. Need to start thinking about tornado safety precautions, even though you're not in the warning polygon. That's a dangerous tornado. It's already cycled 2 or 3 times. This storm has produced significant tornadoes already. And then I want to go back to our cell. Tornado warned storm, radar indicated, and golf ball to golf ball size hail. I think we've seen golf ball size hail on this camera. And we've seen the wind shift. The wind is now blowing from the left to the right. We saw the wind shift as it was occurring. That's because this circulation went over the camera. These are winds going towards the radar in the green and away from the radar in the red. And this little area of the circulation went right over us on this camera perspective. So I think we're able to confirm that it's not on the ground. Yeah, this is like right here where our camera is at the state line. And that's continued to work its way up north and east of Texola. It's actually strengthened a little bit in the last scan. It's going to go north of Eric. Again, radar indicated tornado warning. This is for, let's get those counties again, Beckham County in western Oklahoma. That's moving at 35 miles an hour, so a little bit quicker than our other tornado warned storm. A little bit smaller, and it's also wrapped in the hail and rain. You're not going to see this one. And good news in here, Mayfield, Prentice, and New Liberty are the next communities up. They're very small communities out here in rural West Oklahoma. New Liberty, 31 minutes. Prentice, about 23, and Mayfield, Oklahoma, 15. May go south of Mayfield, but we'll see. The hail core is definitely going to get up that way towards Mayfield. Again, golf ball size hail is a possibility there. We've seen hail and a lot of heavy rain on this highway here. Ponding on the roadways. Yeah, that is a dangerous storm too. 2 very dangerous storms are ongoing. And a third had intermittent hail with it, but it's lifting off towards Ellsworth and Salina, Kansas. A couple other stronger storms along the Missouri River Valley, St. Joseph. These are north of Kansas City. And then the Omaha area has a couple stronger storms. Taking a look, just double checking we don't have anything else going on. It's all localized to this area here. Let's go back to this cell. Observed and considerable threat for PDS tornado coming towards Clyde. We called you guys earlier. Clyde, you're now in the new warning polygon. Walika, also in this warning polygon with this. It's moving a little more northerly. So also Renfro. Let's take a look and back this up. Yeah, you know what? Good news for Jefferson. It's lifting towards the north or northeast. It's also good news for Medford. It's going to pass to your northwest, but this is center line now for Clyde, Oklahoma. Again, PDS confirmed, large and dangerous tornado, radar confirmed. There are some spotters out here because we had a spotter confirmed report earlier, and earlier we had a TV report. 91-17. Yeah, it's probably, we're close to the radar site, so it could be in that kind of range. I think this one's probably in the EF2 range. Again, I don't do a lot of pre-rating, but just how close we are to the radar site. This one's this storm has been a little bit easier to do that. The one tornado, we were 100 feet off the ground looking at the radar. But I still think we have probably a significant tornado ongoing. Significant would be EF2 kind of range based on the velocity, but also the debris signature and the history of this storm. It's coming up on Jackson Road, Jefferson Road, and then towards Clyde. Clyde's a very small community out here in rural Oklahoma, but there are people that live out here, especially this part of Oklahoma. Each of these mile blocks that you see, this whole area is all Jeffersonian grid. Everything's basically divided up in mile blocks. And those are farmsteads. Those are farms. There are people that live out here. It's not super populated, but there are, farm communities and farms along these roads. Yeah, there's the broader mezzo and then the tornado within that just crossing Jackson Road. 4 miles south of Welika. And yeah, that's north central Grant County. Another storm also back here towards the Salt Plains. Watching this cell has some rotation on it near Great Salt Plains. It's really close to the radar site, so we're seeing like the hook feature also is really prominent on it, but it's not rotating that much. You can see that in here. Again, has some broad rotation, weak rotation right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's in a general favorable environment as that lifts off from the Great Salt Plains Wildlife Refuge up towards areas like Sand Creek. Keep an eye on that one. Manchester, Waldron. You're all in a severe thunderstorm warning for $half size hail at the moment. Considerable threat continues towards Renfrew, north and west of Medford towards Clyde. And yeah, that is a nasty circulation on this. Still seeing over 100-mile-an-hour winds. 100 on the outbound, 15 to 16 on the inbound. It's not super, it's weakened a little bit, but that still could be a pretty accurate rating there. That could be in that 115, 120 kind of mile range. And this is very quickly closing in on Clyde. Clyde, you need to, if you're not in your safe space already, Clyde, it needs to go to your safe space. And if you know anyone out here in Grant County, give them a text. Wake them up. It's 10 o'clock at night in the central time zone. They would appreciate a text from you to tell them there's a big tornado potentially coming their way. It includes communities like Renfrew, Welika. This is going to pass to your south and east. If you're already in your tornado safe space, just stay there. Let this pass to your southeast. A little bit of a hook kind of formed on that second cell. It's broad right now. Don't see anything imminently tornadic there. And then this has broad rotation over the Great Salt Lake, Salt Plains, and I don't see anything imminently tornadic on that cell. There's kind of 2 to 3 supercells that have organized here. 1, 2, and definitely the third one. It's this lead cell that's been the problem maker so far today. Some good news on this cell, and we can see that above us, is the rain is calming down at Texola. The other thing is the heaviest hail producing part of this cell is now north of I-40. And you can see there how heavy a truck traffic that is. There is a lot of trucks that travel this highway, and it's a very busy highway. A lot of cars still out there too today. So the good news is the heaviest part of this storm is now lifted north of the highway, should stay there. But up towards Sweetwater, continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. Still is broad rotation in here, south of Mayfield, coming towards Prentice and New Liberty. So keep an eye if you're out that way. And then that's where your larger hail is going to be up in that area. This camera position earlier, we were in that circulation and saw the wind shift. It was blowing right to left 1 minute and then very quickly started blowing the other way. And so that circulation is not on the ground, but there is a distinct circulation there that is showing on radar, but also showing visually on our camera. This is on the ground still. Coming up to Johnston Road, just about, that's a mile and a half west of Clyde. Yeah, it's at County Road 890 and Johnson Road. This may go just north of Clyde, but Clyde needs to be in your safe space for sure. And then it's going to continue towards K Road, Kiowa Road, Latimer Road, and LaFour Road. The hail core has also come up on this reorganized supercell. not as high as it was before, but that's indicating that it's definitely reorganizing. This may also work its way into Kansas, so keep an eye on this one. Caldwell, Kansas, South Haven, Honeywell, and we'll keep an eye on Kansas there too. So kind of basically two clusters of storms. This lead cluster is the more significant supercell with the history of producing some significant tornadoes. This one's a little bit of a messier cluster, has had a couple tornadoes with it, but the larger of the hail, I believe, as well. Okay, new radar scan coming in. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Still a considerable, particularly dangerous situation. Golf ball size hail and a damaging tornado in progress. Let's see if they've updated it at all. 9:30, about 10 minutes ago. Still damaging radar confirmed tornado. Let's go back in and take a look. It's going to be just northwest of Clyde. It does look like it's weakening. Yeah, the rotation has come down. 30, 70. It's still close to like 100-mile-an-hour circulation, but you can see it's also breaking up a little bit. We're not seeing the deep debris signature. Still seeing some debris in here. I can't confirm that it's lifted yet. It still may be in here, but the RFD surge is kind of, I don't know, it looks a little discoupled. Doesn't look quite as punchy as it did earlier. So this may be cycling again as this occludes and kind of gets pulled back up into the parent cell. That may also make it more erratic. Instead of going pretty due to the northeast, it's probably going to try and pull more towards County Road 900 and LaFour Road. Yeah, it's probably going to pull up that way into the cell. So if you live north of Clyde, that's going to be more of the imminent tornado threat at the moment than out towards Renfrew. Let's check their other cells, just make sure everybody's behaving. Wow. Yeah, this is verified today. A couple significant tornadoes. It's a very active severe weather and weather week. One of the other things I am watching is the snow and sleet and freezing rain potential. Still kind of above freezing right around the Boston area, but especially in the higher terrain and into southern parts of New Hampshire and Vermont. That's where it looks like we're getting some freezing precip already. Back here, they're going to extend the tornado warning for golf ball size hail and a radar indicated tornado warning for Roger Mills County and Beckham counties in western Oklahoma. That's going to be for that cell. Couple areas of rotation in here. But that's for that cell basically around Mayfield and Prentice, coming through New Liberty, and then up towards Berlin, Grimes, and Rose Hill. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. Also south of Cheyenne, Oklahoma, I would also take safety precautions. Good news is Texas, we're clearing out. '80s down here along the Red River. It's a little bit of this rain cooled, but it's in the around 70 right along. So this cell is basically riding this boundary. And if it can latch that boundary, it has a chance to be a little more tornadic. So we'll continue to watch that cell. This cell is interesting. It's kind of riding off into a little bit more less favorable environment. So we'll see kind of how long this can hold together. It's still in here though. It's at Kiowa Road and County Road 900. And still, let's see, not on the ground anymore. It looks like I don't see that tight debris signature like we did just a few minutes ago. Yeah, even the last scan about 3 minutes ago had a debris signature, and now we don't see that anymore. Still could be, close to producing. Could easily touch back down. And this looks like it went just west of Clyde by maybe about a mile and a half. Still a nasty cell. It's trying to actually reorganize and clear out that inflow again. This cell has been a cyclic supercell. We can see the hook, the little stinger feature, the broad area in the forward flank. And then as it surges that rear flank downdraft, that's when we've had the tornadoes. Some of those have been significant. That rear flank surges out, it funnels the inflow. And it'll probably try and do that again here in a couple more minutes. They have dropped it down to radar indicated as well. And yeah, that concurs what I'm seeing. And they've also dropped Renfro from that warning and put this more northerly. That puts it into northern Oklahoma. I'm not sure there's any communities out here. But north of Walika and northeast of Walika, you need to take your tornado safety measures. Let's track it out from the meso. Yeah, I don't think there's any communities out here. Apparently, the National Weather Service doesn't think this is done yet either, producing. We rarely see these, but it's a radar indicated PDS warning. Generally, the PDS warnings are for confirmed tornadoes. But because this is cycled so many times and it has a pretty prominent hook, I assume that's why. The rotation has come down some on it, but it's actually a kind of a remnant rotation in here too. It's interesting. But I assume this is going to fire back up and probably try and produce another tornado. Let's take a look at our other supercells that are right in here. Nothing. That's the main game in town, is that lead supercell. It's going to lift up into Caldwell. Surprised they don't have, this is a different weather office out of Wichita. Harper and Sumner counties in south central Kansas need to keep an eye on this cell, especially west of Caldwell on 180th Street. And Blackstone Road, that kind of area there. Be ready to take your tornado safety precautions. Considerable threat also for golf ball size hail. That's going to be lifting across the Kansas state line as well. Let's go back down here and take a look at still rotating. It's going to be north and east, or north and west of Sayre. You can see the shelf on that cloud up here too. That's the cell that's leaving our camera position, but it's a pretty good shelf on it. That's actually close to that area of rotation, so I don't see it on the ground. Yeah, and that would be radar indicated. So we're looking at the backside of that storm where that circulation would be close to. Okay, I'm going to refill my drink and just kind of get reset for a second while we don't have any tornado warnings that are confirmed at the moment. We do have a PDS warning, as that one is still a decently tight area of circulation, but it is not on the ground for the next minute or so. So let me refill my water, and we'll continue to cover all this. All right, got a refill in the water, so I think we're good to go for a while. And taking a look, I don't think we missed anything. Still have the radar indicated PDS warning for this really dangerous cyclic supercell. It is continuing to focus a new area of rotation, so it's likely going to try again. This looks to be the old area, and then new access to uncontaminated inflow. It'll try and focus in here. We'll get a rear flank downdraft surge to focus in on that, and then likely a new tornado to form. Likely lifting northeast, so keep an eye on this if you're towards the Caldwell, Kansas area, as this storm has lifted a little bit more northerly as of late. And it's going to be close to producing again, I think. Nothing on the ground yet, but Logan Road, Major Road, McLean Road in Grant County, that's going to be west of Renfro. Keep an eye on that cell. It's probably going to try and produce again. The cell behind it is a supercell. It has a hook on it. We're really close to the radar site and don't see anything on the ground. There is that rotation right in here, but nothing imminently tornadic on that one. Looks like we've had broadcast media video and the radar detected TDS, the tornado debris signature. That's what we saw near Nash, Helena. Radar detected TDS. This was likely a longer track tornado that we saw it produce likely imminent touchdowns or intermittent touchdowns west of Fairview. And then when it was somewhere between, this one probably traveled like that distance there. It's probably the same tornado, I think, at least for that general path of about 28 miles kind of path. That was a long tracker. And then it's produced, I think, at least 2 or 3 other tornadoes besides the long track one. Oh yeah, they're going to put a bunch in here. Damage report, power lines, trees down, structure damage noted by the emergency management in Grant County. Radar detected debris signature, Grant County. Yeah, they're putting a ton of those in as they track that warning. It's now gone below the PDS limits, which is good. But this is close to producing again near McLean Road in northern Grant County. So we'll keep an eye on this area. No debris signature noted there as it's lifting towards the Kansas state line. But this, yeah, this is probably one tornado. I think in that kind of path, a little bit longer than that. Pretty sure that's one tornado. If it's maybe 2, if it's cycled once, which would be like 35 miles. Either way, long track, cyclic supercell, and for a while it was in beast mode. Our other cell has stayed fairly disorganized, has a circulation north and west of Sayre. It's in here along Bank H Road, approaching areas like Berlin and Grimes, Oklahoma. Actually, this camera that's above me was under this circulation as it passed the Texas state line here. We saw the wind shift with it. The rain was coming from the south, away from the radar on the one side. And then we saw very quickly it transitioned over to the backside, and we saw wind coming from the north with the rain, hail, and precip that was with it. But no tornado on the ground at that point. Continuing to watch this, though, it's again lifting up south of Grimes towards Berlin, Oklahoma, and Rose Hill is also in that warning. South of Cheyenne, keep an eye on that cell. A little worried about this kind of cell because it's getting into some areas that had severe weather earlier today, around Cheyenne up to Taloga. There could be people without power, or at least without, cell phone or internet signals. So if you do know anyone out here, this is for, double check, Roger Mills and Beckham County. If you know anyone out there, I'd give them a call, give them a text, see if you can get a hold of them, just in case they don't have their normal ways of getting their weather warnings. Hopefully everybody out here has a NOAA weather radio, but yeah, I would just give someone a call or text if they lived out there. Okay, this is the Kansas and Oklahoma state line right here. This is the National Weather Service Norman office out of the Oklahoma City area, and this is the Wichita office. So we're getting a different weather service, and they're going to warn a slightly larger area. But Harper and Sumner counties, it's going to be a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Renfro or 10 miles southwest of Caldwell, moving north at 30. That is one of the bigger changes recently, is it's been moving north. And there it is right in here. Still a area of circulation in here at Osage Road. It's approaching the state line. And again, don't see anything on the ground with that, but it's looking a little less organized at the moment. It's also shrunk in size, and we're not seeing the bigger hail core. The hail core is still in here, but definitely not as big as it was earlier. Yeah, it's down to quarters. There still is a rotation in here. It's decently tight. It's not crazy though, like it was earlier. But that's about to cross into Kansas. You can see it on the reflectivity too. There is kind of a decent little hook on it still. again, we've seen at least a couple tornadoes. We've been able to confirm a couple on radar ourselves, and then and there was at least one, if not two, on that long track path, unless it cycled. Then there's another one. So there's been this storm has produced probably like 4 to 5 tornadoes in its history since it. Well, it was a hail producing storm around Taloga and Putnam earlier at probably 6-7 o'clock at night, and then started to produce tornadoes around northwest of Fairview, somewhere in this kind of corridor. So yeah, that's been let's see, actually, can we go all the way back? It's starting to kind of weaken, so I want to kind of relive that for a second and see. Okay, can't go super far back, but yeah, when it was in here near Fairview, it was tornado warned, but it was likely in beast mode, producing a tornado north and west of Fairview. And then yeah, here it is in this area. Yeah, there it is right here. Near McWillie is where it really went nuts, right near McWillie. Yeah, nothing in here yet. Then the next scan is when we noted it. Right in here is when it really tightened up, just south of McWillie. And then it really went nuts on the next scan. And you can see the debris signature. May have cycled once there. And then it was for sure doing damage again as it closed in on the radar site. There it is there, the correlation coefficient drop. And it actually started to curve basically around the radar site. It was moving northeast, then it started to curve north. Still see it in here. And then kind of dissipated near Greer Road. And then, yeah, here was the second cycle of it. So yeah, there was at least two tornadoes. With that, and that came up towards Clyde and dissipated there. Okay. Yeah, let's get a better track on this. Okay, so that one came up like this and kind of curved around the radar site. And this one lifted up like this. So we've had at least two there. Roughly maybe 10 miles to 13 miles on that one. This one was the longer track one, about 20 something miles near McWillie, and then up and curving around the radar site, probably like 23 miles. And then we had a couple shorter spurts of a tornado on the ground near Fairview. So 2 longer track tornadoes and then a couple shorter intermittent ones. That storm, yeah, likely produced 4 or 5 tornadoes. It is significantly weaker. It's west of Caldwell. Tornado warned still, but significantly weaker than it was. It's near Metcalf, Doster, and especially west of Caldwell. You want to take a look at our other storm. The other storm in this bunch near Walika, severe warned storm for $half size hail. Broad rotation that stayed broad, has not produced tornadoes there, so that's good. And then back down here, Cheyenne and areas south of Cheyenne, $half size hail, and then the tornado warning continues there. That's in Beckham County, I believe it was. Oh, it's now trimmed up to Roger Mills County. Oh yeah, we've crossed the county line. So this is just in Roger Mills County now. Let's take a look. Still kind of broad rotation. We're a little further from the radar site out here, but it's between Rose Hill and Berlin, Oklahoma. And unless it's a big tornado, it's going to be hard to confirm something out there because we're really far from the radar site. The radar is down there at Frederick. Or there, and that's even worse. So yeah, we're a little bit of a radar hole for that storm as it's coming up there south of Cheyenne. Wow. Let me look at a couple different radar products to see what we have. Yeah, that storm near Caldwell, we've lost the tornado vortex signature. Actually, even on the other radar product I sometimes use, I've lost actually the mesocyclone note. So that's good to see. I want to take a look and look at the latest model run and see. Heard the warning siren go off. It may have just re-upped. Yeah, they re-upped it. 41 more minutes. This is in Sumner and Harper counties in Kansas. They've also dropped the hail size, which is good. There still is circulation in here near Doster. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's in this little nub. What's left of the true kind of stinger-like hook that cell has had for a while. Still in there, west of Caldwell, Kansas, Doster, Metcalf are the communities up in there. Again, the cell to the south, also severe warned, has some circulation in it. $half size hail near Willeka, and especially just north of Willeka. That'll cross into Sumner and Harper counties as well. And then back here, let's take a look and see what our $half size hailstorm is doing. Still broad rotation. It's well north and west of Elk City. It's going to stay north and west of Elk City and come up potentially near Hammond and Hammond Junction. And then I want to look at the models because it's going to get a little busy in here into tomorrow. So let's see what we have here for these. Okay. Here is our HRRR model, the latest completed run at the O3Z. Yeah, we can get. Okay, this will work. The latest run O4Z. This is the 10 p.m. Run here. So let's see. It initializes good because it has our cells there and it has our cells here. So it takes those cells that are severe warned and tornado warned through Caldwell and then up through the Wichita area, but it does weaken those cells as that cluster moves up through basically the I-35 corridor, Emporia, maybe some wind coming into the Lawrence area if those cells verify, Ottawa, and then that would be what's left of that supercell. But so some strong, potentially some severe storms, embedded hail and wind. And then let's see what it does on the backside. With the cells near the state line, it takes those a little bit north of where they are. So it's initializing a little bit wrong. You can see there the difference between the warning polygon of where that cell is and then where it actually is. But in general, let's see what it does with these cells. Takes them basically in that same corridor, Taloga, Fairfield, up towards the Cherokee and Alva areas. And again, because that cell is a little bit further south, it may be more towards Goltry and Enid and some of those same areas that got the tornadoes earlier. But it does appear to weaken them. Mostly it looks like a wind threat. Interestingly, it does build more storms. It builds more storms in the area that has not had a lot of weather right now. And the area that has the highest, actually, tornado risk down here near Altus, Oklahoma. Kind of builds them out. Doesn't really mature them, it looks like, into supercells. Maybe if it gets up towards Watonga. This is an overnight threat, though. This would be at like 2 or 3 a.m. And then significantly diminishes those cells later, but may have some regenerated cells towards morning across eastern Kansas. Likely not super severe, but some storms as you go on your morning rush hour around Kansas City and maybe down towards the Joplin area. But yeah, in general, it does look like you can see how it initializes those as supercells. It generally does weaken them into multi-cell clusters, producing some hail and damaging winds and potentially an embedded tornado. But, and yeah, that area in Wichita may get another round of storms by 3 a.m. and even a third round of storms by 5 or 6. So, yeah, this warning or this watch does go out till 4 a.m. Central. The severe thunderstorm watch that covers south central Kansas. That's Hutchinson, Newton, Wichita, Augusta, Derby, Winfield, Harper, Caldwell, Kingman. So that is an overnight threat. Let's see, they put in that other storm chaser report looking west of Quail. I haven't seen the video that they noted when the warning was going on. It said it was a storm chaser video. I've seen a photo of it. I haven't seen, oh, actually, let me close this out. This report, the north of Wellington near Quail. I've seen the picture, but I haven't seen the video of that. I am going to turn on. I sometimes don't do it, but we're approaching the last hour of this tornado watch. So that's a lot of times they'll issue a new mesoscale discussion about if they're going to extend or if they're going to replace. You can see there's a mesoscale discussion out for this watch, and it has a long-lived supercell that developed over western Kansas. It's advancing, so they're just basically talking about that storm that we've covered for the last couple hours. Some tornado risk still exists as it goes northeast. But yeah, as we were just looking at the models, the National Weather Service is also thinking that primarily a hail and wind threat as it eventually lifts further into Kansas. And they just dropped the warning. So that's a good thing there. Caldwell, Kansas. Yeah, there's not much rotation left. There's a little bit right in here at 150th Street, but that is a remnant circulation. It's not anything imminently tornadic. Little bit more concerning is the stinger that's developed near Walika. Oh boy, that's close to producing. If it's not already, that is a stinger of a cell that's developed near Walika. It wasn't there like a couple minutes ago, but there's your rotation in here. It's just on the north side of Walika. Wind going away from the radar and towards the radar. I said that in reverse, but towards the radar and away from the radar. It's in here at Latimer Road. Interesting. That is an interesting little cell. That is the last little supercell in this cluster. And it's close to producing. It probably has a rain-free base too, so if there's a spotter out here, we could potentially have a tornado report, but surprised. It's got a weird little CC on it. Could be clear air, but it also does have a little CC drop right in here at Latimer Road. See if this moves with it. We'll have to wait on the next scan. But that is a suspicious CC drop right there. Just north of Welika. If I lived up here towards Latimer Road and north of Welika, I would consider taking tornado safety precautions. They're going to continue the storm near Cheyenne as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. I kind of agree with it. The rotation is really, really broadened out. The hail's come down in this storm too, so that's a good sign. Still strong city, Cheyenne, quarter-size hail, tornado possible. And then, yeah, watching the cell near Welika. That may be on the ground. That is a weird little CC that has stayed with this cell as it crossed Latimer Road. This may be an unwarned, it's warned as a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's a really weird little stinger. The velocity has come down on it. But the last scan here at Latimer Road, that's actually a decently tight little circulation. Right in here, it may have been on the ground near Latimer Road. Just based on the little CC drop in there and how it's a little stinger. That's an interesting little cell. They're going to warn this in Kansas for quarter-size hail. Danville, Argonia, Milan, Mayfield, Wellington. Keep an eye on that cell. This cell has had a history of producing larger hail. And still showing on the Wichita radar too. So it's not just the one radar. It does have rotation on it, but it is weakened again. Really weird little cell. And it may have just dropped a weak, brief tornado near Latimer Road, just on the north side of Welika. That is an interesting cell. There's strong storms right now south of Wichita and out east of Wichita. None of those are severe right now. And wow, those cells near Caldwell are really weakening significantly. It's a good sign. Keep an eye on that cell still near Welika and just north of there. And then we've lost our tornado warning down here near Cheyenne. Okay, let's go to, I want to show you guys tomorrow while we have a break in the action. So today, enhanced risk across western Oklahoma, the Texas Panhandle. We've seen this risk verify. We've had a couple significant tornadoes today with a hatched risk. We've had a significant, we haven't seen the considerable wind risk verify. And then we've seen at least a few larger hail reports. Not as much as maybe expected, but so that's been a little under. The wind and hail have been a little bit under think the tornado outlook has verified pretty good today. The only thing is the area that has the highest tornado risk down here, Wellington, Childress, Quanah, and Altus, has had like no severe weather today. So that's been a little bit interesting, is there hasn't really been anything in our highest area of risk. But otherwise, I think overall, this forecast was a little bit of a tricky forecast. And I think the National Weather Service did a great job on that one. Taking a look at tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be a busy, busy day. Much more widespread coverage is potentially possible, including severe weather that could get up into the Madison, Milwaukee area, mostly a hail and damaging wind threat up there, and then an all hazards threat in areas here in the Missouri Valley down into the Ozarks. Switch drawings here and then take a look at these. And let's see, we should be getting a new outlook out in the next little while. So they have actually extended the tornado risk 5% hatched up into southern parts of Wisconsin, which is real interesting to see. Much of the southern half of Iowa has a tornado risk tomorrow, and then eastern Kansas, much of Missouri, and down into the Ozarks. You can see the 10% hatched covers areas just south of Springfield, along and south of Springfield. Let's see, Branson, Mount Vernon, and then into northwest Arkansas. So the northwest Arkansas metro down through Fort Smith, Muskogee, McAllister, down to Durant, Oklahoma, and then along the Red River just north of Paris, Texas. That's our highest risk area for tornadoes. A little bit of a conditional risk for severe weather, but if stuff fires, it could be an all hazards threat that the models have kind of indicated could be, you know, more like the discrete kind of supercells that eventually kind of form into a line as they get kind of on the east side of that highest risk area. So by the time they get into kind of central Arkansas near the Russellville area or up towards Mountain Home, they could be more of a line segment. But early on in the later afternoon, mid to late afternoon, if any supercells develop, it could be go time. But again, a little bit of a conditional risk. So we'll see if we get storms to develop there. Further north, I think we're going to have storms from Kansas City up north, especially north of I-70. I think we're going to definitely have some severe weather. A little bit of a question mark of how severe up here. So that's kind of the reverse. Is up here, there's going to be more storms. Some question marks on how severe. Further south, could be high ceiling, but a little question mark on storm development. Wind is going to be primarily a risk towards the north, and that extends all the way towards the Madison area. You can see there's a large area of, they've really tested out this hatching. I'm not sure I love this. I don't know if I love a hatched 2% tornado risk all the way into Grand Rapids. That's kind of saying that there's going to be a low end chance of a strong tornado up there. I don't know if that's going to make it all the way up into Grand Rapids. I definitely agree with the hatched 10. And I kind of agree with like this area hatched 5%. And I even actually, I guess even like, especially south of I-70, I think I like the hatched 2% down here too. So that area I kind of do agree with. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that area needs a 2% hatched, but they're kind of playing around with it. The National Weather Service did say that there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve for everyone. So we'll see. Hail has come up through the day. It's actually an enhanced risk based on the hail. And yeah, there could be some pretty beefy hail. So I definitely agree with that. Hatched 30% risk for hail. And then, yeah, there is a hatched hail risk all the way up into southern Wisconsin. So I agree with that hail risk pretty good. You know, could it get trimmed a little bit on the backside, the hatching? Maybe. But again, they're learning too, and they're probably keeping it a little more broad and will refine their hatching as they get more used to things too. There is also a hail corridor down into West Texas tomorrow, potentially, for some isolated large hail, Abilene, St. Angelo, those type of areas. So tomorrow, bigger day, more widespread. There's going to be storms. And then day 3, likely storms ongoing in the morning. They'll get kind of reinvigorated as they work east, and slight risks for areas like Cleveland, Pittsburgh, down to Charleston, West Virginia, up to Buffalo, and then also across the Arklatex, across Mississippi, and down into south central Texas on Saturday, with potentially a little bit of severe weather still ongoing Saturday morning, like across the mid-Mississippi Valley. So big couple days coming up for weather. Sunday and Monday look a little less active. I think Sunday we could get a little bit of a risk area, but then also watching Tuesday for a day 6 risk that the Storm Prediction Center highlighted yesterday for a day 7 risk across kind of some of the same areas, much of Oklahoma, a lot of Kansas, a lot of Missouri, western Arkansas, and into the DFW and down I-35 towards Austin. So could be a big severe weather day. Then they'll likely narrow it down. So, it could be something like this. It could be something like this. It depends on how quickly that trough ejects from the Rockies. So they've made a broad area, but as it gets closer, it could be kind of any one of these. So you don't know for sure. Okay, let's get back and take a look at radar. Again, no tornado warnings, so we've lost our tornado warnings, which is a good sign. Updated the title just to make sure we're not tracking strong tornadoes right now. That could change, but I think we are starting to see a little bit of reduction in the storms, but I'm waiting to see the next update here. Let's check on the models. I do want to see, they initialized earlier some new storm development in this area. A couple showers, but nothing really going up crazy there. We'll see, though, there could be a chance at some more thunderstorms if those upscale. Yeah, that Altus area has stayed real quiet tonight. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for this cell. This is for Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma. It's come down a little bit. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still a tornado possible, but it's weakened some. And that's good to see. That has stayed on the weaker side. Let's go back up to our weird little hook. This has some rotation on it and does not show anything on the ground like it may have really briefly around Walika. Not even that long. I think it was maybe like that. It may have done something weird there, but this has rotation, but it's really messy. And that lead supercell, that was the big supercell of the day, produced likely a handful of significant tornadoes, has basically vanished. There's maybe a little bit of a remnant circulation left in that. This is what's left of this lead supercell that was really going in beast mode for quite a while. But that's just a standard severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. The tornado possibles for this area around Metcalf and Bluff City. And a little bit of a messy, it's a little messy, but there is rotation in here. As that comes up a little closer to the radar site, this radar is going to be struggling a little bit. We're looking through a big core of rain and hail. So there's a little bit of artifacting, I think, going on this cell, but looking at the rotation, but as it gets a little closer, we should be able to get a better view of this. This is also right now far from the radar site, so out of Wichita, so we're looking at upper level rotation, but they've seen enough to warn it, so that's fine. I think it's kind of a weird, it's kind of decoupled. This little hook has kind of decoupled, maybe trying to form a new hook kind of in there. That's kind of how I see it's trying to, I think, wrap a new hook like that. So new tornado warning, that's going to be for this area around South 90th Road. And again, that's just near Metcalf and Bluff City. Harper and Sumner counties again. Tornado and quarter-sized hail. And yeah, the good news is, other than those areas, Bluff City, Perth, Milan, and Metcalf, it's going to stay over mostly rural terrain. Northeast at 30. Yes, it is wrapping a new hook, just as I thought it would. We got a new radar scan in here. And yeah, this is the old hook. It's kind of died off. It's kind of part of the RFD. That's a better presentation now. That's a much better presenting area of circulation. So it's tight. Not the circulation's tighter, but I meant the hook is really tight to the parent part of the storm. So that's going to struggle a little bit. As it's kind of in an area where it can get some inflow, but it's also getting some rain cooled air. But yeah, it's in here. So we'll see what this tries to do as it comes up again towards Milan, maybe Caldwell, but especially west of Caldwell. About 33 minutes to the Milan area, and then 42 to Mayfield. This is in Kansas along 10th Avenue. And then also, let's see, down here, Metcalf, about 4 minutes or less. And Bluff City, the tornadic part of this storm is going to go to the east of Bluff City. It's going to be about 1, 2, 3, about 4 miles south and east of Bluff City. Yeah, that is a cell that was an interesting cell near Walika. Let's take a look at the Wichita Metro and see a little closer what's going on. Some hail potentially out here near Leone. In this area, not a lot of wind out there. That's good though. And then, oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. Forgot there's like a... I don't even know how I did that. Okay. Some hail maybe out in this cell near Cheney. That's going to be well west of the Wichita area. And then just kind of some general storms coming into the areas south and east sides of Wichita. But watching this cell, this is a supercell. It's lifting generally north, generally towards the Wichita area, especially those areas south of town. And yeah, it's still kind of a messy display because we're looking through a bunch of rain and hail, but there is rotation in here in this area right near Metcalf. Hope everybody's having a good night on the stream. Thanks for tuning in. It's been an interesting stream. Yeah, not a ton of storms, but the ones that did go up went up pretty big. So I guess the National Weather Service was on this forecast pretty good. It started a little quiet, and there was a period there where I wasn't sure if it was going to go, because we had like little blips like this, and most of the modeling showed it between like 4 and 5, and we were at like 5:30 and still just had these little blips, and they did eventually quickly upscale. So I do want to watch this little cell. This is in that environment where the models kind of hinted earlier at potentially some more upscale development south of Sayre, north of Hollis. Yeah. So I do want to kind of keep our eye on this cell. It's not anything, not even a cell, it's just a little shower, but I do want to just keep our eye and see if anything forms out of that. Yeah, the last HRRR model run took cells out of there and kind of took them up towards the Enid area again. Like overnight, but so kind of like that, but when did they get to Enid? Yeah, by about like 3 or 4 a.m. So still a long way to go. But there may be some hints at some more convective development down in this area, which would kind of push that way. All right, back to our tornado warn storm. Kind of keeping our eye on that storm down by Cheyenne, but it's been behaving itself and actually on the downtrend. This cell has a really messy look to it. It's kind of getting some... It's just not fully organized, and also we're looking at it through hail with the beam there, but circulation is near Metcalf right now. It's kind of got a weird little hook on it. But I don't see anything conclusively that it's on the ground or anything. Radar indicated still there near Metcalf. See if we have any new video. You'll see, follow us there, WxCast Live, Facebook and X. And I do want to see if we'll have to see this probably later. They may post some stuff later, but the Doppler on wheels was out tonight, so they may have got some stuff. Oh, the video. I haven't seen the video yet, but I've seen some stills from it. The video of the storm that's now up by Cheyenne in Oklahoma. The one near Quail, there's a storm chaser report of a tornado near Quail. It looks like it went rain wrapped, but it looks like the video was Reed. So nice on Reed. And then there were a few other storm chasers down there. They got, it looks like, at least pictures of that storm near Quail. But yeah, then it kind of went rain wrapped. Yeah, that was a large tornado that went past Fairview that we called that it was on the ground when it was still just radar indicated near Fairview earlier, and it was a large wedge tornado. So don't know what happened there and why it took so long for that to get confirmed, because there are like a number of storm chasers that were on that. It's like another one from near Jet earlier. Yeah, that was a big tornado. I don't mean just like intensity. I mean actually like a wide tornado. So we'll post some of those videos and pictures as some of the chasers and spotters get them in. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a big boy. Okay. Definitely in that wedge kind of category. Wow. Oh, what a night. Yeah, we'll get follow WxCast or WxCast live on our socials too, especially the X, because as the National Weather Service goes out and does damage surveys, we'll also post those damage surveys. But this is tightened up a little bit and also strengthened north of Metcalf. Still is a little bit contaminated. I think we still have a little bit of a hail contamination, but let's take a look. Yeah, some hail contamination. We're also looking up really high in the storm, but there is a circulation in here. It is trying to tighten and organize. So a little bit more concerned. Ooh, that's a little weird. Maybe close to producing too. Or like right between both radar sites. That is an interesting CC. There's a potential that that's on the ground. Yeah, that could be 4. That very well could be at 130th Road, down to 140th Road a minute ago. Keep an eye on this cell. This is coming generally towards Milan and Argonia. I think that's how you pronounce those guys. Let's get a storm track on this again. As it's lifting kind of northeast. 18 minutes to kind of both of those. 18 minutes to those areas. That's along the Kansas highway there. Let me get the highway name for you. Argonia. That's along 160. Highway 1, US Highway 160. That's everybody there from Argonia to Mayfield and to Milan. I was be in my tornado safe space if I was in those communities for sure. Yeah, it's also called 10th Avenue right in there. And then that's Argonia Road. Definitely if you live on or near Argonia Road to the south of Argonia, you need to be in your safe space as well. This is going to be north and west of Caldwell and now well east of Bluff City. But yeah, that is a tightening area of circulation. I think it was on the ground. Look at this now. There's less CC in here than there was a little bit ago. So this may have briefly touched down just north of Metcalf and kind of came up like this. That is an interesting area of circulation for sure. It's at, yeah, it's Argonia Road and 130th and approaching 110th Street. This supercell is organized a little better too. There's a little bit more of a hail core in here. It's actually kind of incorporated what was left of that original supercell that produced the wedge tornado earlier. So yeah, this cell is definitely taken over in this multi-cell cluster sort of complex. And that has gone observed now. So yes, that has been an observed tornado. Is it radar confirmed? Radar confirmed. The velocity and the CC have looked weird at times. I think because we are looking through that hail core. So at times it's looked really ugly. But right in here, just north of Metcalf, it looks like it produced at 140th Street, crossing 140th Street, crossing 130th, and then still in here, but probably lifted. It's weaker CC at Argonia Road and north of 130th. And yeah, continuing to weaken. So it's probably weakened and lifted, but it was producing there briefly. And it may try to produce again. It still may be on the ground. Hard to tell. It could also be on the ground, just not picking up a lot of debris in this area. Farm fields, rural, not as many trees, hopefully no homes. So it could still be in here and just not producing a lot of debris because it's actually kind of retightened a little bit. It's approaching 110th Street. It'll come up towards 100th and Dixon Road, and then 90th Street. 90th is also Kansas Highway 44. New severe thunderstorm warning out for that area around Leedy, Camargo, and out to the south and west of Tologa, Oklahoma. Yeah, not seeing as much circulation in there. That's good. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And we are seeing a few blips go up here, so we do have to watch for more convective development south of Sayre, west of Mangum. Those could be new storms that go up. It'll depend and see if we can get those to upscale. But that is a potential there for some more storms. Looking at Wichita, big cluster of storms, just a big messy cluster. Some small hail in a couple pockets in here, especially near Eureka in Kansas. South of Eureka has some hail, and then south of El Dorado or east of Augusta. And some pockets of wind, but nothing crazy looking in here. It's this cell right in here. And again, the CC has lessened up at 100th Street. There could still be something in here, or it could just be some lofted debris that it's still carrying with it. It also has kind of a weird little inflow area here too. It's trying to localize another little inflow region. So we'll see. It may have kind of two areas of circulation that's trying to develop on it. It's a little bit of a weird storm how it's lifting up towards the north. A lot of lightning though. This storm has definitely gotten a little better organized in the last few minutes. Yeah, that is an interesting storm. Observed tornado again. Tornado warning continues for That is Caldwell, Argonia, Milan, or Milan, and Perth. And that is the radar confirmed damaging tornado for Harper and Sumner counties. And Caldwell is now out of that, and they've actually dropped it from the radar indicate, or dropped it down to radar indicated. But yeah, that new area of circulation is starting to pick up. So old area is basically lifting to the north. The new area is around 100th Street. See if it can localize too. It's still radar indicated, but there is some CC in here too. It still could be on the ground. The CC has actually gone back a little lower. It's not super low CC, but it's correlated with the velocity, and it's weaker velocity, but let's see what the other one's doing on the CC. There's nothing really. That looks okay. That looks like a tornado, so I think there probably could still be a tornado on the ground right there at 90th Street. Again, 90th Street was Kansas Highway 44 and also 100th Street. Oh boy. Yeah, see, there shouldn't be hail there, and there is a CC lowering. It could be just debris that's been picked up, but because the velocity looks lower. Kind of flipping back and forth for a few different radar products. It's a weird little storm, so it's kind of it was more of a classic supercell, but now it's more of a, I don't know, it's just more of this kind of messy look. And yeah, we're shooting our radar beam through a bunch of hail and wind, or not, the wind doesn't matter, but the hail and rain and the hail core, and these are kind of tucked on the back side of the hail core, so it's been a little messy at times. But yeah, this new area circulation does seem to be strengthening. Still watching the old area. I still think there could be a tornado still on the ground in that old circulation. It still says radar indicated, but this area right here, 80th Street and 90th Street, this area right here is still a little bit concerning. Yeah, see, it does line up pretty good with the remnant circulation. There's the remnant circulation. I do agree that that is weakening. The new area of rotation along 90th Street is increasing, but it's not crazy tight yet. Interesting storm. All right, let's bounce down to our storm near Cheyenne and Leedy. Hail core, quarters to $half size hail in that. And then let's see, where are we getting a radar out of? This is a little bit of a radar hole out here in extreme western Kansas. A little bit frustrating. It's coming up towards Tologa. Again, we're really far out, so it's hard to see what's going on in that cell, but looks like mostly a wind and hail with quarters to maybe $half size hail. But I am worried that cell, whether it has tornadoes or not, even just hail and wind, it's going to be crossing into an area that's had, this area here has had a pretty good swath of severe weather with hail, wind, and tornadoes. And this cell is just going to work into, you know, some areas that are maybe going through cleanup or things like that. So, yeah, it's not fun if you're trying to clean up what you just had dumped all over your yard, and then now there's a new storm with hail and wind coming in. Still kind of seeing two areas of circulation with this weird little cell. As this one nub is kind of lifting north now. There's another cell in Kansas that did this like a year or two ago and actually put down a pretty significant tornado on like the back nub. Kind of actually produced a pretty significant tornado. So I'm kind of keeping our eye on that one, even though like the new circulation was organizing inflow, and where you would expect a tornadic supercell to kind of organize new inflow, it still managed to produce a pretty significant brief tornado on the occluding circulation. It does seem like that has weakened though. Yeah, this cell's doing some weird stuff. So welcome to Kansas at 11:53. Oh, speaking of which, we should have a new day one coming out soon. Let me see here. See if we get a new National Weather Service update here in a minute. 11 minutes ago. Okay, isolated severe risk for the next couple hours. They've highlighted the still an all hazards threat. Lower end though for tornado, wind, and hail for this cluster of cells that is currently south of Tologa right now. So there still is a chance that this continues to produce severe weather across, again, a lot of those areas that just had severe weather. Let me see if this is up. Yeah, basically in this corridor here with the mesoscale discussion. So they're highlighting kind of this corridor that just had a bunch of stuff happen to it. So we'll keep our eye on that one. This cell is kind of breaking out on its own. We'll keep an eye on that cell coming up towards Sealing and Tologa. Let's see. Storm Chaser, Sumner County just had a tornado report there. So that verifies what we saw on radar. The first area of circulation has weakened significantly. The second area still has some rotation to it. It is weakened though somewhat as well, which is good to see. And the other good news is this whole storm cluster has come down. Still a hail core in here. There's still kind of this hook and this hook, but they're kind of weird little appendages. They're not fully, not a super organized supercell. Let's see here. Should be getting our new outlook for the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center in the next couple minutes. So I'm seeing if it's up yet. Nope, I don't see it up yet. We're also going to see what they do with this severe, or not the severe thunderstorm watch, but the tornado watch expires in a couple minutes. The other mesoscale discussion that's going on right now is the freezing rain threat has increased as it will through the night. Let's see, light to moderate freezing rain has already begun. Eastern New York, southern New England, and that's going to continue the next 4 to 6 hours. So again, continue to watch that. It's going to be a really nightmarish rush hour, I think, across Hartford and Boston and those types of areas. Yeah, we're going to find out here in about 2 minutes what they do for the tornado watch. The severe thunderstorm watch in Kansas goes until 4 a.m. across this section of Kansas. If storms stay punchy, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe add to it a little bit. Probably not much on the west side, but they could add a little bit. Some of the models showed, the kind of this corridor up to Emporia, maybe up towards Ottawa, Kansas is still having some strong storms through the evening and even into the morning hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets like somewhat extended, but we'll see. Depends how isolated those severe storms stay. This is still a really weird looking storm, but it does still have circulation in here. Tornado warning radar indicated extends another 16 minutes. Again, areas like Mayfield, Milan, and Argonia continue to stay in your tornado safe spaces. And yeah, let this storm get out of your way. Caldwell, you're good to go now. Bluff City and Freeport, that storm has moved to your north. A little bit worried about this storm trying to organize a little bit around Sealing. So keep an eye on that storm. Nothing concerning yet, but just an interesting note there. Looks like they've let that tornado watch expire. I do want to kind of double check and confirm that, make sure they're not going to reissue anything. And I'm hoping to get the new outlook in. Let's see if yeah, we should be getting a new update here for the Storm Prediction Center. So waiting on that to come out, and that'll give us an idea on what's going on for tomorrow. Because some of tomorrow will also dictate on what happens with storms down in here, especially if these continue to kind of spread and lift towards the north. Kind of like today, how we had a bit of a rain-cooled boundary These storms will leave some rain-cooled boundaries and also some cloud cover, especially up into like this area here. So those will be interesting to see. For instance, if storms continue to lift this way, let's say, and by tomorrow, kind of morning, late morning, whatever's left of them, and most importantly, their clouds may be in here, that may keep this area cooler. And as warm, moist air kind of pulls up into this area, could see more of a little localized boundary across that southern Missouri. And that's an area that's already been highlighted for an enhanced tornado risk. So there's little things like that that could, yeah, like right in here, if that sets up a boundary, there's cloud cover from from these storms in the morning. You know, that highlights a little area further south from into northwest Arkansas, southwest Missouri. It could be a little bit more of a corridor for severe weather to get storms to kind of form along that area there, along and south of that pooled boundary. So we got to kind of keep our eye on that kind of stuff, because there's going to be little features from tonight's activity that influence tomorrow's. All right, continuing back here, let's continue to look at our tornado warned storm. It's near Milan right now and approaching Mayfield. Still has rotation in here at 40th Street and what is that? 40th Street and Springdale Road, but does not look as intense as it did earlier. And yeah, the hook is kind of exposed, so I think we would probably see more spotter reports. This is not like a rain-wrapped area of rotation. But this has been a weird little cell. There still is hail in here. I'm surprised. I could see them extend maybe that severe thunderstorm warning, maybe back to a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag for that area north of there. Then keeping our eye on Sealing and Leedy. More hail down by Leedy and Camargo. A little bit of wind, I think, in this cell near Sealing. And a little bit of a weak rotation also in this little nub, kind of right in there. So I do want to kind of keep our eye on that one. And let me go back and see if they've updated. Oh, they're going to issue a new tornado warning. All right, tornado warning continues. Let's see, radar indicator rotation. That is for, where are my counties there? Northeastern Sumner County in south central Kansas. It's going to be areas like Belle Plaine, Mulvane, Mayfield, Wellington, those areas there. Interesting, as we cross this Kansas-Oklahoma state line, it's interesting to see how different National Weather Services kind of warn things. If you remember, the warning for the supercell down here in Norman's side was actually pretty small, and then the Kansas side has had a pretty big warning, so it looks like Wichita seems to warn quite a bit of the cell, because there's areas here that are not going to get a tornado, and instead of more of a, I don't know, like a storm kind of based warning like that, they've warned all the way out towards Oxford and up towards Viola, which is good in some sense, but it's a little broad. They've basically warned the whole storm, which is interesting. So yeah, it's interesting to see how the National Weather Service offices vary among the different offices. But there is rotation in here near Mayfield. There's kind of three little notches that have to be monitored. And the old one's still kind of, yeah, it's a weird little cell. But any of these could kind of localize. and then the hail core is just on the north side of that. So you're going to get the wind and hail and lightning before you get the tornado chance. Let me see if this is, see this on any of our cameras up in here. Don't have a great view. There's a lot of cameras actually around the Wichita area. But I don't have a great view of that storm yet. I'll put it up there, but that's their kind of further south camera in the Wichita area, kind of looking towards those storms. So we'll see if we get any lightning from it. But still radar indicated tornado warning. Again, that's for Sumner County. The middle of these little appendages seems to be the one that is localized a little stronger near Mayfield. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Kind of messy in there. The hook itself doesn't look great on radar. Let's see, we got another tornado reported on the ground near 80th and South Bluff by the fire department in Sumner County. Yeah, that's where we saw that debris signature. So that kind of checks out in that area. Probably the same tornado that both of these reports are from. I don't think it was particularly long-lived. It may have been in that 2 to 4 or 5 mile kind of range as it just tracked in this area. Hail has come back up on this storm south of Camargo. It's now a considerable threat for lime-sized hail. That can do some damage. 60-mile-an-hour winds, lime-sized hail near Trail. And then that's going to come up towards Lenora and Webb. They got some hail earlier, but I hate to do it, but Taloga may get some more hail. Yeah, they're going to extend this considerable threat warning out. Taloga, Sealing, you guys have storms now, but back towards your west. And then let's see, this dropped some 2-inch hail a little bit ago at midnight by Broadcast Media in Dewey. So there is some considerable hail back in this storm. Again, that's Sealing, Taloga. We're starting to get some areas that had the severe weather earlier. There are some little hail cores out in front, but I'm going to kind of warn this area and see what the timing is. It's also at 30. Everything's been pretty consistent today. About a half hour to 40 minutes. That's when that hail core would come up towards Taloga and then Sealing. So you got maybe 30, you got a couple minutes to maybe throw that car in the carport and also make sure you're away from windows, skylights, those type of areas. And then let's go back to our cell here. Still kind of a messy little cell. North of Mayfield. Mayfield earlier, cone tornado, storm chaser report. So this cell is producing at least some intermittent tornadoes. I want to see if there's any new reports or anything we can find from it. A lot of people posting other tornadoes from earlier. Let me see if there's anything here past hour. No, I don't see anything from those tornado reports, but let's continue to follow this one. Radar indicated tornado continues. The hail core, you can see some of that hail in the correlation coefficient in this area here, approaching Anson and also 90th Avenue North. It looks like it's becoming less tornadic. There's still a couple areas of circulation in here, but it's certainly not as punchy and tight as it was earlier. We'll kind of see if it's losing a little bit of those like multiple appendages. It may try to rebalance and actually become more of a classic looking supercell again with a little bit of a hook down in this area. So I do kind of caution that it might not be done yet, even if it's just kind of reorganizing as it lifts generally towards Clearwater, Hayesville, Derby, those areas on the south side of Kansas, not Kansas City, but Wichita. Northeast at 35. So just kind of taking out on the leading edge of more of the heavier precip and hail. So you'll get hail kind of first, and then if there is a tornadic chance, it'd be way behind all that. But until the hail and the heavier precip of the severe thunderstorm, about a half hour to Wichita, it'd be about 16 to 18 minutes in that Derby, Hayesville area, and then 41 if it holds together up towards Bel Air. And again, that's from kind of the leading edge of the heavier precip hail core. The bigger hail is probably down in there another couple miles. So add another couple minutes. And then, yeah, if a new tornado forms, I think it's going to be trying to localize a new hook on that southern flank. So we'll watch that one. That's coming up towards areas like Millerton, Riverdale, and those sort of areas there. Anson, I think, yeah. Good news is I don't see a ton of people out on the highways here in the Wichita area, so even though those storms haven't really closed in yet. Another tornado report. Storm chaser Sumner. Cone tornadoes. Yeah, so there's at least a couple tornadoes in this Sumner County area from this storm. I wouldn't be surprised if this tries to localize again, just kind of my personal thought. But yeah, especially Wichita and points south and east. This cell is something you don't have to go to your storm shelter yet. But yeah, if you're south and east of downtown Wichita, just keep an eye on this cell. If you're going to bed, it's midnight. Just make sure your weather radio's turned on. Make sure your phones are charged and have your alerts turned on your phone alerts. And yeah, just keep an eye on it. Know where you're going to go if you get woken up with a tornado warning at night. The model's last HRRR run does weaken this storm as it gets up towards Wichita. Wichita, maybe it's kind of last gas, though. It may get in there as a pretty strong storm still. Those other storms, a lot of lightning in them. The hail core has come down in those. Check the wind and also the wind. So that's good to see there. Still has a chance of some isolated hail and windstorms in kind of that southeast Kansas area. And then considerable threat, lime-sized hail, continuing to work its way up towards Taloga and Selig and areas like Lenora. So not great. Those areas have had some hail already today and some severe weather. And then let me check and see if that new data came in. All right. National Weather Service. Storm Prediction Center. Okay. Should be live now. Let's double check. Oh, let's do this. It's really close to the tower radar for the Wichita airport. We can see that rotation kind of broadly in here as it's lifting up towards the Wichita metro. Yeah, it's trying to localize like we talked about earlier. It's trying to localize 60th Avenue and Clearwater Road. That's the area where it's trying to get localized. This is going away from the radar. This is going towards the radar. And that's the new hook, the more prominent hook. A little bit more of a classic supercell. Inflow. Rear flank. Yeah, that's going to be a better presentation, which this could try and tornado again. It tornadoed a couple times when it was like a messy. Some of these maybe, this is likely one tornado, but then I think these might be actually separate tornadoes, or that one could be together. This one's, I think, had like 3 to 5 tornadoes with it. So yeah. And then we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning covering like all those areas that just got hit hard. Cleo Springs, Carmen, Helena, Ringwood, Lahoma, up towards Cherokee. Severe thunderstorm warning there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. Keeping our eye just in case anything gets crazy there. And then considerable threat, lime-sized hail coming through that area around Tologa. So we'll keep our eye there. And then I thought I heard a new warning, but maybe not. The hail has come up a little bit in this cell again too. So there's the area of rotation. It's near Anson. I don't see anything on the ground, at least visually on radar. And since we do have storm reports coming in, it does get confirmed there may be some spotters out here, so that's a good sign. Take a look at... Okay. Let's get this loaded back up. There's lightning on our camera there from the Wichita area. Here is the new day one enhanced. It kicks in, I think at like 6 a.m. technically. So yeah, they kept the slight risk all the way up through Milwaukee and Madison. The enhanced goes up into southern Iowa, much of all of eastern Kansas, all of western Missouri, and then down into the Ozarks and down into extreme north Texas, Sherman, Paris, just north of McKinney. And then we do have the other slight risk down there near Abilene and San Angelo. Let's see, the marginal risk, I think, got extended all the way through Detroit, and almost all of lower Michigan is under the marginal risk. So first severe weather chances in Michigan for the year. And all the way down, wow. Yeah, basically Canadian border all the way down to the Big Bend area of Texas. So a big area of potential severe weather tomorrow. Not even tomorrow. Later on Friday. Let's see. Not much has changed, at least here visually, just looking at it compared to earlier. I don't love that the dash 2% goes across the river here, or the lake. I don't know if there's going to be a significant tornado up there. We'll see how that verifies. But otherwise, a big 5% tornado risk goes all the way up towards Milwaukee and Madison. Hatched, so there could be a strong tornado in any of the hatched areas. And then the hatch goes all the way down through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Tyler, Shreveport, Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, all that kind of area. The more significant tornado chances, Springfield, Joplin, down through Fort Smith, and down to north of Denton, across McAllister, Durant, Oklahoma, those areas, Medill, Gainesville, Sherman, Paris, Mena, Arkansas, Boonville, up to Harrison, Ozark, Springfield, Neosho, and Muskogee, areas southeast of Tulsa. See if anything has changed on the wind. The most pronounced wind area, the hatched wind, is going to be most of Missouri, eastern Kansas, and then the southern half of Iowa. But a big area of wind risk from Milwaukee and Madison all the way down to Dallas-Fort Worth. This may have been adjusted some. The hail has been adjusted a little bit more narrow. I think they've narrowed the hatched area. So they're still playing around with the hatching, but could see some big hail from even parts of Minnesota, Rochester, Minnesota, Madison, and then especially hail, Kansas City area, St. Joseph, Manhattan, Topeka, northern Missouri, northeast Kansas. You can park your car in the carport, the garage, or if you go to work tomorrow and your workplace has a parking garage, I'd throw it in the parking garage tomorrow. down to Fort Scott, Carthage, Joplin, Springfield, Ozark, Tulsa, Sapulpa, Muskogee, Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas, Fort Smith, all the way down into that Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then another hail corridor here towards Abilene. But yeah, they've trimmed it a little bit. So this area here says, that color's bad. This area says there's a pretty good chance of hail. But this area says there's a pretty good chance of big hail. So, and that kind of checks out because around here, I think I said earlier, the models kind of show it lining out a little bit and getting into more of a damaging wind threat and probably also weakening by then too. We're back here, we have more of a supercellular threat, all hazards threat, damaging wind, hail, and tornadoes. I do think still if the tornado risk gets any higher or verifies a little more, if the hail risk gets any bigger, or if the wind risk gets extended, I think if the wind risk gets extended down in here, I think there is a chance still that somewhere in here could get a marginal risk. We have an enhanced risk for most of the area. I still think there could be within the enhanced risk an area of marginal risk. We'll see if they do that. And also everybody's kind of learning how these new hatchings go. So they could just do another wind enhance, but I don't know. Something in here kind of tells me something in here is gonna pop off a little bit tomorrow. Eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, maybe into southwest Missouri. Potentially even a little bit more. Like in that area. I could see something like that. And I could see maybe this enhance get pushed just a little bit to kind of encompass that if that does happen. But that's just my personal. So not much has changed basically from the day 1 to the day 2. Yeah, that's the old day 2. Yeah, that's probably the biggest change is they've pushed the enhanced risk up into Iowa. Before, it just basically cut off at northern Missouri and extreme southeast parts of Nebraska. Now it's a little further towards the I-80 corridor. Not quite, though. And then, yeah, they've also extended the enhanced risk down closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So those are some changes there. I mean, northern. Yeah, see the northern change, they did push more of that thumb of Michigan and all the way to the Detroit area into the marginal. Looks like really no change there with the slight risk. Yeah. They bumped a little bit of the tornado risk, the hatched and the 5% to the west a little bit. You can see how it bumps back towards the Wichita, towards the Oklahoma City area. See that? A little interesting. Looks like the wind risk has stayed almost exactly the same. It bumps a little bit more wind risk back into Oklahoma City too, back to the I-35 corridor. And then hail. Yeah, here's the big difference. And the big difference has been the enhanced risk gets stretched out a little bit, but the hail, they removed a bunch of the hatching on the eastern edge of this. So the extra large hail isn't going all the way to St. Louis. It gets tucked back towards the enhanced. Very interesting. It's very interesting to see how they do these conditional intensity upgrades. Okay. I've had a couple things happen here while we were looking at the forecast for tomorrow. Wichita, everybody there from the airport all the way through downtown, Child Acres, Park City, Minnehaha, down through Derby, Hayesville, really Rose Hill, and especially the west side. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, not seeing... rotation kind of collapsed. Still a little bit of appendage in there, but yeah, that rotation is backed off significantly. Could this produce tornadoes still? Could. Still has a little bit of a hook, still has a mesocyclone. Not what it was. There's a wind. Pretty good area of wind right here near Hayesville. Potentially some 65-mile-an-hour winds in there. We're pretty close to the radar site too, so some of that could mix down to the ground just on the leading edge of that hail and precip. And I do want to check these storms here. Yeah, just mostly a wind risk right now coming up towards Helena, Jet, Nash, areas that got hit hard with the tornadoes a little bit ago. Not imminently tornadic there. And then still considerable. It was a considerable threat. But now down to quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still is rotation in here. It's an interesting little cell. That is near Hoover Road and 120th. Coming up towards Peck, Ziba, Waco, Kansas, and then Derby. Still think there's a chance at some tornadic activity in kind of this area. So keep an eye, not a tornado warning. You don't have to go to your tornado safe place, but just know where you're going to go if this tries to ramp back up. Also, hail core seems to be coming up around Douglas, east of the Wichita Metro. And new storm going up around Colwich, which also has, looks like some small hail in it. Yeah. See if we have a good view of the storm yet. Weirdly, no. Weirdly, we don't have a great view of that storm. There's a ton of cameras in the Wichita area. A lot of them are somehow pointed north and west. I have a bunch of cameras facing like this way, that way. I just don't have a ton of cameras looking south for some reason, which they can rotate. So every now and then we'll see if we can get it, but there still is some rotation in here. It's still kind of a weird storm. Hail core is in here near Waco, coming towards Derby. So keep an eye on this area for some larger hail as that lifts to the north and east. So some good news is it's pulling a little bit more towards the east, so it may avoid, the strongest part of the storm may avoid downtown Wichita. All right, those spring allergies are back. Just had a sneeze attack there. Yeah, some of this hail core is coming towards Derby, but not coming towards the Wichita area. So I do think that's good. It's being warned for quarters. Could have a few more. Wow, there are more tornado reports. New developing tornado. I think they added that one. Rope tornado. Cone tornado. Tornado. Most of these I think were short-lived and fairly weak, but one of those first two could have been a little stronger, I think. And I wouldn't be surprised if this did produce a tornado earlier. We first saw it just north of Waukita. Or, sorry, Waukita. Oh no, Aunt Meg. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's take a look at this one. Still. Okay, those are doing better. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not eminently tornadic there. That hook is diminishing, so that's a good sign. So it's 12:41 in the central time zone. I think we're going to wrap it up because tomorrow is going to be a big, big day. Probably live tomorrow starting around mid-afternoon and going a decent way from there. Let's see. Let's take a look one more time here at this latest run of the HRRR. Okay. Current storms. Yeah. Does want to lift those through Wichita, so keep an eye on that one. It wants to kind of organize that cell down by Taloga a little more too on the latest HRRR. But otherwise, after that, not too much longer. In that in that 1 to 2 kind of range, it starts to fizzle them. Still brings a little bit more storms in there near Taloga later. And then some morning storms potentially. Kansas, Missouri. And then, yeah, after like maybe even close to like 1 or 2, it starts to break out some storms near Kansas City. But especially I think when those get north of Kansas City, north of I-70, towards that 3 o'clock, we may see some hailstorms, maybe some quick tornadic spin-ups in this area. And maybe some wind all right up in there. But also around that 2, 3 o'clock time frame, even a little earlier now in the latest, 12:30. We need to start to watch this area. North Texas, the Red River, towards Durant, Oklahoma. That's where any of these could start to be supercellular. DeQueen, areas like McAllister, Sherman. That's where things can get a little ugly quickly into the afternoon, and then we'll see if storms continue to pop. They could be up, towards Tulsa, Fayetteville, by about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, towards potentially the Springfield area. And then we also have to watch then in the evening as especially a wind threat, but could be some hail and embedded tornadoes in the line of storms developing back along the cold front. This is by 5 o'clock. You could have a mix of storm modes up in here. Some Boeing clusters, some individual kind of cells, some multi-cell clusters, potentially some wind. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a significant tornado up this way, but potentially kind of a QLCS embedded spin-ups and some wind coming across the Lake Michigan. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be a busier day. And there are models that have hinted at kind of a dual threat. Let's see. Something kind of down this way with a cluster of more supercells. And then kind of you can see like a cluster like this of more of hail and wind threat kind of cells. And then, whatever else goes on there. But there is some modeling that shows like some parts of that eastern Kansas might actually not get that much until everybody's going to get, I think, storms once this line kind of fully develops and kind of breaks out. And that is what's going to traverse across a lot of this area and then be the storms that for morning on Saturday kind of get reinvigorated. But yeah, so some areas, like particularly in this area right here, may not get a ton of activity until this line kind of forms. And you may get some supercells to your south, some cells being severe to the north. Something like that. And then you kind of think, oh, you're out of it there. But then those storms fire along the cold front. All right. That's interesting. We get a new warning. Did I hear we had a new warning? It may have just been a re-upped warning. Yeah, 44 minutes. They re-upped the warning for Wichita. But that cell has shrunk in size considerably in the last couple minutes. And yeah, the heaviest part of this is over Derby. And I do think it's sliding south and east of Wichita. I'd probably have this warning like this. I don't think the airport's going to get into this. I don't even think downtown is going to get in much of this. I think it's going to be like I-35 mostly and points kind of to the south of that. All right, yeah, we're going to wrap it up. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Anyone new, like and subscribe, hit that bell icon to get notifications when we go live. Continue to watch this area, southern Kansas, southern central Kansas, and north central Oklahoma over the overnight hours. Again, that severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 a.m., so have multiple ways to get warnings. Because, yeah, even though Wichita may miss this one storm, some of the models do take this second batch of storms up towards the Wichita metro, so you could get another round of strong to severe storms. And there is some model data that shows maybe another third round of storms later too. So just in this corridor, especially just have multiple ways to get those warnings overnight with an overnight severe threat.
I think the supercellular tornado threat should be diminishing, but there could be some embedded quick spin-ups, and some of those can be potent at times. And mostly it looks like it's going to be a hail and wind threat, as well as localized flash flooding, since we are seeing kind of clusters of storms right along the same general area. So continue to turn around, don't drown, especially in the early morning hours. Well, I don't think anything. Maybe if stuff does develop out here, we're not seeing that much, but some of the models hint at, something like that. Those showers developing, maybe some of that skirts the Oklahoma City area, but I doubt it. I think most of this is going to stay tonight, north and west of Oklahoma City. Maybe Enid if another round of storms develops. Yeah, Enid's up here. So yeah, if this develops down here, it could get up towards the Enid area. But yeah, I don't think Oklahoma City is going to see that much tonight. Although still have multiple ways to get warnings, just in case something bubbles up. And then yeah, it's really going to be kind of, I think we have to watch tomorrow afternoon, I-35 along and east of I-35 tomorrow for kind of that conditional supercellular threat. Kind of like today, it's going to be one of those things where we may not get a lot of storms. You may get one here, one or two here, another one here. This one shows maybe a little more, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe one up here. Could have, only a handful of storms, but if they're all producing all hazards threat, that's a big deal. So yeah, tomorrow afternoon, especially along and east of I-35, I think we really need to watch this area for the all hazards threat. And then more hail and wind and embedded tornadoes up here. But we'll get more data too after models have data that they'll take from these storms and stuff. So we'll get also refined data in the morning too. But yeah, that'll wrap it up. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for joining us.